There are many races in this world, and there are people who know how to improve themselves. There are different types of werewolves, such as spiders or bats. And also demons are intelligent beings with their own powers and orders. Anyone can become a celestial being and achieve unlimited possibilities. Someone will become a godmother, a celestial being, beautiful and cheerful. And the other will turn into a strong and courageous Mistress Noiva, the creator of people. You can even choose the type of creature for yourself, for example. Become a beautiful phoenix or another dangerous monster. But you can also stumble upon a strange atavism. The sun illuminated the huge gates at the entrance to the city. There nearby, people were gathered, listening to the words of the wise gentleman. And someone did not interfere and stood nearby and watched this. He easily spat watermelon seeds out of his mouth. Relaxed in a chair, wearing sunglasses, he chewed a ripe fruit, thinking about how low the threshold for becoming a celestial was. His name was Ye Changqing, and he was in a novel about celestials, but something went wrong. It was 5 years ago that he suddenly found himself in the middle of a beautiful mountain landscape. At first, the guy decided that he had traveled in time. In his dreams, with the help of the system, he will be able to arbitrarily dispose of laws and engage in obscenities with partners in Taoist practice. His eyes sparkled at these fantasies and drool rolled down his chin. Raising his hand, Changqing confidently called out to the system, but no one answered. Only the birds screamed as they took off. He fell to his knees and cried, trying to call at least someone, a boss, a teacher, contacts. It was all useless, and after some time the guy barely made it to the nearest town. Immediately, he met an old man sitting in front of a sparkling blue ball who offered to measure the root of life. Of course, Changqing wanted to check. Approaching the ball, he touched it and immediately received a small electric shock. The ball sparkled, and the old man, seeing something there, could not believe how this was possible. The guy, full of confidence, asked to quickly tell him whether he really possessed such a powerful talent. However, it turned out that there was no root of life in him at all, and people immediately crowded around, surprised that such a person existed. So Changqing began to travel around the world, but not a single clan wanted to accept him. He knocked on the doors of all the sects and asked to take him, but without the root of life, no one needed the guy. In order to somehow survive, he found a small village. Lost in the mountains and eternally covered in fog, it was called the village of Xiaoqi. There, on one of the streets, Changqing opened his own shop to earn money for food. Drawing on knowledge from both worlds, he began to teach and run a household, and his days passed very calmly. Because the guy stopped striving for anything and resting more, his creative abilities rapidly increased. Changqing discovered many talents within himself, such as becoming a master of calligraphy, learned to play Go masterfully and defeat all opponents. Even playing string instruments came easy to him. It made me wonder if he had discovered his special skill in this world. But the guy was not at all happy with such abilities and enraged threw the brush on the table, breaking it. After all, evil spirits are rampant in this world. So what benefit is there in practicing art? His disciple sighed and said, Mr. Ye has once again indulged in his worthless fantasies. Hearing this, the guy froze, remembering that he was not alone here. Embarrassed, he closed his eyes and cleared his throat, trying to pull himself together. Hitting the board with his pointer, Changqing began to tell what they would talk about in today's lesson. However, the class was not at all ready for the lesson. The children scattered in all directions, some started fighting, others laughed and chatted. Of course, this behavior angered the teacher and he shouted at them, clenching his fist. And the students began to explain that a celestial being had come to the village to look for students and that their parents had told them to go to her to improve themselves. Another boy's father considered improvement more important than studying, and he asked if Mr. Ye also wanted to improve himself. The angry Changqing shook from such rudeness, but the children immediately apologized. He understood that these little kids still didn't know anything about respect. But then someone said, "We'd rather just laugh in front of you." And the guy was again overcome with anger and a desire to scold this child. And then a cry rang out. "The celestial being is here!" The guy couldn't hold on and fell in the passageway. And the children, wanting to see the girl as soon as possible, said goodbye and stepping on him quickly rushed to the exit. They ran into the city in a noisy crowd and Changqing could only shout furiously after them. On the widest street in the city, many people had already gathered to greet the arriving celestial being. She was a very beautiful girl and the main disciple from Taishuan Shrine, and her name was Lu Wu Shuang, and behind her was another beautiful younger girl, her fellow disciple Wang. The parents who vaccinated their children bowed low in greeting. With a wave of her hand, the girl ordered the selection of Taishuan's disciples to begin, and the servants who came with her obeyed her. A queue was organized and all those who wanted to stood one after another. A ball hung above the ground, and the servant opened the notebook when the first person approached and asked the child's name. The mother of the boy, who was shamelessly picking his nose, beamed and said that his name was Li Gusheng. Looking at him, the servant decided that children were no good in this place and that they had come in vain, but he still asked what the child's official name was. With an embarrassed smile, the woman replied, "Its name is Li Chunfeng." Hearing this name, Xuan turned around to see who was called that. The mother was surprised. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my son?" But the girl explained that she simply thought the name was very beautiful. Then the aunt told him about Mr. Ye, the smartest man in their village, who called him that. Xuan couldn't even imagine that such a Taoist expert could live in this place. Perhaps he could even walk the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, the servant asked the child to place his hand on the spiritual stone. The boy approached and took his finger out of his nose and placed his hand on the glowing blue ball. The next moment, he flared up like the sun, blinding everyone around. The shocked girl looked at the assistant, whose list in the notebook also began to glow like gold. It turned out to be a top-grade spirit root, shining like metal. And the boy, not understanding everything, began picking his nose again. Looking at him, the younger student admired, because such a type is extremely rare and people with him are considered incredibly talented. "What a good sign. Let's move on," the older student ordered. The children stood in a row and began to say their names, and they were all beautiful and strong. As the younger student wrote down their lines, they began to sparkle more and more. He was amazed at the tremendous luck that these names brought. The astonished Xuan turned to the boys, asking who had called them. The children answered without hesitation that these names were given by Mr. E. Meanwhile, Mr. Ye himself was nearby and was able to see a golden glow from behind the houses, immediately realizing that this was the light that the soul root of the highest quality possessed. He remembered telling the parents of his students that their children would never become celestials. As a result, seeing this light, the guy felt like a real laughingstock. The next morning, 2 students from Taishuan were walking around the village, the younger one happily jumping ahead. "These candied fruits are so delicious, no wonder there are so many talents here." But Shuang said that she had been here before and had not seen anything outstanding. Wang showed her sister the skewers of fruit that were almost perfect. The girls looked at the nearest shop, which was called Changqing's shop. When the senior student read the hieroglyphs, they seemed to separate, glowing with a golden light. The shocked girl froze in place, thinking that this was bad. Golden inscriptions surrounded and penetrated her body. Once in her head, Shuang entered a space filled with swords. Wang worriedly tugged the hovering elder's sleeve, asking what was wrong with her. When the girl woke up, she happily exclaimed, "I just entered the 6th level of the golden sword scroll." The younger one was amazed, because the teacher said that it takes 70 years to do this. Shuang didn't expect that just by looking at the hieroglyphs, her skill would increase so much. Apparently, the one who made the inscription was a great expert in the way of the sword. She grabbed Wang's hand and invited him to go inside the shop with her. When they went inside, the girls met a guy who was doing calligraphy. Coming out from behind the table, he greeted his guests and the senior student admired his taste. However, she felt that this person was not perfecting any skill and thought that he was ordinary. And Chang Qing, seeing her elegant clothes and makeup, realized that she served the Celestials and decided that such rich clients would definitely give a lot of money. And he said, "Look around, dear guests. The things here are beautiful. The prices are modest. We are not deceiving anyone." The girls walked around the store, and then the older student noticed something. There was a stunning painting hanging there, a portrait of a young man. An incredible power emanated from him, aiming at Shuang. Feeling that this was not good, she grabbed her sword. Blocking the powerful force of this picture, the girl could not resist it. And then the energy of the sword began to penetrate her body and fill her mind. Xuan closed her eyes and froze in place, her body trembling. Suddenly, she realized that she had advanced in cultivation again. The older student ran up to the shop owner and grabbed his hands, asking, "Who painted this picture and what kind of person is depicted in it?" The guy saw her happy face and decided that she was definitely going to buy the painting, and was even interested in the author. Smiling happily, he realized that it looked like he would be able to sell his self-portrait for a good price today. "I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the author of this painting is me, Ye Changqing," said the owner. Stunning the girls, he confessed, "This drawing is just a self-portrait, a sketch on which I am practicing." However, Xuan was so delighted with the painting that she couldn't believe it. After all, the sword spirit and fire on it are not at all the level that an ordinary practitioner can achieve. The boy was sad and apologized for disappointing the 2 beautiful fairies. The younger student upset him even more by saying, "It's just superficial, the hair, the clothes, just something not worth paying attention to." Xuan tried to object to her younger sister. Since she was still young, she did not understand the true meaning and was talking nonsense. But this only made the guy wonder if she really didn't understand. And the girl thought, this man is young and has an attractive appearance and energy, so why does he have an infinite sword spirit in the picture? She was interested in Changqing, who did not feel spiritual energy. He could deliberately suppress the power. Otherwise, why in the shop even a self-portrait helps to rise? Bowing low, the beauty introduced herself. I am a disciple from the sacred place of Taishuan, Lu Wu Shuang. I ask you, senior, to forgive my ignorance. However, the boy admitted, Madam, I am just an ordinary mortal. Don't call me senior comrade. But in his heart, he wanted to stop this false respect, not intending to bargain. The girl was incredibly surprised that having so much spiritual energy, one could call oneself a mere mortal. And then she realized that since the respected elder had such abilities, his solitude here had a deep reason. She was afraid to say the wrong thing and reveal the secret because it would certainly irritate him. And Changqing was thinking, why is this girl so polite to him? Does she really want to use the store for free? Whereas for the girl, he was a strong personality with whom one had to communicate carefully. And she said, you know, I've been into painting since I was a kid and your work has inspired me, so I want to use the word senior. These words made Mr. Ye delighted. He may not have had spiritual strength, but when it came to art, it was simply beautiful. He asked the girls not to be shy and to enjoy the walk, showing them the various assortments of the store. The younger student had many questions about the branches in the pot, which were bonsai, and the dry and sticky fruits in the jars, which were actually homemade snacks. She also came across a naked, armless female sculpture, and Changqing said that it was the most beautiful woman in the world. Xuan also approached the statue, and at first glance this image seemed offensive to her. But inside she saw indescribable beauty. The girl realized that it was impossible to achieve the ideal even if the limbs were restored. She was fascinated by the understanding of the world of sages and hermits. The many questions from curious ladies irritated the guy, since it was unclear whether they were going to buy something. But then Wang approached him with 2 wooden hairpins, asking how much they cost. Then, Mr. E raised 3 fingers, connecting his thumb and index finger. The girls said they understood, but Changqing didn't care how much they paid in 3 silver coins or 3 spirit stones. He would still end up in the black. The students looked at each other and began to think that for such an incomparable person to exchange treasures for worldly things would be an insult. For Shuang, the guy's gesture seemed to represent an infinite number of laws, and the 3 fingers pointed to the levels of life, while the circle, a symbol of fullness, had the shape of a coin. Everything became clear to her. He just needed to give him the coins. And the girl handed the stunned seller 3 copper coins. At first, he didn't understand that this was the entire payment, but soon it dawned on him that he had only been given 3 coins. The upset boy, who would now have to feed on air, considered the cultivators to be incredibly stingy, and the senior student was only glad that she did not let her sister use spirit stones and hurt the higher beings. Pointing to the painting, Shuang wanted to buy it, and Changqing could only smile. His hand holding the coins was shaking with anger because he had painted the portrait with such skill, and they were unable to truly appreciate the art. The guy had a hard time enduring it, because relationships are important in spiritual practice, but he put together a picture for his girlfriend. Looking at him with admiration and wanting to hear the master's wisdom once again, she said, Senior, will I be able to come to you for advice in the future? Mr. Ye had to agree, although he did not want such a woman to leave him without payment again. When the 2 lovely ladies left the shop, sunset was approaching. Smiling, Shuang hummed something to herself. Surprised, Wang asked why she was so happy, and the senior disciple replied, I just reached the 7th level of the Golden Sword Scroll. This amazed the younger sister, and at first she thought that the girl was joking, because if the 6th level requires 70 years, then the 7th level requires at least 200 years. She asked, Is it because of that handsome shop owner? And Shuang confirmed that this senior was indeed an outstanding person. With a heavy sigh, the girl said that this man possessed no small amount of strength. Stroking her younger sister on the head, she added, I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm under his influence. Then a light appeared under the girl's feet, and a whirlwind of air swirled around them. Flying up on the sword, Shuang said, Let's go. First, let's take the disciples to the sacred land to take part in the test. I have to think about how to inform the master and elders about this. And Changqing was already walking home, thinking about how these students were all getting the attention of the gods, and the painting was sold for pennies. He made everything even worse, and now he would have to wait for it all to end. On the way, he stopped by Wei Restaurant as usual. The owner greeted the guy warmly. asking whether he would have the same 3 dishes for dinner again that day. But the upset Mr. Ye changed his order. "I didn't earn much today, just 2 appetizers and a jug of wine will be enough." Then the owner hugged Changqing, saying that thanks to him, their Wei family became successful. Such politeness surprised the guy, and he immediately thought that Li Leng had already left. And Mr. Wei, pouring wine, said, "Yes, all the children in our town left," and the teachers praised their choice of names, especially Li Leng. Sitting at the table, he continued the conversation. The spiritual teachers froze in place upon hearing the name Wei Zhongxiang, and the guy proudly replied that he had chosen this name with particular care. The man patted Mr. Ye on the back, assuring him, "Even though you don't have spiritual strength, you do have culture." Of course, the guy was very grateful for such words, and the owner ordered the teacher to be served a chicken thigh. Changqing was already about to start eating. Taking the fragrant meat, he was about to put it in his mouth, but then a strong blow landed on his stomach, causing him to drop his hip. Visitors looked at the large black-tailed dog in surprise. The guy straightened up with difficulty and couldn't believe what had happened. A dog named Black Emperor looked at him, wagging his tail and holding meat in his teeth. The restaurant workers came out to look and asked, "Is this the dog that got lost last year?" The guy confirmed this, and the dog began to lick the owner's face. Covered in drool, he fought off the happy dog with difficulty. 2 years ago, Changqing picked up this small black dog of an unknown breed and named it Black Emperor. He fed him scraps, which the dog didn't like at all. After some time, he disappeared, making a hole in the wall, and the guy thought that he had already become a snack for wild animals. Now all of Mr. E's pants and boots were covered in drool. He irritably called his pet a licking dog, but he still looked at his master with the same devotion and barked. Upon entering the house, the dog immediately rushed forward. He sat down next to a huge painting of a dancing dog, which surprised Changqing. The dog was shaking terribly, and the boy remembered that he had been just as afraid before and wanted to examine the canvas. Before going to bed, Mr. E warned the dog, "Your kennel is in place. Don't keep looking at the painting, otherwise you'll get scared again and shit yourself." The pet watched attentively as the door closed behind its owner, and then a golden aura flared up around him. The emperor's body began to show bulging muscles, and he stood up on 2 legs. The dog did not expect that after being tempted by the fox, he would be able to return to his master. He recalled with anger how the vile fire demon had teamed up with others to return him to his original state. Suddenly there was a knock from behind the door. The dog was afraid that demons from the southern mountains had come, but Changqing's hand appeared from there, holding out a bowl of food, and he said, "There's still some food left. Eat it, and then sleep." The emperor, who was incredibly happy, regretted leaving his master and promised to be the best dog and never run away. And the guy, lying in bed, thought about how his pet had spent this year away, even though his stately figure and cowardly nature had remained unchanged. Turning on his side, he thought that he had made a mistake in taking the dog as a model when he painted that picture. Then he hoped the dog would become a demonic ruler. But he turned out to be just a licker. Behind the door, the emperor ate his food and no longer worried, because thanks to the master's protection, all the demons would be ants. While licking the plate, the dog thought about his fate, which was determined by the picture created by the owner, and awakened the blood. However, this time he did not bring Mr. Ye a gift and decided to slip away and make a surprise. So at night, a black shadow flashed over the sleeping Changqing. And then came a clear, warm morning. The guy began to slowly wake up and open his eyes. He rubbed his face, and it seemed to him that the bed became smaller. Mr. Ye touched something soft and warm with his hand. Turning around, he was shocked to find a sleeping girl on the bed next to him. She was very beautiful, with fair skin and blonde hair. The horrified and embarrassed boy screamed, "Woman!" The blonde's leg pressed against Changqing's groin, and he screamed. Looking at the girl, he tried to understand what was happening. At first, Mr. Ye thought he was dreaming, and he slapped his hand on her thigh. The feeling seemed very real to the happy guy. But then the 9th Princess Yang Yingxing woke up after feeling the blow. The shocked girl looked around, realizing that she was not alone here. Changqing sat next to her, smiling, and greeted her. However, she did not wait for his words and waved her hand, slapping the guy with all his might, leaving a mark. Mr. Ye fell out of bed with a bang, and the princess asked who he was. Pointing her finger, she began to shout, "What are you doing in my bed? You know who I am?" The confused and frightened girl called for security, ordering them to seize the man. Holding her cheek, Changqing comforted her and explained that this was his home and his bed. The screams could be heard even on the street where the Black Emperor sat wagging his tail. The happy dog found this lively and thought his owner was having a good time. And then Jan stood up and said, "Get out of here," and kicked the guy with incredible force. From such a blow, he flew out the door, landing on his back. The dog ran up to Mr. E, barking. He wanted to know if the owner was happy with the gift, but he didn't understand him and only scratched his head, wondering where this girl came from. Chang King looked sternly at the dog and reprimanded him for allowing someone to enter, and the dog only barked in response, but in fact, it was he who brought her. Meanwhile, the princess was sure that yesterday she had slept at the courier station since she ended up here. Was it really because of this guy? But when Yang hit him, the gentleman didn't look like he had the strength to overcome his defenses. And the girl decided to be cunning, and if he had bad intentions, she would kill him. Shoes clattered on the wooden floor as the princess stepped outside. Standing in the middle of the yard, she began to look around doubtfully. But everything around was completely empty and there was only a small table at which Mr. E was sitting. Jan called out to the focused guy at the top of her voice, but he didn't respond. She hurried towards him with quick steps. The girl didn't expect that the thief would still be here, and even playing chess in a cultured manner. She reached out her hand to smash his go board, but her limb began to tremble, and the princess froze, not understanding what was happening. A strange light emanated from it, and she had to cover her eyes. The energy of this party was incredibly huge. It seemed like Jan's head was going to explode, and she called for someone to help. Finally, Changqing noticed that someone had approached. He looked at the girl's twisted face in amazement. She had slept all night, and now she was like this. Was she really trying to deceive him? The dog also noticed the strange behavior of the guest. But he knew that his master's party was covered by countless streams of energy, and not many could withstand it. And yet it was his gift, and this time he decided to help. Meanwhile, in the illusory world, the darkness began to crack. From there, breaking through the darkness, a huge black dog burst out. The girl looked at him in horror, not expecting anyone to break through to her. She realized that it was the dog who helped her deal with this trap. However, this was not the end, and Yang began to fall into the dark infinity. From fear and strong spiritual pressure, she lost consciousness. The Black Emperor rushed forward, realizing that her soul and body were separated. But the real god here was Mr. Ye, and by easily moving the pieces, he helped the girl get out. In reality, he was simply playing a game. Concentrating on the game, the guy was glad that he was finally able to solve this game. Finally waking up, the princess fell to her knees, exhausted. She was shaking. She felt her soul leaving her body, as if through the gates of hell. Raising her head, Yang saw the dog and decided that since he helped her get out of the illusory world, he must be of a powerful level. If it weren't for this dog, her soul would have left long ago. And the emperor believed that the master's strength was largely responsible for saving the girl. Then Changqing noticed that something was wrong and turned to the guest. "Are you okay?" The girl looked at him silently and couldn't believe that this guy was so strong, even subdued a black demonic dog. She thought with admiration that this was the hidden power that was spoken of in the books. But the next moment the princess drooped. She definitely couldn't do anything to him. And Mr. Ye, shocking Yang, suggested, "Maybe you are good at Go. Since you were staring at the board for so long, let's play a game." With difficulty, she began to rise. She remembered the instructions of the old men, who said that powerful people have strange morals. Apparently, the girl had offended him in some way, and now it was better to surrender immediately. She folded her arms and refused, not daring to do anything in front of her elder. However, Changqing smiled at this, surprised that he was called a senior again, and said, "It's okay. I haven't had much to do these years, so all I can do is immerse myself in techniques." It seemed to the girl that his skill had reached its peak, and he had nothing more to improve. Meanwhile, the guy was already setting up the pieces, asking her name, and he asked where she was from. And the princess, looking at him, felt incredible charm and attractiveness. She was unsure whether to reveal her true identity, so as not to cause trouble for her father, the emperor. Reaching for the other figures, Mr. Ye said, "It seems that your clothes and appearance are unusual. You probably also practice the art of cultivation. Were you someone's apprentice?" And Yang admitted that she simply received guidance from a few teachers at her home. "I understand," Changqing replied calmly, continuing to fill out the board. But in his heart, he was furious because ordinary people couldn't afford several art teachers, and she didn't even think about leaving. They sat silently opposite each other while the boy finished setting up the pieces. Finally, he completed his arrangement by placing the last one. And he asked, "Yan, how do you think the blacks will get out of this situation?" Looking at the board, the girl saw that they were trapped. But suddenly she was again plunged into an illusory world. She felt the mighty roads of the world. The princess fell into the path of fate. Like shining carp in a sea of stars, great powers surrounded her. Only unlike last time, this path seemed more friendly to Yang. Breathing heavily, the enchanted girl could not utter a word, and realized that she had reached the transition through the step. The worried guy called her by name, and she was finally able to come to her senses, opening her eyes. The princess stared in admiration at Mr. Ye, who was waving his hand in front of her face, not understanding what was going on. He sighed and decided that it seemed like all the cultivators were a little out of their minds. After apologizing, Yang asked what kind of game Changqing was playing, but the guy silently stood up and turned away from her. He waved his hand and replied, "I was just bored, so I decided to have some fun." And, a little embarrassed, he added that he was playing tic-tac-toe. Remembering the arrangement of the pieces on the board, the girl could not believe that it was such a simple game. She wanted to look at the board again, but the emperor held her back, because next time he might not save the princess. However, she still reached out, wanting to know the truth. In the mountains of this world, one could also see Taishuan, the sacred land of the Tao Paths, and on a high hill, the Gifeng Temple could be seen. There was a crowd inside. Someone was shouting, "Your temple must be excluded." The tall elder, Saint Guifeng, Changshuan tried to calm his younger brother, but Hezui Quirin continued to assert, "My subordinates are mainly from lands where spiritual energy has been depleted, so for several hundred years, no good recruits have been found. Today, Mount Taishuan has reached its weakest state." The smiling man, Juyu Mo Ren, said not to panic, because this was the ascension site of their old ancestor. Another cultivator, Qin Hong Zhenren, also spoke up. "That's right, why don't you look for the reasons within yourself? Have you been seriously cultivating? Haven't you been in the bottleneck stage for many years now?" An angry Hezui said that he had closed himself in meditation 2.5 years ago, and the saint kept trying to reconcile them. But the two men continued to mock the younger brother, causing him to flare up with anger. Suddenly, someone called the teacher. They came to report about the situation with the new students. The sect leader patted Hezui on the shoulder and said, "Let's hear about the new disciples first, and then we'll talk." A guy in a long gray robe entered the room. The young man was very handsome and bowed and reported, "Li Changming, the outstanding one, the most handsome in Taishuan, presents himself to the teachers." However, the elders did not want to listen to his praise. The embarrassed young man cleared his throat, getting ready to continue the conversation. Unfolding the parchment, he began to list that this time he accepted 180 disciples, 100 of whom had a low spiritual level. The elder from Gifen was delighted that all the strong children were from his area, and another cultivator congratulated him. Lichen also said, 72 people with average spiritual roots, and Zhenren gloated, because they surpassed last year's figures in Zhangfen, and in the town of Hezui, there was no one at all. The cultivator was furious at this suggestion. He instantly grabbed the sword, intending to draw it. Lightning flashed. The man's aura forced the cultivators to retreat. Hezui was about to raze Shaoqi town to the ground. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk, provoking the elder even more, about the super high level of 1 person and the high level of 7. But the next word, Shaoqi, caused the cultivator to break abruptly. He turned around, not believing what he heard. Hezui happily asked again if the high spiritual root was really from Shaoqi. Having rolled up the scroll, the young man congratulated his older brother on receiving talented students. The other cultivators didn't believe that such a thing was possible. How could so many talents suddenly appear from a small town when there had only been a single disciple with a middle root in the last 300 years? Of course, Hezui angrily exclaimed, "Is that so? Then only you can have disciples with high spiritual roots?" And the others began to ask the Lord to double-check everything. Only Chang Xuan stopped them when he saw something. He had a list of names in his hands, and the elders looked at it as the leader explained. The new students were previously called porridge and dogs, but after training their names were changed. They looked with surprise at the prominent names of each child. The most striking was Wei Zhongxiang, who had a Confucian spirit about him, and the cultivators thought that one of the religious teachers was teaching them. All the names were different. Some were refined, others were masculine or religious. Now the men were sure that the man who inspired the students was certainly an outstanding master of Confucianism and Taoism. Throwing up the list of names, Hezui was sure that this was a blessing from the gods. But Zhenren realized that his elder brother was silent, which meant he must have felt something unusual, and Changshuan confirmed it. He was worried about how he had raised so many talents in a small town in just a few years, and the man thought about it for a long time. And I came to the only conclusion it could only be the progenitor. Maybe he returned to Shiochi and blessed these children. Hezui was happy and laughed and shouted that he was saved. But his brother still had doubts and wanted to see the results of the heavenly ladder test. The master agreed with him. This is a true test to check the student's qualifications. Even the possessor of a great gift needed 7 hours to reach the top. Changmin beamed as he corrected them, finishing in 6 hours and 3/4. Genren argued that if Hezui's disciples couldn't even touch the ladder, they would be useless, but he was sure that they were just jealous of him. And then someone appeared at the door with a message. The elders went outside where the senior disciple Lu Wu Shuang appeared before them. She bowed to the respected teachers, introducing 7 new students who were completely calm, and one was even picking his nose. The head of the sect came forward, scolding the girl for interfering with the test. However, she kept her head down and did not dare to break the rules. And she said, "I just came here and found that these new students had already passed the ladder test and were waiting here." The teachers were shocked by this news and froze in place. A little time passed and the already dressed children bowed before the teachers, saying their names. Hezui even shed tears from such good manners. The elder called the first child, Chun Feng, and the boy approached him. Chang Xuan extended his hand and placed it on the disciple's head, intending to probe his spiritual roots. And then a bright blue aura flared up around. The master was stunned, because it was the embryo of a soul that was fed only by ancestral roots. Xuan, who was observing all this, became interested in what the innate energy rhythm and subsequent spiritual roots are. The head of the sect told the girl that when a student reaches the highest level in his practice, he can interact with the Great Path and cause energetic radiance. And the subsequent spiritual roots are extreme. And they only arise when from an early age the student receives an innate energetic influence. The man finished. He recalled how, 1,000 years ago, the saints had united to create a place of innate energetic influence, but it had ended in failure. And so it was amazing to find these energy fields in a small town and 7 at once. The cultivators thought about how strong the man in Jeochi was and how great it would be to see him. But he probably didn't think their holy land was important since he didn't come to them. And Xuan was also amazed by the power of her predecessor, who turned out to be a creature that even the holy head fears. Chang Xuan ordered his brother to take the girl with him and take the children to Mount Linjiang, and Hezui agreed with a smile. Turning around, he abruptly waved his hand, intending to leave. The man called the children to come with him and walked forward with a confident gait. After a short journey, they finally arrived at Mount Linjiang. The elder immediately began to drink tea. "You're glowing. The visit to that town was a success, wasn't it?" he said to the girl, handing him the cup. He began to drink, and Xuan, with a bow, assured him that she did not dare deceive the teacher. And then she shocked the teacher by confessing, "I have already reached the 7th level in the Golden Sword Scroll." Hezui couldn't understand how she had advanced so quickly. Grabbing the student by the shoulders, he asked what had happened. The confused girl tried to calm the master down so that he would listen to her. The man moved away, cleared his throat, and came to his senses. He turned around to check with Shuang if she really met that great man in the small town. Wiping away the sweat, the student admitted that she had indeed accidentally stumbled upon his hiding place. She pulled out a rolled-up parchment from her sleeve and said, "We also received one of the master's works." The elder turned around in interest as the girl handed over the parchment and added that this image of the master had served as an inspiration to her. Deciding to take a look at it, he took the drawing from Xuan's hands. Slowly, Hezui began to unfold the powerful portrait. The man had to turn away from the bright light of his aura, covering his eyes. When he finally got a good look at the drawing, he just opened his mouth in amazement. And in Xiaoqi, all was calm. Master Ye continued his game of Go, while Princess Yang watched him. She watched with great admiration as the boy elegantly moved the pieces. However, Changqing was distracted by this constant gaze and asked why the girl was looking at him. She beamed and replied that everything was fine and that she was just curious. And the guy couldn't understand how she changed so quickly because she just looked at the chessboard. Every day, Yang began to address him respectfully and woke up even earlier than Mr. Ye, admiring his activity. "I swept the yard, although the foreman said it was not necessary. She helped a lot in the store and hardly rested, insisting that she was not tired." Looking at how skillfully the girl poured tea, Changqing wondered if she really wanted to buy his painting at a lower price. Smiling and beaming, the princess offered him the drink, and her happy face gave the guy an idea. Perhaps she is attracted by his attractive appearance. The embarrassed Mr. Ye couldn't ignore the beauty's attention. Calmly rearranging the pieces, he turned to Yang. Smiling, he offered to go grocery shopping together, as he was planning to cook a special dish today. The central street of the small village was crowded. Everyone around greeted Changqing and he waved back with a smile. The guy stopped at the counter and the girl was amazed by his respect and veneration among the locals. He started arguing with the saleswoman over expensive vegetables. But the princess only admired the master's modesty and friendliness even more. Next, they went to the butcher's shop, where they happily asked him what Mr. E would buy today. He asked for 2 pounds of the best pork side, and the seller began to cut up what he needed. When everything was ready, he tied the meat beautifully, tightening the bow. While handing over the goods, the man asked, "Have you brought your wife with you today?" The embarrassed girl blushed, realizing that they were talking about her. But Changqing corrected the salesman. "You are mistaken, Lady Yang is my guest." The man added in a whisper, "My neighbor told me that there was a lot of fuss in your house a couple of days ago. Take care of your health." And the guy, knowing that the princess would soon return to the capital, justified the residence so that she would not be offended. But the girl did not even pay attention to this. Irritated, Mr. Ye hoped that she would leave soon, because his hut was not able to support anyone else. And Yang, giggling, was already trying on the word wife. And somewhere on another street a strange group was walking, from which all the people ran away. They looked like bandits, with pointed ears, fangs, and upturned noses. One of them sniffed, drawing in the air through his nose. And he said, "Boss, I felt the breath of the Black Emperor right in this store." Their leader was especially pig-like, intending to bring this Black Emperor back and please the Fire King. The robbers laughed, rejoicing that the Emperor had received serious wounds and had returned to his original state. Approaching the shop, they kicked down the door. Right at the threshold, they were met by a black dog, and the bandits shouted at him to get out of there. "Today you will die, and you will have no peace," the leader cried furiously. The dog was calm. "Stupid pig, did you really dare to follow me?" However, they were confident that the Emperor now meant nothing, and they got down to business, preparing to attack. And suddenly, a golden aura flared up around the dog, turning into a huge monster, and he said, "On the master's land, even the red fire means nothing. I didn't intend to commit murder, but you crossed the line." From the store came plaintive cries. "What's going on, brother? Save me, my demon pearl is broken." But in the holy land of Taishuan, everything was calm. The sect leader spoke to Changming. "You are a disciple with a high chance of becoming the next saint ruler. What do you think of such a powerful figure appearing in Xiaoqi?" The young man replied, "It seems he is not hostile to our land. I think he just happened to be there." The elder was confident that if this was the case, then the sacred land of Taishuan would definitely prosper. The door to the room swung open with a loud bang. Calling the elder, a joyful Hezui entered, followed by his student. The master's behavior confused her a little, and she sighed heavily. Turning around, Saint Guifeng was surprised. Didn't he leave with the new disciples? But suddenly he noticed something surprising in the younger one. This man achieved a breakthrough in such a short time. The astonished elder asked, "You have been stuck at the same level for 2,000 years, why now?" But Hezui didn't care about the breakthrough, and he unfolded the picture in front of the leader. At first, the old man did not understand what was so special about her. Looking more closely, her true strength was revealed to him. There was a tremendous amount of energy contained in this portrait, and it was bursting out. It seemed that the spirit of the heavenly ruler himself was hidden there, and thousands of his spiritual swords come out from there. Looking straight into the golden glow of Changshuan's aura, he was blinded. Many transparent swords attacked the elder, and he didn't know what was happening. It was as if an abyss had opened above them, subordinate to a higher being from which golden blades flew endlessly. The 2 younger students standing nearby also couldn't withstand the pressure of this force. Shuang cried out in panic, "Supreme! Close the scroll first!" Finally, having folded his palms into a seal, the old man managed to roll up the parchment. Shocked, he breathed heavily, trying to come to his senses. While the elder was clutching the painting tightly in his fist, everyone noticed that the light from it was gradually beginning to fade. Everyone looked around the room in surprise, as it turned out to be studded with transparent swords. Thousands of blades were stuck into the doors, floor, and ceiling. Exhaling, the head admitted that it seemed like everything was over, and the swords really did slowly begin to disappear. Saint Guifeng approached Hezui and clapped him on the shoulder. And with delight, the Supreme One wondered where the student got this picture with such a high understanding of the sword. In response, Hezui asked to be allowed to tell Lu Wu Shuang about this. Bowing before the Supreme Elder, she confessed, this painting was given to her by a tall man from Xiaoqi. She also added that he allowed her to turn to him for advice at any time. A stunned Changming asked the girl again if all this was really true. She calmly replied that she had never lied, and even her accompanying sister Wang could confirm this. This made Changshuan laugh out loud. The cultivators looked at the Lord in surprise, wondering why he suddenly laughed. Little by little, the old man, who had become more cheerful, began to calm down and the laughter died down. However, he immediately exclaimed, "We are really lucky in Taishuan, aren't we?" Smiling, Saint Guifeng asked the disciple Li, "So, your elder received the teaching only from a painting, and yet this master allowed her to turn to him for any question. Does she know what this means? But the girl did not know the answer to this question and asked for an explanation. And Changshuan said, "This means that the person you met is most likely the ancestor of our school, and it also means that he has no plans to leave Shaoqi for now." Beaming with happiness, the ruler was confident that they would now rise to new heights. Pointing to Shuang, he appointed her as the holy priestess of the sacred land of Taishuan, standing next to the holy sun. The girl was both confused and delighted by the new status. But the young man was not at all happy and only exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the city was, as always, crowded and noisy. Someone spread gossip about Sister Li of Mount Linjing being appointed as a saint, and people thought that this decision was hasty. The girls were walking down the street, and junior student Wang overheard this conversation. As they walked further, they heard more voices. The cultivators were aware that Li Changming had been appointed as the saint's successor, but now the situation had changed. Given his pride, it might cause discontent. Wang thought that the saint wanted Shuang to take Li Changming's place as the heir, but the girl said, "Although I have natural talent in the field of ascension, I only have a single attribute and do not originally have the qualification of a saint." She thought that this time the saint was probably guided by the promise given to her by the elder Yi. The younger sister was surprised that even a saint thought that this handsome shop owner was so strong. Shuang had an idea. If she contacted Elder Ye a few more times, then she would definitely gain powerful strength, and thus she will become a real saint. But Changmin was sad. His face became pale and there were bags under his eyes. Sitting under the tree, he cried, not understanding why the teacher decided to choose his younger sister as a saint. The guy was shaking all over and shedding tears when one of the local girls noticed him. Sitting down next to him, she began to console the young man. "Don't worry. This time Shuang went to Shaoqi to recruit a few more disciples. She must have just been lucky." And then the boy realized that all this must have happened when Sister Wu met her ancestor in the city. To the girl's surprise, Changmin jumped to his feet with an angry face. Shrouded in a strong aura, he raised his hand, and he called upon his sword, which immediately appeared at his call in blue flashes. The strong wind and electricity coming from the blade made the young student turn away. Jumping onto the sword, the young man flew forward. He was sure that with his double roots and attributes, his ancestor would definitely appreciate him more. Changming thought with a smile that if the elder helped him and taught him, then Sister Shuang would no longer be a threat. He quickly rode away on his sword, intending to reach Shaoqi City. Changqing and Princess Yang were walking there peacefully, and then the guy decided to find out why the girl ended up in his bed that night. Embarrassed, she replied that she didn't know, but she added, "I just felt itchy when I woke up." And when Yan opened her eyes, she saw Mr. Yi touching her. Feeling ashamed, Changqing tried to justify himself because he had done nothing. However, his outstretched hand was suddenly grabbed. Squeezing it in her palms, the princess said, "I understand that the master is not such a person and is not interested in such dirty things." The girl was beaming with happiness and was sure that their meeting was an order from heaven. The confused guy thought she had misunderstood something. After all, he was not a celestial being and he was interested in all these dirty things. But suddenly, a tear ran down his cheek and his lips curled. Changqing was terribly sorry that he did not have enough strength and was simply afraid to take on the matter. And then his gaze fell on something unusual. It was a strange young man who walked on tiptoe down the street as if trying to hide. The alarmed boy couldn't believe that this was possible. In his panic, he couldn't believe that there were such monsters in this town. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Changming was flying towards the small town of Shaoqi. There in the mountains, a strange energy flow was felt, and the cultivator remembered what his teacher had told him about it. As he approached quickly, he felt this stream under a small pond in the village. The energy led him to a small shop. Having flown up to her, the guy stopped with his foot on the ground. In this place, the energy flow was the densest. He noticed a sign above the doors, and when he read it carefully, he realized that it was not at all ordinary. He cried out in shock as the power enveloped him. From there, a sharp sword flew towards Changmin. He passed through the young man's chest like a golden arrow. Sweat was running down his face. Even if the guy had not trained in sword art, he could still feel the enormous power contained in this place, and he realized that this was probably where Shuang got her chance. He sighed, hit his fist against his palm, and bowed, greeting the elder. "Taishuan, the inheritor of the sacred world, Li Changming, I ask you to grant a meeting with the ancestor." But no one heard his high-flown words, and there was silence all around. Raising his head, the cultivator saw that the door to the shop was open and immediately wondered if the ancestor had left. And he went inside, although he thought that it was not good to break into the ancestral home like that. But Changmin left the house without the teacher's knowledge, and he didn't have much time. This time, the guy really wanted to achieve something. With this attitude, he confidently stepped inside. Seeing someone inside, he immediately introduced himself as a disciple from the Holy Land. There, in the center of incredible energy and dead bodies, sat a strange creature with black fur and a tail. When it turned around, the dog's eyes flashed scarlet. The monster stood on its hind legs and incredible power emanated from it. The young man opened his eyes in horror, not expecting to see something like this here. Unable to stay on his feet, he sat down on the floor, hitting his tailbone. After all, he trembled and didn't know how a demon lord-level beast appeared in this village. But suddenly someone's hand fell on Changmin's shoulder. He turned around and screamed, because it seemed to him that there was a monster standing there too. However, the next moment, a smile blossomed on the face of the man who appeared and he asked, "It seems you were scared. Is everything okay?" Stuttering and shaking with fear, the boy pointed inside the store, claiming that he saw something there. Mr. Ye wondered what could be in his shop. In shock, the young man asked again if this was really this man's store. Having put down the basket of vegetables, the guy stood up, confirming that this was indeed the case. While he was talking with the guest, Princess Yang was already approaching them. Despite Changmin's warnings, the boy went to see if there was anything strange inside. Opening the door, he looked back, calling the Black Emperor. But then Mr. E noticed something unusual. There were many wild boar bodies scattered around the shop, and suddenly an idea came into the guy's head about how this happened. He gave Miss Yang a basket of groceries. Then turning to the frightened young man, Changqing began to explain, thinking that the young man had misunderstood. The stunned cultivator wondered what they could have told him, and the shop owner said, "Although I sometimes collect mountain goods to sell, I have never collected mountain boars." But the guy looked at him with a completely uncomprehending look. He wondered what this man meant, and he decided that this gentleman probably wanted Changmin to help him remove the demonic bodies. Suddenly, the Black Emperor interrupted Changqing with his barking. Seeing the dog, the young man froze in horror, his eyes wide open. In an instant, he jumped back to the very exit. Pointing his finger at the dog, the guy shouted, "It's him!" However, Mr. Yes smiled brightly and grabbed the dog by the scruff of the neck, saying, "This is my pet. He's a little stupid. Don't be offended." And in the eyes of the young man, this dog with a strong aura was a bloodthirsty monster. He was truly horrified that someone would keep the Demon King as a pet. Taking a long breath and calming down, the guy thought that this could be the one he was looking for. Changmin bowed deeply and introduced himself again, greeting the elder and saying that he had come for guidance. Listening to all this, Changqing only looked at the guest with bewilderment. With excitement, he realized that as soon as he was called a senior, it meant that something was not right, and that this was again a person from the Holy Land of Taishuan. Last time a girl showed up and took the painting for 3 coppers. This time they angered the guy even more by leaving wild pigs in exchange. He thought angrily, "Were all cultivators so greedy?" Standing in front of the shaking youth, Mr. Ye finally calmed down, deciding that the wild pigs were quite plump, and if he sold them to a butcher, he could get 8 liang. And Changmin was in a panic, trying to understand why the ancestor didn't speak. Did he really disturb his peace? He was overcome with a mad fear that he had angered his elder. Only this elder was now busy counting the boars and how much he could get from them. It came to 13 liang, and the guy even lit up in anticipation of a big profit. Approaching the very sad young man, Changqing patted him on the shoulder, and to his surprise, he agreed to mentor the young man. Smiling, Mr. Ye thought that it seemed like there were intelligent people in the immortal world. He asked happily, "Have you also come for a painting or calligraphy?" At first, Changmin couldn't figure out what other painting he was being offered. But then he remembered that his elder sister Shuang had shown the master a sacred relic. He jumped up abruptly and grabbed the shop owner by the hand. Tears streamed down the young man's cheeks as he replied to the stunned Changqing, "You're right, that's why I'm here." Mr. Ye waved his free hand and invited the boy inside. He was going to get a little more serious since they were giving him so many boars. Changmin thought that this senior was surprisingly so cute. Taking his chin, the guy thought that he already recognized him. Such a wonderful man. Meanwhile, Changming imagined how they ran and jumped under the setting sun of the sacred land of Taishuan. Looking up from his letter, he asked the boy if there was a word he wanted to see on the canvas, and he began to throw out options. Changming just laughed quietly, looking somewhere to the side, and Changqing wondered what he was looking at. The Black Emperor thought that he was afraid that he might notice him, but it seems that he is not very smart. Having bitten the guy on the hand, he mentally told himself not to be rude in front of the owner and to sober up. Changmin, who hadn't expected this, awkwardly stepped back while the dog's jaws were on his hand. Hearing the strange sounds, Chongqing turned around and asked him what was wrong with him. The Black Emperor was already sitting quietly next to the guy, and he awkwardly said that they were just playing. Taking up his brush, Chongqing exclaimed that he would then make a laughingstock of him. At that moment, Yingxing entered the room, announcing that the material was ready. But then she noticed that it was not the eldest who wanted to write hieroglyphs. She immediately rushed to the table and offered to help him rub the ink. Chongqing didn't ask her, but simply accepted her help. Coming closer, the girl pushed Changmin away. As she rubbed the ink, she thought about how she used to be completely immersed in a game of chess when she watched it. If it is calligraphy, then who knows what endless truths and laws it will contain. As he loaded his brush with ink, Chongqing said to himself that at that moment the pen was 1 centimeter away from his paper. He began to move his brush across the paper, thinking that in a quarter of an hour everything would change. Anyone who sees this inscription will be absolutely enchanted by it. Yingxing noticed that the gentleman was completely immersed in his thoughts while waiting, and Changming thought that this might be his only chance. And the movements of the brush continued, and it seemed as if the painting had gone beyond the boundaries of the canvas. Noticing that he was surrounded by the sight of the painting, Changmin's mouth dropped open in surprise. A second later, he and Yingxing were in a painting. Cranes were flying in the sky. Looking at the sky, Yingxing said that when the elder wrote vigorously, his aura seemed to transport one to the scene. Standing on one of the mountains, Changmin noticed that he could feel it. Tears welled up in his eyes and he said that he could feel true intention and purity in Senior Ye's movements. Suddenly, a green flame began to glow around him, and he exclaimed that it was the rhythm of the sword. And the next moment, the hieroglyphs entered his head in a stormy stream and shone in the sky. Changqing put down his brush after finishing the painting. After stretching his shoulder, he noticed that he had done well. Hearing some strange sounds from the side, he turned around to look at their source. It turned out that it was Yingxing and Changming who were shaking and making strange sounds. Moving behind their backs, Changqing placed his hands on their shoulders, bringing them back to consciousness. Looking at the guy, he said that he had already had 2 or 3 attacks today, and if he was sick, then he needed treatment. Changmin then folded his hands together and bowed to the elder, telling him that he had achieved the highest level of skill, and that he too had learned a lot. Chongqing replied that these were all trivial skills unworthy of attention, and he himself thought that finally there was someone who understood. Approaching the table, he began to roll up the canvas, and then he handed it to the guy. Changmin extended his hands to receive it and thanked the elder. And then the guy asked him to name the inscription. Chongqing thought for a moment and said that it was created as a token of gratitude for his generous gift. It immediately struck him and he exclaimed that it would be called generous gratitude. Changmin thought that generous meant generosity and the ability to accept everything, and gratitude symbolized mutual respect. It dawned on the boy, and he thought that the elder was truly a great master, capable of ascending to the higher world, since he was able to say such profound words. He thought that he was following the path of longevity, and that this inscription contained the highest harmony of the sword. Suddenly he realized that perhaps the teacher was hinting to him that all his previous training had been wrong. It's no wonder then that his skill hasn't progressed all these years. It seems his true goal must be related to the art of the sword. Changqing waved his hand and said that he couldn't help him any further and that he should deal with it himself when he returned. Changmin thought excitedly that the teacher was hinting to him that he should understand himself and choose a path. Following this, Changming, sobbing, flew out of the room in his place, exclaiming that giving up the path of longevity meant giving up the title of a holy son. He needed to think about it. Looking after him, Chongqing quietly asked what he had said. Not understanding anything, he said that he simply told the guy to do the paperwork himself. Meanwhile, Chaixuan was calmly drinking tea. Suddenly, Changmin burst in on him, jumping off his sword. He fell on his knees before his teacher, exclaiming that he realized that he had been wrong all these years. He asked the teacher if he noticed that he could not cope with the role of the holy son. Changshuan shed a tear as he thought about how he had always been raised as a future holy son. Now suddenly the Holy Virgin has appeared, it must be very difficult for him. Changshuan, without saying anything, only walked closer to his disciple. He moved down and grabbed the guy by the shoulders. The man told him not to be discouraged. Up until that moment, he had not hidden anything from him. Changmin waved his hand and said that he didn't mean it that way. Changshuan stood up and said that he didn't know. But the senior mentor who lived in Xiaoqi village had a great interest in the peerless blue-eye socket and was willing to support her at any time. Changmin waved his hands in an attempt to get the teacher's attention, and the teacher continued to talk about how difficult it was for him to make this decision. The man said that he hoped he understood, and Changmin shuddered at his tone. The man turned around and put his hands on his shoulders again, saying that he was guided by wise aspirations. The boy in response exclaimed that he understood everything, but he needed to speak out. With a sigh, the teacher told him to speak. Changmin beamed and said that he had actually met this senior earlier today. Suddenly, a tense silence filled the room, and Chang Shuyan froze. He hit the guy on the head with his fist, exclaiming that he was a fool. Changmin grabbed his bruised cheek and asked the teacher why he was hitting him. Cold sweat ran down the man's face as he said that since the ancestor had gone into seclusion, he clearly did not wish to be disturbed. He exclaimed that he had been rash in going where he was, and that he might have angered him, which would have led to trouble for the whole clan. Changmin responded by exclaiming that the elder had not shown any emotion, but on the contrary, had given him a painting, and he had reached into his sleeve to get it. Chang Xuan turned around abruptly, ordering his disciple to show him the painting, his eyes wide open. Chang Ming, with tears in his eyes, handed the painting to the teacher, saying that in this painting the ancestor was giving them a hint. He felt that his path of practice had changed. Chang Xuan began to examine the painting without daring to touch it, and he thought that it was too modest for a peerless painting. He thought that the rise and fall clearly indicated that the ancestor was pretending to care, and the boy fell for it. He asked the guy if he was really so stupid as to believe all this. Is he really so stupid as to believe that he can and should follow the highest path of practice, the path to eternal life? Changmin wanted to object, but the teacher immediately stopped him. Taking the painting from his hands, he said that the ancestor would give him an incomparable painting that contained the essence of her practice. Opening the scroll, he said that this painting was nothing more than just a piece of paper. While examining the painting, he told the student that his ancestor had clearly deceived him. But suddenly, a bright light poured from the painting straight into Chang Xuyan's face. Energy burst out of the painting, immersing the man in its world, and hieroglyphs were clearly imprinted on his head. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. He thought that the ancestor was indeed a great person. He transferred the true meaning of the practice onto paper so that Changming might not fully understand. His body was shaking. His eyes were wide open. He thought that the peerless and the old man's friends had also reached a high level, but it was nothing compared to what the ancestor had given to Changmin. Turning to look at the student who stood sadly behind him, he wondered if he was really more suitable for practicing the Tao. Chang Xuan was lost in thought for a moment. Changming tried to call out to his teacher. He had to call out to him several times. The man turned to his student, who asked him what had happened. With shaking hands, the man grasped his student's palm. Tears welled up in his eyes again, and he said that he had just misunderstood everything. The elder had hinted to him that his achievements in the path of the Tao were higher than those of the incomparable. Changmin tried to say that he understood what the teacher meant, but he was interrupted. Chang Xuan said that as the main figures of Mount Taishuan, they could not ignore the words of the elder. From this day on, he must use the saying, even and odd do not change. Symbols look at the quadrant as the basis for his practice and change himself by following the way of the Tao. The man told the student to go, and he bowed politely, saying that he obeyed. Pushing off the floor, Changmin once again flew up into the sky on his sword. Chang Xuan stood at the door, watching the boy leave. As he went outside, he told his student with tears in his eyes to always remember the great hopes he had for him. Already flying high in the sky, Changmin replied that he understood everything. After some time, Hezui, Mo Ren, and Zhenren came to Chang Xuan. Zhenren asked the head teacher why he was in such a hurry to gather them all here. Chang Xuan sat on the sofa, bursting into tears, and he could barely mutter that his only disciple, his only inheritor of the path of immortality, Tai Xuan, had lost his way. Not understanding anything, Zhenren asked him what happened, to which Mo Ren replied that he did not understand, and Hezui said that perhaps he had failed in his practice last night. Finally, Chang Xuan stopped crying and stood up from the sofa, coughing awkwardly. In his usual elevated tone, he told them all to calm down, and then he said that today he had two things that he would like to discuss with them. He said that firstly, a few days ago he already said that he wanted to appoint the peerless holy maiden Taishuan, but it was not in order to infringe on anyone. The goal is to strengthen the bond with that elder from Xiaoji village. Secondly, in a month the 10-year tournament between Taishuan and Zining will begin. The young masters of Zining will arrive with their leader Shu Jitian to fight them at Mount Taishuyan. At this time, everyone should carefully supervise their students and encourage them to practice diligently and not allow them to be lazy. Zhenren noted that in previous years, the head teacher and their students had performed in this tournament with varying success. But in the chess games between him and Shu Jitian, he had never won against her before. These words wounded Xuan to the very heart. Hetsui decided to tease him too, saying that it seemed like the head teacher was the laziest student here. The others noticed that every time he lost, He lost at least one medium valuable relic and a 1,000-year herb. How much longer could he bear these losses? Perhaps he should not feel in this tournament anymore, for the sake of saving. Angry and embarrassed, Changshuan shouted, asking what kind of savings they were talking about. He doesn't play for relics and herbs. Raising his finger in the air, he said that he simply thought that Shu Jutian's 4 dragons releasing water strategy was very complex and multifaceted, and so he would like to fight him a few more times. Stroking his long beard, he pompously remarked that they simply did not understand anything, and he himself thought that he could not figure it out. It was impossible. Hezui walked closer to the head teacher and asked him if the elder from Xiaoji village might know a way to solve it. When Chang Xuan became interested, the man told him not to even dream about it. This elder has been living in this world for several thousand years. His skill is beyond their understanding. What seems difficult to them is just a trifle for him. Chang Xuan was struck by these words and exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he corrected himself by saying that what the student had said made sense. And then he said that, having reached the level of this senior, the main focus is on the development of the spirit, and chess is one of the best ways to do this. And he himself thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity and go to the elder to ask him to teach him a few techniques. The next day, Shuang stood somewhere near the cliff, meditating, bright flashes of energy flying around her body. She practiced with the sword, swinging it in different directions and thus honing her techniques. Having approached the tree, she cut the tree trunk without much difficulty. With a sigh, she landed on the ground and sheathed her sword. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound from behind her. Hearing this sound, Shuang immediately turned around, thinking that she didn't even notice that there was someone behind her. As it turned out, it was Chang Xuan. He told the girl that it was incredible. He didn't expect that she had already mastered the 7th level of the Golden Dao so well. Shuang told him not to overestimate her, because it was all thanks to his instructions. Stroking his beard, he said that he and the elders had decided to hold the official Holy Maiden initiation ceremony immediately after the conclusion of the Taishuan and Xening tournament. With her hands folded in a polite gesture, Shuang said that as a student, she completely obeyed the head teacher's decision. Following this, the man turned around, leaving the girl looking at him in confusion. Suddenly, he asked her about the character of the elder who lived in Xiaoji village. Shuang replied that this elder had an incredibly high level of skill, but in dealing with people, he was still very humble, polite, and friendly. Chang Xuan laughed and remarked that she was still young and would not accept the true meaning of high achievements. Apparently, the elder had noticed her abilities and therefore treated her with sympathy. Blushing, Shuan asked the man again whether the elder man really liked her. Chang Xuan said that he had already prepared generous gifts and intended to go to Xiaoji village to visit the elder. He told Shuang that he wanted the tables just in case she was with him as an intermediary. Shuang was happy about this and thought that she didn't expect that they would meet again so soon. Chang Xuan told the girl not to call him teacher in front of her elder, so that he would violate the hierarchy, but simply so that she would consider him as an elder relative. Shuang bowed respectfully again. Meanwhile, Changqing was sitting at the table in the courtyard. He clenched his hand in annoyance as Yingxing noticed the ground next to him. However, she did it so ineptly that all the dust flew straight at Changqing. Unable to bear it any longer, Changqing turned to her and told the girl to go and rest. Yingxing exclaimed that she was not tired at all. Changqing reached out and grabbed the broom in her hands. Tearing her out of the girl's arms, he, trying to keep a smile on his face, told her to go and rest. Yingxing thought that the elder was so kind to her, and her heart began to beat faster. Turning around, she went into the house, saying that she would then prepare dinner. Even more frightened, Changqing exclaimed for her to just sit somewhere. This time, Yingxing did not resist and replied that she would do so. Changqing made a dissatisfied face and thought that she, like a real princess, did nothing, but cooked dinner first. However, unfortunately, he cannot get angry with her. Even if he is angry, he can only smile. An irritated Changqing slammed his brush on the table, causing drops of ink to fly everywhere. He thought that it would be good if she was already about to leave, because even the landowners did not have so many resources. Meanwhile, a group of people appeared at the entrance to the village. The girl waved the amulet at her master, saying that the amulet showed that the 9th princess was somewhere in this village. Then in response to this gentleman went forward, commanding the others to follow him. Entering the village, they passed through a barrier that they did not notice. Suddenly, that same girl looked at the amulet again and her eyebrows rose in surprise. She noticed that the amulet suddenly stopped glowing. The man said that Xiaoji village used to be the holy place of Taishuan, so there must be some restrictions in place. And he thought that he felt that there was a lot of great Tao energy around. But then one of the guys told him that as far as he remembered, the spiritual energy of this village had been depleted for hundreds of years, so why wasn't there so much here? The man replied that he didn't know either. But they didn't have time for that now. The ninth princess had been missing for more than 2 weeks. They needed to find her. He sternly said that this was their main task. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. Following this, he took a deep breath, inhaling the Tao energy from the air. He clasped his palms together, tensed up, and streams of energy poured out of his body. He began to spread his arms to the sides, and a small ball of energy began to shine between them. And then some golden energy became visible in the air, leading its flow somewhere. The man ran forward, saying that this source of spiritual energy could be useful. As it turned out, this energy trail led them to some house. The man stopped, noticing that this house was the source of energy in the village. He stepped forward, motioning for his subordinates to explore the area. But suddenly something quickly flew right into the place where the man was standing, but he managed to jump away. As he landed on the ground, he noticed 2 people walking towards them. Changsen noticed that the person in front of him must be Liu Changhe, the head of the palace guards of the imperial family of the Yan state. Changhe stood up and bowed to the man, saying that it was unexpected to meet the Supreme Master Taishuan here. Suen said that their presence in Taishuan lands today violates the non-aggression treaty. Changhe immediately exclaimed that they didn't want to break the treaty, but they had to come here to find the missing 9th princess. Changshuan didn't believe it and shouted in annoyance, asking them how their princess could end up in such a place. But suddenly, someone called out to Liu Changhe, and everyone immediately turned around. As it turned out, Yingjing came out of the house door. Still holding the broom, she asked the man why he was there. Changhe asked the princess why she was dressed like that. And Changshuan asked the man if he was sure that this was the same princess. Changhe shouted in anger, asking who dared to keep the princess here and force her to do rough work. Stroking his beard, Changshuan guessed that it might be the same senior who was in charge here, and Shuang blushed, thinking that the senior might have some special preferences. Changhe grabbed the princess by the hand and pulled her forward, saying that this was Taishuan territory. First they needed to get out of here, and then he would send people to capture this villain and punish him to the fullest extent. Changshuan became angry, thinking that they dared to disrespect their elder, and if it weren't for the respect for the emperor of the Yan state, he would have punished them already. But suddenly, Yingxing pulled her hand out of the man's grip. She remained standing behind him, and Changhe asked her what was the matter. Instead of answering, the girl hit the man in the face with her hand. She shouted irritably at them to shut up. Everyone looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting such an outcome at all. Raising her broom, she shouted that with such impudent words he wanted to destroy the 1,000-year fate of their Yan state. Changhe replied that they had the protection of the emperor and their ancestors in the state of Yan, and she was not yet experienced enough, and she would be deceived by some unknown hermit. Changshuan responded by asking him how he dared to speak like that, and whether he knew who lived in this humble house. Changhe asked irritably if this was really one of Taishuan's elders. And while irritated cries were heard outside, the Black Emperor was sleeping on the floor in one of the rooms. He too was starting to get irritated, thinking that they should stop shouting like that. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rose from the floor and stretched, finally waking up. He walked to the doorway to go out to the annoying guests, and suddenly the paw that was behind the threshold began to glow red. The Black Emperor came out, a large copy of himself glowing behind him, and he barked threateningly. Changhe was seriously scared when he noticed that the Demon King was standing in front of them. As the Black Emperor came closer and closer, the man asked what the Demon King was doing here, but in any case, he couldn't be allowed to harm anyone. The Black Emperor noticed that this old man also wanted to fight, and he thought that now they would find out his poison. The spiritual copy of the Black Emperor raised its head up, howling loudly. Changshen and Liu Changhe were gathering their energy, one to stop it and the other to strike. But suddenly, in the midst of this radiance, someone's fist appeared. It turned out that it was Changqing, who hit the dog on the head, asking the Black Emperor if he was misbehaving again. He exclaimed that a dog that bites people must be neutralized. The Black Emperor looked sadly at his master, and tears flowed from his eyes. Xuan and Changhe both wondered who this person was that dared to order the Demon King. They didn't even feel any energy when he appeared. Changqing looked at the other people and apologized, saying that he was the owner of this shop and this was his pet. These words surprised the men even more, because they did not expect that the Demon King could also be a pet. Xuan hurried to bow and greet her elder. Changqing noticed that they hadn't seen each other for several days, and he asked her what brought her here today. Pointing to Changshuan, the girl replied that this was a man from her family. He saw the painting that she had bought from him earlier and was deeply impressed. so he came today especially to bow. Chang Xuan had no choice but to come closer and bow to Chang Qing, introducing himself to him. Chang Qing asked him to stand up immediately, and he himself, taking out a fan to hide his smile, thought that although he had no spiritual roots, his skill in painting was excellent, so he was worthy of being called elder by such a noble elder. Looking at Ying Xing, Chang Qing asked her who the person next to her was. Chang He was about to introduce himself, calling himself an old servant of the Emperor of the Yan State. But the girl interrupted him, saying that his name was Old Chen, and he was the manager, and he came here to find her. Suddenly, to the girl's surprise, Chang Qing walked past her straight towards the man. He grabbed his hand and with tears in his eyes said that he had finally waited for him. Leaning towards him, Chang Qing whispered to the man whether he had come to pick up his mistress, to which he replied in the affirmative. Then Chang Qing went to his shop, telling them all to come in and have some tea. Chang Xuan immediately became happy and loudly thanked the elder. After passing through the shop, the guy led the guests into his yard. The girls walked through the doorway with ease and the men followed them. But suddenly, taking a step forward, they came across some kind of barrier and bumped into it with their faces. Chang Xuan asked if this was the legendary defensive barrier technique that created itself. Chang He said that only ancient artifacts could create a barrier of such strength. Chang Xuan said that Shuang and the 9th princess had low cultivation so they weren't pushed back by the barrier, while their levels were too high so they were delayed. Chang Qing turned to the men and asked them what was wrong and told them to come in quickly. And then, driven by the wind, a single leaf flew through the barrier. The leaf broke the barrier, causing Chang Xuan and Chang He to fall inside. They fell awkwardly and heavily on their faces on the ground, and Chang Qing asked them what was wrong with them. The men quickly raised their faces from the ground, their noses bleeding, and awkwardly replied that they were walking unsteadily. Chang Qing did not dwell on this any further and led the guests on. Suddenly the men froze again, stopped in their tracks, and opened their mouths wide in surprise. As it turned out, they noticed that inside this house there was a Demon King black dog, and next to him, in the form of an ordinary tree, was an ancient demon. They noticed that everything in this house was imbued with Tao and ritual energy. They exclaimed that it seemed like they had ended up in some incredible place. Chang Qing told his guests to sit down while he went to get some tea. The guests obeyed the host, and all four sat down at a round table. Chang He, startled, asked Chang Xuan what he thought this elder was. Chang Xuan also shuddered and replied that he knew this person was great, but he didn't expect his level to be so high. Looking at the ancient demon, Chang He said that usually such demons were only found in places with great dances and opportunities, and now he lived in this small courtyard. Clutching his chest, the man noticed that just sitting on this bench he could hardly breathe. Chang Xuan also placed his hand on his stomach and said that this was just a test for them. But suddenly he noticed something on the table that was standing nearby. Chang Xuan slammed his hands on the table and stood up with a jerk. He laughed and walked to another table and said that he had expected so. He smiled and happily noticed that Elder Yi was also studying chess. Ying Xing called out to him, telling him to be careful. However, he did not hear her, and so he came even closer. And suddenly the board lit up with a bright light. The man exclaimed that this chessboard wanted to teach him something. The board continued to glow, and its energy filled the entire space. And suddenly, in Chang Xuan's head, the word sounded, "The army has no permanent position. Water has no permanent form. The sun has its short and long days. The moon has its phases." Chang Xuan was moved by these lines. Tears flowed from his eyes and he exclaimed that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Chang Qing came out of the house with a tray in his hands, apologizing for keeping them waiting. And the guests all moved to the chess table, crowding around it, and Chang Qing asked them what had happened to them. Chang Xuan rushed towards the elder, asking him if he could find out what kind of chess game this was. Chang Qing didn't quite understand the question, so he asked again, but then replied that it was a draw. The unknown word startled the men, and they opened their mouths wide. Smiling, Chang Yi said that draw was a good name. Although it looks like a confrontation between black and white figures, it contains the path to peace, the path to the obstacle, the path to harmony and life. Chang Xuan beamed and exclaimed that opposition is balance. It is harmony. This game of chess is so deep that it is rare in this world. Chang Qing didn't understand what these old men were talking about. He thought that a draw was just a draw where no one won. What was there to analyze? He quickly changed the subject, saying that there was nothing special about his house, and then asked them to try his homemade tea, and Chang Xuan and Chang He gratefully accepted this as well. Chang Xuan thought that a legendary figure like Ye Changqing was making tea, which meant he had knowledge in this matter. Their clan just happens to have a tea cake made from insight leaves left by their ancestors. He might like it. The insight leaves are a sacred item for cultivation. Even if they are fragments, they are priceless, and it can bring him closer to the elder. Chang King placed a small box on the table from which strong energy emanated. Covering his eyes with his hand, Chang Xuan wondered what it was. And then, to everyone's surprise, Chang Qing used tweezers to take out a whole sheet of insight from the box. Chang Xuan and Chang He thought that this was the first time they had seen whole leaves. Could this luxurious style really be the master's style? Chang King began to brew tea, and Chang Xuan thought that when the insight leaves were first brewed, all the spiritual energy on the surface of the leaves would dissolve in the water. The men smelled a scent that was incredibly clean. But then, the guy poured the tea into a glass and poured it behind his back. Noticing the strange expressions on the men's faces, Chang Qing asked them what had happened. When they both pointed to the puddle behind him, the elder replied that it was just some washing tea. Nothing special, just to wash away dust. Having already thoroughly brewed the tea, he poured it into cups and placed them on the table. Taking the mugs in their hands, Chang Xuan and Chang He thought that they were a little scared to drink this tea. The girls thought that just by smelling the aroma, they already feel how their level rises. Chang King noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the guests as they looked at the cups. He thought that he had completely forgotten that these people were not simple cultivators. They usually only drank the best of the best, and his tea did not reach that level. Forcing a smile, he said that if they really thought it was hard to drink, they didn't have to drink it. Chang Xuan said in a panic that they were just enjoying the aroma of the tea. And finally, all the guests took their first sip, and immediately their bodies were filled with unbearable bliss. Their faces turned red with pleasure. Chang He had already said out loud that this was such bliss, and then asked Chang Xuan about what he felt. Chang Xuan replied that it was undoubtedly the tea made from the leaves of insight. He said he already feels his level reaching new heights. Chang King couldn't help but be amazed by his guests, and he wondered why they were acting as if they had drunk the elixir of immortality. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan and Chang He felt some changes in their bodies. Mr. Liu noticed that his strength had returned, and the head mentor, clutching his head, said that he felt as if someone had returned to him the cultivation he had lost over the past 1,000 years. Chang King asked his guests how they liked his tea, which brought them back to reality. Chang Xuan leaned towards Chang He and asked him how they should answer, to which the latter suggested that it was a test of their knowledge of cultivation. Then, Chang Xuan raised his finger and said that this tea was sweet and pleasant, leaving a long aftertaste after drinking it, feeling like you were immersed in warm springs. Chang He had already raised 2 thumbs up and exclaimed that this was definitely the best tea he had ever drunk. Chang Qing looked at them suspiciously, thinking that they couldn't feel that much from a cup of tea, and for some reason he had the feeling that these people wanted to deceive him. Meanwhile, Shuang and Yingxing also felt changes in their bodies. However, they didn't say anything, they just looked at each other and laughed together. Chang He reached deep into his robes, calling out to Mr. Yi. Taking out a small box, he said that this item was a family heirloom. If he liked it, let it be a thank you for taking care of his niece. Chang King thought that the man seemed to realize that his relative had been drinking and eating here for so long, and therefore felt uneasy. Reaching out for the gift, he said there was no need to worry about gifts. Having accepted the box, he said that since it was so, he would not refuse. Chang Xuan irritably said that he should have also brought something useful. These old men got ahead of him. Shuang also wanted to give something to the elder. Chang King began to open the box, and blue light began to pour out from it. He looked inside with anticipation, and the others also showed curiosity. As it turned out, there was a pearl of cold ice inside, which surprised everyone except Chang Qing, who asked what it was. Chang Xuan replied that the cold ice pearl came from the ancient icelands that had accumulated energy for thousands of years. Even a small pearl contained enormous energy. The man noticed that this pearl was the size of a fruit. Old man Li really tried. Shuang said that this pearl could improve the abilities of cultivators with ice root, but for those with other types of spiritual root, contact with it could result in hypothermia and loss of cultivation, and in the worst case, death. Yingxing thought that she was just standing next to him. All could already feel the cold penetrating into his bones. Chang King reached for the pearl and the girls tried to stop him, but he simply took the pearl in his hands without feeling anything. He exclaimed that his hand was cold. It seemed like the thing was cooling itself. After he started tossing it around, he said that it could be used in the summer to cool fruit, and that it was really useful. Everyone else gaped at this frivolity. Chang He noticed that they didn't even dare to touch her. But in the hands of the master she looked like a toy. Chang Xuan said that the elder really had incredible strength. Bowing to Chang Qing, Chang He said that his niece had been causing him a lot of trouble lately, and today he decided to take her with him. Chang King responded by moving closer and grabbing the man's hand. And then, unable to hide his jubilation, he asked him if it was true. Sweat ran down the man's forehead as he replied that it was true. Then the elder walked away from him and turned his back to him, thinking about something. Changqing thought with glee that receiving a gift and getting rid of a problem was double happiness. Turning around again, he began to theatrically ask Yingxing if they were really parting so soon. In his fantasy, Yingxing told him not to worry. She would never forget his kindness. Watching this, Changxuan thought that he didn't understand what was so special about this ninth princess that she deserved such attention from the master. But suddenly the girl stepped forward and exclaimed that she was not going anywhere. Feeling his insides breaking, Changqing asked again. The girl bowed to Changqing and said that she would never forget his kindness. Then she turned around and ordered Chang'e to tell her father and mother not to worry. She would stay with Mr. Li for a while longer, and when she wanted to return, she would tell them. Suddenly, Changqing remembered the words he said on the first day of the meeting, and his face turned red. Changqing noticed that Chang'e was a little embarrassed and was about to give in, and he thought that he needed to do something about it urgently. Changqing thought for a moment about what to do and stepped forward, clearing his throat to attract attention. Finally, turning to Yingxing, he said that virtue was above all else. If she really liked staying here, then she could go to her parents and then come back. Changxuan intervened in the conversation, saying that he was already at the age when all his relatives had long since turned to dust. So he told the girl to appreciate the time spent with her family because she was still so young. Yingxing wanted to object again, but she couldn't find anything to say. Changqing didn't wait for her words, but simply took the brush in his hand and began to paint a new picture. Various landscapes came to life under his brush, and finally he finished the canvas with incredible words. Seeing this, Changhe, Changxuan, and Shuang's eyes began to shed tears of admiration. This also brought tears to Yingxing's eyes. Her body shook with sobs, and no matter how hard she tried to hold back, tears streamed down her face. At last she exclaimed that she understood his intention, and therefore would return home at once. Changqing, delighted with such an outcome, replied that everything was clear between them, and he began to roll up the canvas. He handed the canvas to the girl, telling her to accept this calligraphy as a final touch. Chang'e wiped away his tears and said that just a few lines had awakened memories of old times in him. Master Li had truly reached the heights of art and wisdom, while Changxuan said that his words, like poetry, could shame even those who considered themselves the descendants of ancient scholars in the Central Plains. With their hands folded respectfully, Changhe and Yingxing bowed to Changqing, and the girl said that she would take his advice and return home, but would visit him again soon. Changqing replied with a smile that she should take her escort with her and return, while he himself thought that they should never return. Finally, Yingxing, followed by Changhe, walked away. Looking after them, Changqing thought that it had already been 5 years since he came to this world. The farthest place he has been is the foot of Mount Taishuan. He thought sadly that if it were possible, he would like to travel all over the outside world. Changxuan watched Master Li and noticed that he was so polite and courteous. Stroking his beard, he said that, having reached a level that they could not even dream of, he was still ready to personally see them off, ordinary people, and Shuang told him that he was the true image of a great master. Changxuan suddenly noticed something and turned away from the girl, not paying any attention to her. With quick steps, under the girl's puzzled gaze, he approached the table. Changxuan looked at the canvas that was lying on this table and exclaimed, "It was incredible." It turned out that this was really so. The man touched the canvas and bright sparks shot up from his fingers, and, as had happened before, he immersed himself in this picture, as if he had passed through the entire universe. Landing on some body of water, he noticed that he was in the lands of Taishuan. Looking at the mountain to the side, he noticed with surprise that nearby was the main peak, where the Taishuan temple was located. The man noticed that Master Li was using the power of nature and millions of Taoist formulas. He exclaimed that all this was for the sake of protecting their sacred land. He thought that it was no wonder that so many talented Taoists had gathered here. Even the younger disciples were able to reach the level of a god 1,000 years earlier. Looking at his hand, which was lit up with bright sparks, he thought that perhaps even he would reach his limit in this life. Shuang approached the sect leader and asked him worriedly about what was going on. Finally, after some time, Changxuan spoke again, his body shaking, which made the girl even more excited. Sweat was pouring down the man's face, but a smile played across his face as he shouted that he understood everything. Raising his head to the sky, he laughed loudly, causing tears to flow from his eyes, and he shouted that he realized that Mr. Ye was that legendary ancestor. Walking closer, Shuang asked him if he wanted to say that Mr. Ye was the legendary figure of their sect. Chang Xuan replied that it could not be otherwise. Master Li was certainly the same ancestor who ascended to heaven. Shuang bowed to her mentor and said that she was not smart enough, and therefore asked him to explain it to her. Chang Xuan decided to explain, saying that when he entered the painting, he saw something. He saw a cloud of 5 colors, symbolizing good luck and prosperity. He said that this cloud symbolized luck and prosperity of their sacred land of Taishuan. The girl asked again. She said that she had never felt such powerful energy before. Chang Xuan replied that it was normal. Luck was a mysterious and powerful force. He too had felt it only a few times, but it was too powerful. So powerful that the slightest carelessness can lead to catastrophic consequences. Chang Xuan, stroking his beard, told the disciple to think about who could use the highest divine powers to bless their land of Taishuan with such good fortune. He pointed his finger vigorously and exclaimed that there could be only one answer. He exclaimed that Mr. Ye had come from the higher worlds, and he is the very ancestor that their Taishuan sect has been worshipping for all these many generations. Changqing returned back to the courtyard after finishing seeing off Yingxing and Chang'e. He noticed Chang Xuan and Shuang looking at his painting, Eternal Youth of Taishuan, and he asked them what they thought of it. Chang Xuan did not answer this question, but only came closer, folding his hands in a respectful gesture. And he asked him whether he had painted the sacred mountain Taishuan on this canvas. Something about this question made Changqing nervous, but he still replied that it was true. He frowned and clicked his tongue, noting that they did recognize him. Turning away, he sadly said that 5 years ago he suddenly wanted to visit Mount Taishuan. He remembered how, having reached the sect there, he clung to the man, begging him. With tears in his eyes, he promised that he would grow up and find spiritual roots, and therefore he prayed to be accepted as a disciple. But the great master only replied that he should go away, because he would never take him. Reminiscing about how he decided to infiltrate the sect's territory back then, Changqing said that he knew that Mount Taishuan was the abode of immortals. He said that when he returned, he was inspired, and he painted this picture. However, in reality it was not because of inspiration, but he was forced to paint this picture when he was beaten in the sect for trespassing. Changqing said that today he looked at his old work in a new way. He said he realized that something was missing from it, so he decided to fix some areas and redraw it again. Chang Xuan was surprised to find that Mr. Ye had already come here 5 years ago. Suddenly, Changqing exclaimed that he would like to drink with both of them, and asked if they drank wine. Having caught hold of these words, Chang Xuan brought his hand to the ring on his hand, and it began to glow with a bright light. Taking out a small jug from it, he said that he had just brought with him a rare wine of the Snow Soul. After heading into the house, Changqing said that since they had such good wine, they should prepare some snacks. Shuang exclaimed that this was the same wine made from the flowers of the Snow Soul growing on the 1,000-year-old mountains, and it is obtained only once every 1,000 years, but can be bought for a lot of money. Chang Xuan replied that it was true and it wasn't for everyone, and even he at his level could only drink 3 cups at most. If Mr. Ye wasn't in the mood to drink, he wouldn't have gotten it. After a while, the guests had already sat down at the table, and Changqing brought out the last plate of food. The pot was still steaming when the man placed it on the table. Changqing smiled and named all the dishes on the table, saying that they were all his signature dishes. Chang Xuan and Shuang began to examine the treats with interest and admiration. Shuang asked the master if even these pieces of meat were filled with spiritual energy. Chang Xuan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and said that it was definitely demonic energy. The man noticed that this energy was so pure, definitely from a higher demon, although in fact it was only boar meat. Changqing, watching the guests, wondered whether he was going to eat it all or just watch. Finally, the guests tasted the appetizers, and a wave of pleasure once again swept through their bodies. Giving Master Li a thumbs up, Chang Xuan exclaimed that he was truly a master. The man began to eat the snacks, thinking that this blood and meat of the higher demon was comparable to an elixir. Then he decided to add some snow wine to all this to make it even better. Xuan, already tipsy and full, asked what kind of wine it was. Suddenly she hit her face on the table. Changqing noticed with surprise that she had drunk from 1 cup, and he thought about how he wanted her not to die here. Chang Xuan was also already red from drinking and exclaimed that this student was too impatient. And he himself thought that all this was not for a small cultivator, but for a great master like him. Turning to Changqing, the man told him to ignore her and continue eating. And so they drank another cup of wine together. After emptying the cup, Changqing noticed that the wine had a grassy aroma, and he asked it whether it had a health-promoting effect. Also finishing the bowl, without looking as collected as Changqing, Chang Xuan noticed that the elder was perceptive. Mr. Ye told the man to state his demands if he had any, since he had brought such wine. And he himself slyly thought about the fact that he just didn't have any money. Chang Xuan thought that he was amazed, and then cleared his throat, saying that then he would not hide it, and that painting was indeed a masterpiece. But suddenly he stopped short, thinking that he couldn't ask for the painting so directly. And Changqing thought that he had already accepted the gift by drinking the wine. Finally, Changxuan decided to ask about the painting, but Changqing outdid him, exclaiming that he had given him this painting. He smiled and said that the painting was one of his favorites, but if he liked it, he could have it. Changxuan asked hesitantly, thinking that he couldn't help but know the significance of this painting to Taishuan, but he was giving it to him. The man thought that it seemed like he had already figured out the identity of Taishuan's main mentor a long time ago. He began to thank Mr. Li in his mind for protecting him, and said that he would not let him down. While Changqing wondered what that old man was muttering again, he had better stay away. Meanwhile, Yingxing had already reached home, the palace of the great emperor. She entered the main hall where the emperor was, and the herald announced her arrival and the arrival of Liu Changhe. The servant ran up to the emperor and told Liu Changhe that since he had arrived, he obviously had important news. Yingxing waved her hand at the emperor and asked him to listen, and Liu Changhe politely greeted the emperor. The emperor of Great Yan, Yan Zunian, noticed that they had finally returned, and he mentally noted that the 9th princess's skills had improved greatly. Yingxing clung to her father, exclaiming that she had missed him so much, and he asked her if she had caused trouble again and returned with an escort. Frowning, the girl exclaimed that everything was not like that at all. She said that this time she really met an outstanding master. Zunian asked his daughter what level this master was. The girl waved her hand towards Changhe and exclaimed that he should ask the head of the Liu residence about this if he didn't believe her. Liu Changhe bowed to the emperor and said that he could confirm that the 9th princess was telling the truth, and it was he who escorted her back. He said he did it not only because of the princess's point, but also to tell him important news as soon as possible. Zunnian looked at the man seriously and told him to speak. After listening to the man's story, he said that he did not give it up, that within the Great Yan there were such powerful recluses. Looking at Chang'e, he asked him what level he thought this master was. Changhe replied that it was impossible to determine, because the elder's house, although simple, had treasures at every step. However, he did not feel his presence in cultivation at all. The man said that if he was not mistaken, then this elder had already reached the highest level, or had come from the higher world. Zunnian asked again in surprise, and Yingxing exclaimed that this was terrible news. The emperor thought that if there was such a powerful person within the Great Yan, it would definitely become a secret, for no kingdom can afford to reveal such information. Yingxing thought that Master Li was a powerful recluse, but not a celestial being from their higher world. Suddenly she thought that if he was a celestial being, then what was the connection between him and her? She smiled, thinking that her father didn't yet know that the celestial had proposed to her. But then she changed her train of thought again and, embarrassed, wondered whether he really had feelings for her. The emperor asked Changhe if it was possible that he would go to him immediately after this, and he might want to use him as his pawn. This plan surprised the man, but he replied that it was quite possible. The emperor looked at his daughter and said that Elder Li might be planning to control him through his love for her in order to rule over all of Great Yan and expand his influence. Yingxing quickly objected, saying that this was impossible. He didn't know Mr. Li. He was elegant and good-natured, not that kind of person at all. The man replied that she was still young and inexperienced. There were many cultivators who seemed kind but were cold and ruthless inside, especially someone like this senior. The emperor called the guards and ordered them to take him and the 9th princess to the eldest ancestor. Accompanied by several guards, Zunnian and Yingxing reached another house. The girl continued to defend Changqing, saying that he was not like that. The emperor said that he did not want to harm him. He just wanted to make sure she was safe. Still sulking at him, the girl asked again, to which he replied that it was so. Yingxing thought that she knew that she was unworthy of Mr. Li, but she would not allow anyone to doubt her, not even her father. The emperor reminded her that she had icy properties since birth, a rare gift. That's why the eldest ancestor named her Yan Yingxing. On her birthday, he said that she would bring prosperity to these lands, and therefore she must be protected. Stroking his daughter's hair, the emperor said that she was the only one among the princes and princesses of Great Yan who had been blessed by the eldest ancestor. He said that therefore he had to ensure her safety. The girl asked him if he really wanted to put her in an awkward position, to which he told her that it was time to go. The emperor and Yingxing entered the dimly lit chambers. The girl immediately raised her hands, folding them in a polite gesture. She and her father respectfully greeted the eldest ancestor by bowing to him. Great Yan's eldest ancestor, Tianshan, noticed that Yingxing had returned to the capital with considerable experience and fortune. The girl replied that within the Great Yan she had met an elder, and everything that had happened was thanks to his instructions. Stroking his beard, Tianshan asked who this elder was. Yingxing replied that he taught her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and the rest she didn't know. Tianshan didn't ask if she could describe him. The girl replied that this senior did not reveal his status to her. She only knew that his name was Ye Changqing. The man asked again as if trying to remember the name. But suddenly he felt something that surprised him. As it turned out, it was some kind of new aura that surrounded the princess's body. He said that this name was not familiar to him, but in the princess's body he felt another source of energy. Obviously she received it from him, and therefore from a very powerful one. The emperor said that the head of the Liu residence also met with this elder, and Tianshan told him to tell him more details. Zunian said that he was said to be hiding in Xiaojin. His house is full of treasures and opportunities. He even keeps a Demon King-level black dog. Tianshan asked whether there was such a person within Taishuan, and the emperor replied that he was worried because by sheltering Yingxing, he could use her to manipulate the Great Yan and him, the Great Ancestor. After bowing, Zunnian asked the eldest ancestor to check on Yingxing to ensure her safety. The eldest ancestor told the princess to come closer, and his fingers glowed with a bright light. With these two fingers, he touched the girl's forehead, and the light became even brighter. And suddenly, new energy came out of the girl's body and began to fly around the room, illuminating everything around. The emperor asked his ancestor why there was such strange energy here, to which he only noted that it was the nature of ice, and now the energy had two sources of energy. Yingxing looked at her new energy in surprise, not knowing about its existence before. Tianshan asked if this elder was able to awaken her second source. Yingxing asked if she now had two sources. The great ancestor cried out, asking the princess to tell him more about this man. The girl replied that, as her father had said, this elder was indeed powerful, but if he wanted to use her to control the Great Yan, it was impossible. The emperor asked his daughter why she was so protective of a stranger, to which she replied that it was not so. Lord Ye had taken her in without knowing her identity. He was simply teaching her different things. But now she understands that it was because of the energy in that place, and the instructions that she had a second source. Tianshan told the girl not to speak thoughtlessly. She knew how difficult it was to grow a spiritual root with external force, let alone a second one. The emperor agreed with him, saying that then everyone would have two roots. The girl exclaimed that she could prove it. She would immediately bring them his calligraphy that he had given her. Meanwhile, Changqing and Changshuan were still drinking wine. Changqing volunteered to pour another cup for Changshuan, in response to which Changshuan began to stop him, saying that one more cup and he would definitely get drunk. Mr. Ye said that he would drink it anyway, but he thought that this old man was such a weakling that he couldn't even drink half a cup. Changshuan said that he noticed a chessboard with a very complex arrangement in his garden and believed that he had achieved mastery in chess. As he emptied the jug, Changqing replied boredly that he knew little. Seizing the opportunity, the man said he had a rare chess problem and asked him if he wanted to solve it. Changqing replied to show him, and he immediately took out a scroll. Unrolling the scroll, Changshuan said, "This task is called 4 Flowers Underwater." The man began to watch Master Ye as he began to study the scroll, thinking that old man Ziking had given him hundreds of years to decide. After some time, he exclaimed that he was asking for instructions from his elder. Changqing muttered that this was a rare chess problem. But then he asked, discouraged, if that was really the whole task. Changshuan exclaimed that he had not been able to solve it for decades. Changqing twisted his face and thought that this was an elementary task for beginner chess players, but cultivators called it an incredible task. He wondered what they usually did then. After bowing, Changshuan asked him if he could show him how to solve it. Looking at the scroll again, Changqing thought with disappointment that he now realized that there were no strong chess players in the cultivation world. Scratching his chin, he grinned mysteriously and exclaimed that it would be impressive. Following these words, he quickly jumped up from his seat, placing the scroll with the task on the table. Walking out from behind the table, he waved his hand at Changshuan, telling him to follow him. The man obediently followed his elder, who stopped next to the board. Suddenly, the hieroglyphs on the board began to glow with a bright light, radiating energy. The words, "Every move is filled with life force," sounded in Changshuan's mind. Changshuan exclaimed that the elder's chessboard was definitely the sacred artifact, Divine Machine. Looking at the problem on paper again, Changqing said that this chess problem required various solutions, of which the most difficult and significant were 12 moves. He told Chang Xuan that he would teach him the 4 most important moves today. He started to say that he would have to learn the other 8 on his own, but Chang Xuan immediately understood what he meant. Chongqing just nodded his head, thinking that this was all his carelessness. Otherwise, how could he forget about such an important aspect? Meanwhile, Yingxing had already brought that very calligraphy of Changqing to the great ancestor and her father. Tianshan began to read lines from this calligraphy. Zun Nian, listening to these lines, thought that by visiting the eldest ancestor, firstly, he wanted to ensure Yingxing's safety, and secondly, he wanted to use his power to determine the level of this person in order to develop an appropriate strategy. The emperor noticed that the great ancestor's hands were shaking, and he thought that just the calligraphy from this elder seemed like a real treasure to the elder ancestor. A shudder ran through the body of the man who was reading this calligraphy as he read the last line. Tears ran from his eyes as he said that he had been cultivating for several thousand years, first seeking immortality and long life, then well-being for the great Yan and peace for the whole world, but he had forgotten about those around him. While folding the calligraphy, he said that this elder had put his Taoist meaning into the calligraphy, and it brought him back to his roots of cultivation. Cultivation is self-improvement of not only the body but also the soul. The emperor thought that the elder ancestor understood this on an emotional level. The eldest ancestor called out to Yingxing, who was standing next to him. Pulling the calligraphy back to her, he told her to thank this elder for it if she had the opportunity. Stroking his beard again, he said that calligraphy alone had broken down his internal barriers, and if nothing changed, he would soon be able to reach a new level. Zun Nian asked his ancestor in surprise if this was true. Yingxing asked her ancestor if he wanted to thank him so much, then why didn't he visit him himself? Tianshan turned his head sharply to look at the girl and asked her what she was talking about. The girl happily reported that before she left, Mr. Ye had already agreed for her to come back and visit him again. Intrigued by this, the elder ancestor asked her if this was true, to which the girl replied that it was. The emperor hastened to intervene in this conversation, shouting that this should not be done. It seemed to him that there was something in this. He asked if there was such luck in the world that this man had such power, because he not only gave Yingxing the second spiritual root, but also agreed to accept them at any time. He said that usually powerful beings would use moments like these to manipulate events, so he was worried that he was using Yingxing to lure them all into a trap. Tianshan interrupted this monologue by shouting loudly for him to stop, and he asked the emperor how he could be the emperor of Great Yan, being so narrow-minded. The eldest ancestor exclaimed in annoyance that this elder had presented the Great Yan with a real treasure, and he dared to doubt his intentions. It was simply ridiculous. Yingxing quickly defended her father, saying that he was not that kind of person at all. He only cared about the Great Yan. Tianshan replied that if this were not so, there would be no point in the position of emperor. Addressing the emperor by name, Tianshan said that he had not yet reached the required level and therefore did not understand everything. He said that using weakness to manipulate is the approach of those who have been stuck at one level for thousands of years and cannot break through further. This elder one has definitely reached the highest point of perfection. As the saying goes, the great art is in simplicity. Such elders, instead of being players, prefer to remain hidden in everyday life, observing the world with a smile. Zun Nian immediately fell to his knees and began to bow, shouting that he realized his mistake. He exclaimed that if the eldest ancestor was going to visit this elder, he would prepare worthy gifts later. The elder ancestor replied that it was fine if he hugged, but people like Elder Li probably did not attach importance to material things. Therefore, it is necessary to organize a reception for the elder in the capital. And the emperor immediately gave the order to prepare for this reception, and therefore the construction of pavilions began. The construction of a statue of the elder Yi was in preparation. The news spread through the streets that 3 days later, on September 6th, all the subjects of Great Yan were to gather at Jade Hill for a ceremony, and the people were immediately in a state of talk. Someone said that the whole city had to build pavilions in 3 days, and it looks like it was called the Changzhong Pavilions. As it turned out, someone was secretly watching and listening to all these conversations. This man thought that something suspicious was going on, and therefore it was necessary to return and report to His Majesty. Sometime later, this man left the Great Yan and reached his state. Someone informed the advisors that many Changzhong pavilions were being built within the Great Yan, and he asked who knew what they were. The advisors turned their heads, wondering what Zun Nian was planning, and whether this was another trick by old Yan Tianshan to confuse them. One of the advisors approached His Highness and asked him to increase the number of scouts to find out the truth. Meanwhile, this news about the construction of the pavilions reached the state of Guten, Emperor Guten slammed the table, shouting that these spies were useless if they couldn't get information. The advisor tried to calm him down by saying that although they didn't know the identity of this senior yet, such honors were clearly not intended for an ordinary cultivator. The only one who this can be is a great Taoist who is on the threshold of ascension or an already great person from the higher worlds. The emperor asked his advisors what they should do. The advisor said that in his humble opinion, it would be necessary to send more scouts to thoroughly investigate this matter. 3 days passed like this, and Zunnian was already standing near the new pavilion. He said that Senior Li's pavilion was almost completed, and then asked Senior Ancestor to inspect it. A maid approached the emperor and said that the eldest ancestor was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he should be careful and not be careless. The emperor replied that he understood, while 2 spies watched him. One spy told another that His Majesty was right. Yan Tianshan was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Another spy asked if His Majesty didn't suspect that Yan Zunian was up to something. Then the first one asked whose side he was on. A scuffle broke out among the spies, while the emperor turned around to report to Yan Tianshan. Crowds of people had already gathered at the top of the mountain, waiting for the ceremony to begin. In the middle of the square stood a huge statue, which was hidden by a red cloth. Among the people, someone said that such grand works are only for those who have brought great benefit to the great Yan. The heralds announced that the emperor and the 9th princess had arrived, and their subjects immediately fell to their knees. Zunnian immediately ordered them to rise. He told the people that he knew they had many questions about why he had organized such a grand construction project in the capital, building the Changzhong Pavilion and erecting a statue of the elder Li. But the matter is very important, and all that can be said is that the elder Changzhong has rendered a great service to their state, and this service will influence the future of the empire for tens of thousands of years. Questions immediately began to circulate among the people about who this elder was and whether he was immortal. The spies immediately noticed that now the great Yan was probably under the protection of the immortal, because the order for construction came straight from the palace from that ancient elder. They joyfully noticed that this ancient old man was still alive, and so they decided to quickly return to the sovereign. Zun Nian then gave the order to the Yellow Master to begin. The Yellow Master opened the scroll and read that September 6th was a favorable day for all affairs, and that evil omens should be avoided. Suddenly, he shouted that the Changzhong Pavilion was completed. The emperor approached the statue and began to pull the cloth off it. And before the eyes of the people appeared an incredible, huge statue of Mr. Li, with a naked torso, made of gold. A glow emanated from the postcards under his armpits. The emperor immediately asked what this was, what was happening here. The order was given to immediately protect the emperor, but this radiance had already reached the crowd. And suddenly they exclaimed that they were so pleased, they felt full of strength. The emperor noticed that no statue had ever emitted such a divine presence before. He asked whether Senior Li was so great that he stood out even among immortals. The crowd suddenly noticed rainbow clouds in the sky, and they immediately shouted that this statue had called them, bringing them heavenly blessings. But suddenly the skies darkened, opened up, and lightning flashed from the clouds. The crowd wondered why the rainbow clouds and thunder had appeared, but then someone shouted that it was a sign from heaven and they needed to bow down. Yingzheng exclaimed that such omens were not common and asked her father if they should call the elder Liao, to which he replied that they should wait and see what happened. Soon the skies brightened again and sunlight illuminated the earth. The rainbow clouds in the sky shone even brighter, astonishing all the people below. 3 figures of people appeared from the clouds, descending from the sky. Zun Nian noticed that it was a miracle. But was Yao the result of Senior Comrade Ye's actions with Lu Yu and the Golden Body? Suddenly, a servant called him and said that after his return to the imperial palace, it was clear that his brother had reached the heavenly heights, and the state of the Great Tao was in order, so there was no doubt that the Great One was going to break through. The emperor was delighted by this news and exclaimed that the Qin clan's ascent to the highest realms would be closer. The sunlight illuminated the sky in the distance where Changqing's house was. Zun Nian and Ying Xing bowed and asked Great Comrade Ye for help. The emperor said that if one day the ancestral emperor reached the highest realms, their great empire would enjoy eternal peace. Meanwhile, after a few days, news of this event reached the old city district. Emperor Guten slammed his hand on the table and shouted that old man Lao Er really wasn't dead. He asked the spies if there was any other news. The spies replied that only small things remained. Now the great Yan has a great master who has achieved perfection. This man established the golden sky of Yiluyu, and the heavens gave signs. They say that the old man from the Yan Empire also received advice from this man. The emperor listened to this news calmly and nodded. But then he realized what he had heard and understood, that this was clearly not a trifle. He grabbed some writings from the table and threw them at the spies, hitting them right in the heads. The emperor's capillaries burst with anger, and he shouted for this group of idiots to be thrown out of here. As the night approached, news of the ceremony reached the Jia Empire. Emperor Xia noted that it seemed like Su Xiang had indeed received good fortune last year. An advisor said that he thought the rise of Great Yan was inevitable. Another said that if the old man from the imperial palace successfully broke through, the other 3 states would be under his control. And a third said that the most important thing now was to find out who this senior comrade Ye was. The advisors began to argue among themselves about who they should form an alliance with, each proposing his own candidate. Emperor Xia listened calmly to these disputes, frowning more and more. Meanwhile, Changqing had a dream. A voice in his head said that 1,000 years ago, the lands of the central region were divided into 7 states. An age of chaos and upheaval arrived, and then a man of exceptional strength appeared. He took charge and established order, and thus 4 great states arose. The ancestors of these 4 great ancient states wanted to erect a statue of this great man, to establish a golden body and a temple to honor him for thousands of years. But for some unknown reason, he died without illness. Upon seeing the news of his own death, Changqing jumped out of bed, exclaiming that he did not want to see it. He sat up in bed with a jerk, his breathing rapid and heavy. Scratching his cheek, he noticed that the wolf's answer was too beautiful. He even dreamed that they erected a statue for him and brought sacrifices to him, and suddenly he became a great man. Getting out of bed and stretching, he said that if he didn't have common sense, he would believe it. As he approached the door, he noticed that sleep had really helped him. It seemed he was sleeping better. As he walked out into the yard, he thought that the old master had already left a month ago. Sitting down at the table, he thought that he was wondering if he had found out anything about the 4 dragons that release water. Frowning, Changqing remembered that he had only taught him 4 methods. After looking through the gifts that were sent to him, he sighed heavily. There was a stone and a tablet on his table, and Changqing wondered who could have sent him such a thing. He noticed that someone had sent him a stone and an amulet, but he hadn't even shown himself. He remembered how he taught Changshuan the playing techniques while constantly scolding him. He wondered why it was so difficult to understand the basics of this school. Changqing sighed and said that in the great mystical book, there is a place for those with strong spirits, those who move forward without looking back. He exclaimed that if he had a strong foundation and high intelligence, he would have long ago become an unrivaled master of the entire cultivation world. Following these, Changqing waved his hand, throwing the amulet aside. Putting the stone on the table, Changqing sadly said that he was now his rival. Humming something to himself, Changqing stood up from the table and walked away, and suddenly small cracks appeared on the stone. The cracks became larger and larger, and a bright light began to shine around the stone. Changqing entered his office, his notes illuminated by the sun. Stretching, he said that the morning was the most productive time, and therefore, it was time to start training. He ran his brush across the paper, and suddenly red sparks flew from his ink. Looking at the brush in confusion, Changqing asked if there were any discipline problems and if the recording paper was missing. Shaking his brush, he looked back at his canvas. Looking at the hieroglyphs, he noticed that golden smoke appeared around them. This sight made Changqing frown slightly. He picked up his brush again to lay out his work, thinking that he was actually making progress. Bright sparks of light flew from the canvas in different directions. Changqing happily noticed that the golden smoke continued to appear. A loud, joyful cry came from Changqing's office, saying that it was all his golden finger, causing everyone around to become frightened. The Black Emperor, half asleep, thought that his master was so powerful that even his finger was turning golden. Mr. Ye, looking even more animated, exclaimed that it was time to return to training. After some time, more symbols appeared on the canvas, glowing with golden smoke. However, Changqing was not going to stop there and continued to practice calligraphy. And suddenly a blue tornado appeared somewhere near the man's house. Raising his head from the canvas, Changqing saw that same blue tornado in the window. He wondered if he had caused this phenomenon. But this did not stop him, and he continued training. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled, and bright lightning flashed in the sky. Changqing took a break and went outside to get a better look at this weather phenomenon. And the lightning became brighter and stronger, and they were already striking the ground. But soon the sky cleared, and Changqing exclaimed that the heavens had not abandoned him. He said that when a true strong master is born into this world, he will summon heavenly signs, and with one mental effort one can move across the sky and earth, overcoming any obstacles. Believing in his abilities, he raised his hand up, shouting the spell, "Fly!" Using magic, the tree spoke to the sleeping Ling. Peach asked the girl to persuade the master to leave the dog tomorrow. Falling asleep again, Su agreed to fulfill her Peach sister's request. In the palace of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, an old man was terribly dissatisfied. He angrily demanded that the man explain to him what was happening. Emperor Thousand Feathers, Zhentao, asked his father to calm down. But Grandpa Liu was outraged that Tianjin Tower had defeated them in one night and their former allies had turned their backs on them. A worried Zhentao explained that he really didn't know anything. Yusi appeared at the door and announced that she had returned. The girl said that it had become dangerous lately, but she was lucky that she was smart. And the princess also asked why there was no one. The dissatisfied Yusi demanded that someone bring her a cup of tea, and the emperor was outraged by his daughter's behavior. He demanded that the girl tell him everything she had done during her absence, and the princess, tasting the dessert, replied, "Don't ask. The cult masters have become completely lazy. They are worse than dogs." Now the man understood that his own daughter was to blame for everything that happened. The girl looked at her father, whose face had changed, and asked him what had happened. The emperor clenched his fist in anger as Yusi's actions had caused terrible consequences that had destroyed his empire. Zheng Tao asked his grandfather if he could hit his beloved granddaughter, and the old man stopped his son. The princess was glad that her grandfather was on her side and did not let anyone harm the girl. However, everything was not so. Holding a stick in his hands, the old man said that he would even help the emperor beat up the wretch. At Pingana's estate, Ling tried to wake up her brother. The boy woke up and asked the girl what was wrong, and the inspired Su, with a black dog standing behind her, continued to call on Chen to wake up. Noticing the animal, Pingan asked the girl where she found this dog. Then smiling, Ling said, "Look how cute she is. She was lying by the door. Apparently she got lost. Let's leave her." The puzzled boy asked how the girl knew that the animal was lost if it was lying by the door. And Su, unable to think of anything better, pointed to the dog and said that the little dog had told her about it. Patting Ling on the head, Chen asked her not to say anything stupid. He assumed that someone had let the dog out for a walk, so he asked the girl to take the dog into the yard, and perhaps the animal would return home on its own when it had played enough. Ling obeyed, and Pingan thought that the animal found in the mountains might be wild, even though Su liked it. That's why the guy didn't want to risk the girl's safety. As Ling let the dog out into the street, she said that she had fulfilled her part of the deal, and she didn't care what happened to the animal. Since her brother didn't need the dog, he should go and play in the yard. Once outside, the beast thought that he should have at least tried to make a cute face. The animal, displeased that the girl had given up so quickly, stood up and headed towards the peach tree. The dog decided to see how she would be kicked out if she just lay there. After some time, Pingan looked out the window to check if the dog had left. But the dog simply lay down in the yard and waited. The guy went out to the animal and asked it to leave, assuming that the animal wanted to steal his bones and gnaw them. The dog mentally asked Chen not to throw her out, because the bones from his yard were a real feast. The guy was distracted from trying to chase the dog away by a pop-up window. It announced a new assignment that was given immediately after the previous one was completed, which happened for the first time in 5 years. It consisted of the fact that Pingan had to recruit 10,000 people into his sect within 10 days. Such a time frame stunned Chen. He didn't even know where to get so many cultivators because there weren't even that many people living in the area. The guy cried out that if they wanted to get rid of him, they could have just killed him. The system then explained that death was not a punishment for failing to complete this task. Since it couldn't kill Chen, he decided that it wasn't necessary to carry it out. However, the system stated that in this case, Ping's member would be halved. The guy didn't like this statement at all and suddenly grabbed the system window. An angry Chen then threw it, causing the screen to hit the floor and fly off. While the boy was insulting the system, Mu arrived and asked if he could come in. Pingan was delighted and opened the door for the old man. He said that the guest had arrived on time and asked him to come in, and Mu noted that the elder had become cheerful, so the man could assume that everything had been resolved with the Thousand Feather Empire. Pingan said that thanks to their actions, the empire was suppressed, and the construction of the cult building was also completed, so it would soon be possible to begin accepting disciples. Mu was surprised that despite his old age, Ocean was still quite strong. Although the guest could not defeat Ling, he could quite control Long. However, the old man said that a couple of days ago, where they were looking for treasure, a monster appeared that scared even Aoshin. Mu became worried when he noticed a black dog in Pingang's yard. Chen was puzzled when he turned around and saw an old man huddled against the fence. This behavior was strange and made the guy ask what happened. Mu felt that the dog's breath was similar to that of a black snake. The old man could not understand why such a beast was in this place. The man had managed to insult the snake and now hoped that the dragon would not take revenge on him. Pointing to the animal, Pingan asked if the old man was afraid of dogs. Mu stuttered and answered negatively. guessing that the snake living here was under the control of the elder, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Coming closer to the boy, the old man reminded him that Chen wanted to say something, and Ping'an explained that it might seem like a difficult task. Feeling awkward about such a request, the boy asked if they could recruit 10,000 students in 10 days. The man replied that they could do it without any problem, but the help of an elder was needed. Mu was afraid that all the cultivators in the world might flock to the city if Ping'an appeared there in person. So the old man asked to lend him the dog for a couple of days, and then he would find the necessary number of disciples, and if not, he would never show his face to Chen again. In this way, Mu could both complete the boy's task and take away the black snake. Pointing to the animal, the puzzled boy asked whether the old man really needed this particular dog. Chen noticed that Mu Ronggong was scared of the beast, and there were also rumors that Yao Lu had appeared nearby. So this black dog who was trying so hard to play his role could well have been that creature. It was written in the cultivation book that some demonic creatures, although they looked normal, would sometimes go berserk and start killing. Ping'an didn't see anything wrong with the dog eating the chicken, but he didn't want to put Ling in danger. The boy asked what the old man was going to do with the dog. Smiling good-naturedly, Zhonggong replied that he would take the dog to the city, although it was strange to do so with a demonic creature. Sighing, Ping'an, who wanted to get rid of the animal, asked Mu to act a little faster. Taking the dog in his arms, the old man smiled and promised with great confidence that in a couple of days, the elder would have 10,000 students. The dragon, in the form of a dog, being carried away from the yard, turned to his ancestor with fear and pleading in his eyes, and the fish in the pond said not to be afraid, assuring that the creature could return at night. Ping'an watched as Zhonggong left his domain, setting off on a celestial journey. The guy didn't know whether Mu would be able to handle the task, and Chen himself wanted to take part in the recruitment. He was sure that thanks to a bug in the system, he could attract a whole crowd and feed his ego at the expense of people's jubilation. But Ping'an hasn't yet confirmed whether his aura works the same way on everyone. If not, then other people would simply consider the guy a weakling and a madman, so all hope was only on Zhungun. The man brought the black snake into the building of the Hengzhong cult. The dog bared his teeth and asked if the old man understood that he had deprived her of the opportunity to become stronger. Zhonggong became nervous and asked the demonic creature not to be angry, claiming that he was trying to help. The man explained that Chen didn't like greedy people, so he would have kicked the dog out if it was an eyesore. And the old man brought the beast into the cult of the elder and promised that after helping Ping'an, he would send the snake back with recommendations, which was quite fair. The dog admitted that the guy really wanted to drive her away. Bowing down, the beast admitted that the man had secretly helped him, and now the animal was in debt. Since they were in the Elder's sect, the dog decided to try even harder. Using her magical power, she created a protective cult formation. The beast said that it had imbued it with spiritual energy, so the formation could withstand an attack from a cultivator even at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Throwing out various artifacts and coins from her spiritual storage, the dog said that she could not use this trash. So now all of this belonged to the sect, for which Zhonggong thanked the creature. Using internal energy, the dog began to return to its original appearance. Once again becoming a black serpent, the dragon said that this was only a small part of what he could do. Mu noted that he had not seen the creature for only a couple of days, but it had already managed to change its form and, apparently, thanks to its ancestor, it had changed so much. As he walked away, the man declared that from now on, recruitment into the Hengzhong cult would begin. Once near the Ping'an sect, Aochin discovered the Mahayana Dragon Mountain Protector Kingdom formation. The man thought that the elder had given them this formation by accident, but then long stopped short, because Chen, in his opinion, had thought everything through to the smallest detail, so he couldn't be wrong, which meant that everything here was not so simple. Then Aodian realized that this was a divine test of the three. The first test was the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The elder knew that they would be arrogant and despotic, but he gave them a chance, and unfortunately they did not change. The second test was Lan himself, since he, under the command of Ping'an, saved the people of the mountain cult, offering to destroy the Empire of 1,000 Feathers on his own. The man passed the test. And the third test was the mountain cult. Obviously they also coped, so the elder gifted them with a formation. Everything was going as it should. The elder could calculate everything. And this terrified Aochin. Calling over his hiding subordinate, Lan asked the man to find him an excellent gift. The man in the robe was ready to carry out the task, but he did not know what kind of gift was needed. Aodian then explained that he needed something suitable for living at the peak of the continent. In just half a day, Zhonggong was able to complete one of Ping'an's assignments. The system window notified that the task was completed, and along with it, a free lottery ticket was received. Chen was surprised that Mu was able to fulfill his request so quickly and decided to load him up more next time. The guy asked to start the drawing and a text popped up in the window, "Draw a ticket." Ping'an noted that he had always had bad luck, such as with the sword he had picked up on the mountain and which had turned out to be useless. The weapon was outraged to hear such an opinion. Finally, it was announced that the ticket had been successfully drawn and the winning system awarded the lot, moving it through the portal. The reward, a heavy bag, fell right on the lying guy's stomach, causing him pain. There was an inscription on the bag, after reading which Ping'an realized that he had received fertilizer. Chen was lucky because he just wanted to grow something in his yard, and he thought the fertilizer looked good, so the effect should be amazing. The guy called Ling, who seemed to want more watermelon, and offered to buy her some seeds. The girl was delighted and agreed with her brother, after which they got ready and went to the city. At the city market, when Ping'an was buying watermelon seeds, an unknown boy was watching him from around the corner. Returning home, the boy began to cultivate the land and make beds on it, and Ling helped him, placing the seeds in the holes. When the sowing was finished, Ping'an scattered fertilizer over the garden. Su and Chen, who was wiping sweat and dirt from his face with a towel, looked with satisfaction at the fruits of their labor. The boy was glad that they were finally able to finish planting Ling's favorite fruit. However, he was also upset that he was moving further and further away from the cultivator's lifestyle, since with a Panama hat on his head, in work clothes and with dirty hands, he looked like a commoner. Chen was distracted from these sad thoughts by Su, who asked her brother to look at something. Looking at the garden, the guy was shocked that the first sprout had already sprouted. Ping'an realized that these fertilizers accelerated the growth of plants. He exclaimed that he had finally come across something normal and not trash like before, which outraged the fish in the broom. The knife lying on an improvised board in the kitchen was also dissatisfied with this statement. The happy girl asked Chen if they would soon have watermelons, and the boy answered negatively, since the fertilizer, although it was good, had to be used wisely, so it was necessary to wait at least 2 weeks. Leaving the upset Su alone in the yard, Ping'an said that he would go change his clothes and start cooking. Looking at the bag of fertilizer, Ling decided to take matters into her own hands. Having poured the plant food into the necessary container, the girl began to scatter it throughout the garden. She fertilized each plant generously to achieve the desired results. The sprouts actively increased in size, quickly passing all stages of development. Suddenly, the girl's actions were interrupted by Ping'an, who returned to the yard and asked what she was doing. Hiding the bowl of fertilizer behind her, Su pointed to the garden and said that the watermelons had already grown and were now ready to eat. Seeing the fruits, Chen was surprised. This magic fertilizer was stronger than he thought. After using such a small amount, everything sprouted to the last stage. But then the guy looked at the girl suspiciously. Behind her, he noticed a bag that was a third empty, and asked Ling to explain what had happened to the fertilizer. Su replied that she didn't know that and assumed that it was just a breeze that blew away some of the fertilizer. Of course, Ping'an didn't believe such nonsense and asked if the girl really loved watermelons that much, and there was a boy standing outside the door to the yard and watching them. He heard Chen tell Ling to wash her hands, and the girl obediently went to do so. Having collected the fruits, the boy brought them into the house, washed them, and began to cut them. However, cutting the watermelon was difficult, and the boy wondered if the fruit was really edible. He thought he should try a piece before the girl came running. However, Ping'an didn't have time to do this. Ling was already standing in front of him and devouring the pulp of the fruit. The worried boy asked if everything was okay and if she was feeling well, and Su replied that the watermelon was very sweet. She urged her brother to try the fruit. Chen asked the girl to eat more slowly because no one would steal her watermelon. But Ling continued to quickly eat the pieces of fruit, saying that her brother could give the fruit to the boy outside the gate. Looking at the courtyard door, the boy asked, "Which boy?" Ping'an decided to test Su's words and opened the gate, holding a piece of watermelon in his hand. There he actually came across a fair-haired boy with a yellow bow on his head. Nervously, he stood frozen in place, seeing powerful energy everywhere. Confused, Ping'an asked the boy what was wrong, but the child stood in a stupor and remained silent, and Chen assumed that he had frightened the stranger. The guy asked the boy if he was a cultivator, but there was no answer. Now the owner of the house was sure that the bug had frightened the guest. Even Old Man Lon was scared, and here was such a child. The boy remained silent, and Ping'an assumed that this child was stupid, which made the guy feel sorry for the boy. Chen gave the young guest a watermelon without inviting him inside, and the child accepted the fruit with trembling hands. The guy asked the boy to go home and not make his parents worry. Then he closed the door, leaving the child alone. The boy, having calmed down a little, put his hand on his chest and said, "How scary." Suddenly, the door opened and the owner of the house concluded, "So you say." As he closed the gate again, Pingin wondered why the cultivators in this world were so strange, not a single normal one. This made the child turn away from the house in horror. Still holding a piece of watermelon in his hand, the boy began to run. There were too many treasures in the yard, and for the first time the child was so scared that he could not even utter a word. He never thought that such a strong man would live on the outskirts of a small town. The boy was sure that Chen had noticed him on the street. The child was glad that the older one did not scold him. Having run far enough, the boy sat down near one of the trees, getting ready to taste a watermelon. As the child bit into the pulp, he suggested that Pingin did not want to be disturbed, which was why he lived on the outskirts. After swallowing the fruit, the boy was surprised to feel his level increase. From the 5th level of Dan, he moved to the 1st level of divinity. The child assumed that Pingin was giving him a chance. The boy underestimated the elder who was distributing such amplifiers. He guessed that it was because of Chen that the neighboring cult had risen so high. Taking out the artifact needed for communication, the child told his grandfather that this cult was not as simple as it seemed, so he needed to prepare a better gift. At that moment, Pingin thought that next time the door should be bolted. The resulting fertilizer was a real artifact, and if it had been discovered, there would have been a lot of problems. Walking around his yard, the guy wondered how Sue knew that someone was behind the door. He approached the girl and addressed her, intending to sort everything out. Chen asked Ling to answer honestly whether she knew the basics of cultivation. Hearing this, the girl became nervous. She was good at pretending to be mortal in order to please her elder. It was a mystery to her how the boy knew that she was not human. Smiling slyly, she admitted that she did indeed know the basics of cultivation. Pingin was shocked that even Sue had cultivator abilities, but he didn't. Trying to lie, Ling said that she was very weak compared to other people. Surprised that the girl had kept it a secret for so long, Chen asked what level she was at. Sue was nervous, trying to find the right words to make her lie sound believable. Looking behind Chen, she saw the Peach sister holding a tablet and replied that she was at the level of gathering key energy. Noticing the girl's strange behavior, the guy turned around. However, behind him there was only a tree and nothing else. Then Pingin asked Ling when she became a cultivator, and Sue continued to look somewhere past her brother. Reading the Peach's sign, the girl replied that it happened not so long ago. At this moment, Chen turned around again sharply, trying to understand what was happening. However, there was no one behind him. And the boy wondered why Ling was looking behind him when she said something. It looked like someone was prompting her. The elder was puzzled. Because there were only the two of them in the yard, he did not know that the human form of a peach was hiding behind the tree. Picking up a plate of watermelon pieces from the table, Pingin said that the girl had done wrong. Chen said that if Ling didn't tell him everything, he would take the watermelons, and Sue screamed that it wasn't her fault. She admitted that it was Sister Peach Tree who taught her and asked not to take the watermelons. This answer puzzled the guy even more. The cultivation book said that any living thing that had existed for many years could become immortal, and these spirits could take on human form and even speak. Even though Pingin received the tree sprout from the system, he didn't notice anything strange. Chen began to suspect that the sprout, like the fertilizer, was unusual. Standing behind the tree, the Peach was outraged that the girl told everything for a couple of watermelons. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the girl, which required the tree to find a solution to the problem. Otherwise, it knew what awaited it in case of failure. Peach saw only one way out of this situation. She used magic and directed a beam straight at the girl's head. Ling shook, which caught Pingin's attention. She reported that her head suddenly began to spin. And not only the peach tree spoke to her, but also the clouds and even the watermelons. An alarmed Chen ran up to Sue and asked what was happening to her. The girl started sweating and said that she was very hot. Looking at the garden, the guy thought that this was a side effect of the fertilizer. Pingin took the sick girl in his arms and was indignant that even at that moment he was thinking about his own, and not about the child. As he carried Ling home, he asked her to be strong. Somewhere in the forest, Aoshin sat in the lotus position and meditated, trying to improve his level. At that moment, there was a sudden explosion that scattered several trees and rocks around the area. A certain man appeared before Lan, whom he called a vile old man who dared to attack an immortal. This man said, "I heard that you have become stronger now." Bai Gufeng asked if he couldn't even say hello now. An angry Aochin found this method of greeting questionable. Bai thought I used the strongest move using chi energy, but Aochin dodged it so easily. Apparently, Chun wasn't lying. This old man was able to break through to a new level of cultivation with the help of his elder. Long said that he was too lazy to argue with anyone at the peak of the Mahayana realm. And he also asked if Gufeng was not ashamed to yell at an immortal. Aodian continued to say, When we last met, you were also at the peak of Mahayana. Can't you level up? Indignant Bai answered him. You at least know what you are talking about, so shut up already. Don't open your mouth about Mahayana Peak if you don't understand anything. Pleased with himself, Lon noted. Then you became scarier than me. In response, an angry Gufeng insulted the man by showing him the middle finger. Ling lay in her bed with a wet towel on her head, suffering from the fever. Worried, Ping'an still couldn't figure out where this fever came from. It wasn't the watermelon that was the issue, as Chen had eaten it too, but he was fine. Then the guy assumed that the problem was that Ling was a cultivator. Someone opened the gate, asking if the elder was home. It was Mu, whom Ping'an happily let in with the request not to ask every time if he could come in. Once in the yard, the man was amazed by the changes that had taken place. Just a couple of days ago, there wasn't even a vegetable garden, but now it contained a multitude of watermelons. Moreover, they contained more spiritual power than the most powerful medicines. Watching Zhang Gong look at the garden, Chen guessed that he liked the watermelons. The guy suddenly remembered one thing from the book. When using too much spiritual energy, a fever could appear. Ping'an asked the old man if he thought that these watermelons had become elixirs with energy. He himself did not understand anything about cultivation, but he assumed that with the help of magic fertilizer, it was quite possible to create a potion. Then Mu asked, Elder, are you kidding? How could a watermelon become an elixir? However, in reality, the old man saw that these fruits were indeed real potions. Hearing that the fruits were not elixirs, Chen breathed a sigh of relief, as he still knew little about cultivation, so it would be difficult for him to explain why Ling had a fever that turned out to be quite normal. Zhang Gong said that today was the school's opening day, so he came to call the elder with him, and Ping'an replied that Su had suddenly fallen ill, so he needed to stay and look after the girl. Mu accepted these words but thought that such an excuse was quite interesting, since the immortal Ling was unlikely to get sick. The guy noted that Su shouldn't have eaten all the watermelons. So, while picking the fruits, Chen offered to share them with the disciples at the ceremony, and the old man agreed to do so, since that was the elder's wish. Zhang thought that while it might be a trinket for Ping'an, for the others it was a great opportunity to grow. To avoid carrying everything in his hands, the man placed the watermelons in a magic ring. He thanked Chen and said that he would return for the ceremony, and the boy asked him to forget about the 10,000 disciples and not worry about it anymore. Mu stated that they had already been recruited. The Hengzhong sect building was in a festive mood, with confetti flying everywhere. There were quite a lot of people on the cult's territory talking to each other about something. Yu ran up to her grandfather and asked if the elder would show up today, and the man replied that he had other things to do, so no. Meeting Lanking in the crowd, Mu smiled and said that he didn't think the princess would come. The girl greeted the man, who said that he was leaving her with his granddaughter. Then, finding himself in the center of the square, the old man announced that the celebration would begin. Suddenly, a stranger approached him, greeted him, and said that he was the Emperor of the Ancients and wanted to talk to Zhang Gong. Suddenly, the man was pushed aside by the crowd, and the stranger, trying to get through, demanded to be allowed to talk to the Emperor of the mountainous country. A man with an eye patch standing nearby noted that the patriarch was now at the stage of no more than a demigod. He believed that the sect had no great strength and, other than the formation and the dragon, it was almost useless. The young master of the Purgatory sect asked his subordinate, "Is this what you mean by meeting an immortal and that's it?" The man, who was literally cannon fodder, said that he really wasn't lying. Otherwise, the master would be thinking about how this selfless sect suddenly rose to the pinnacle of glory and managed to gain the favor of the empire. The master declared that it was all a trick to deceive the students, and that the accompanying gifts and money from the nobility were to be returned as is, and the rest was to be divided among 3 or 7. The subordinate wanted to object, but the man said that he was not in the mood to listen to such nonsense. He ordered to enter the clan and explained that the mountain defense training, even if it was revealed, would not have any effect on them. The sect did not pose a threat to their purgatory cult, even if they were strong. And the dragon in the sky, fortunately, was only at the peak of Dhyana, and the master could give him a fight. Licking his lips, the master demanded that Mu Ran Sua be captured. The man was sure that now they would be able to catch her and turn her into a weapon. Su suddenly turned around and noticed her enemy piercing her with his gaze. The girl was puzzled to see the disgusting, satisfied smile on his face. However, the next moment, he no longer looked so happy as he saw the owner of Tianrun Tower, Long Iodian. Then, Zhengdan Tung, the director of the Shushan Immortal Academy, arrived at the ceremony. And then Bai Gufeng, the owner of the treasury, appeared with the fair-haired boy. They all came to congratulate the Hengzhong sect on its opening. The Purgatory sect master was astonished that the ceremony was attended by 3 of the strongest people. He couldn't understand why these men were here. Looking at Gufeng, Long guessed that he came because he apparently heard about the elder. Mu apologized to the three leaders for not greeting them properly, and Aotian noted that the old man he met the second time was too polite. Zhonggong thanked him for saving him that time, but Long said that he shouldn't have thanked him and suggested calling him brother. Then Dan introduced himself, also offering to call him brother and asking for forgiveness for showing up uninvited. Next, Bai introduced himself and was going to repeat the director's words. However, Aochin interrupted him and told him to call Gufeng a moron, which angered the cultivator, who began to insult Long. Nervously, Mu assumed that these people came because of the elder and asked them to pass. However, Ten, opening a small chest, asked to accept a modest gift from him. A scroll burst out of the chest, which the director called a painting called Dragon and Phoenix Chenxiang. Dan explained that if you looked at it for a long time, you could greatly improve your cultivation skills. Mu guessed that it was the treasure of the Shushan Immortal Academy. Ten confirmed the guess and noted that this gift was just right for the newly opened academy. Bai said that after this he could not leave them without a proper gift, because he was the owner of the treasury. Gufeng opened the casket in his hands, from which a blue light began to rise. Bai explained that the spiritual energy in this place was weak, so he decided to gift a source of pure spiritual energy. Then, Aodian said that there are 5 levels of spiritual guides: lower, middle, high, and others. Lon stated that Gufeng's gift could be flushed down the toilet, since the absolute energy conductor that the tower owner brought was more suitable. An angry Bai insulted Aotian and said that he couldn't calm down, and the cultivator replied that he had simply always been ahead of him. Then Gufeng said that he had another gift, which was a golden card. With its help, one could get a 10% discount in his treasury. Dan was amazed, thinking that 10% was almost half of his treasury. Long said that it was trash, since he and Tianjin Tower were under the control of the elder. He also considered it insulting to take money from Pingana. Then Bai grabbed the fair-haired boy and said that his grandson would be studying in their academy, and from today on, he was a member of the Hengzhong cult. This statement without the child's consent puzzled the boy. An indignant Aotian demanded that Gufeng stop pretending, since he had originally planned to send his grandson here, and Bai replied that if the cultivator wanted, he could have sent his grandson here as well, and also called the man a 100-year-old virgin. Watching the cultivators in conflict, the director thought about how difficult it was with them. The Purgatory cult master couldn't believe that the top cultivators had come to congratulate the Hengzhong sect. He guessed that there really was someone very strong at the head of the cult. The subordinate whispered to the young master what they should do now, whether they should continue with the plan since they were going to catch Shui. Hearing this whisper, Ron turned around, and the sect leader tried to shut up the servant. The worried master explained to his subordinate that he should at least look around before opening his mouth. While these two were arguing, the girl approached the 3 strongest and, pointing to the master of Purgatory, said that these people were plotting something. The dissatisfied men asked in one voice who dared to do this. Approaching the potential enemy, Aochin placed his hand on his shoulder. Then the man, accompanied by Ten and Bai, asked the young master what he had said. Lon continued his speech. "You seem to be from the cult of Purgatory? Didn't you know whose sect it was you dared to cause chaos in the cult of your brother? You don't respect me, huh?" Guafeng continued. "There is no money to buy my treasures, but they boast about their eggs." And Dan picked up, "You have also insulted our academy." The young master tried to somehow excuse himself. He said that the elders apparently misunderstood everything. He was just a guest. Mu approached them and said that it turned out that there had been a misunderstanding and asked them to end it there, and that this man was a guest. He assumed that the young master probably had prepared a gift as well, which made the boy nervous. Zhonggun explained that they were not picky. Even if the gift was bad, you could always give more to make up for it. After some time, the master of Purgatory gave the men everything he had. They didn't even think that there would be so many items. The young man was angry, but he could only clench his hand into a fist in an attempt to contain his anger. He promised himself that he would kill all his offenders. Long and Mu walked away from him, walking as if they were friends. Aochin said that he lived on the hill nearby, so he was going to come over from time to time. The black snake hovering in the sky suddenly received a strong blow. The massive damage forced him to give in and take on his dog form, after which the animal fell onto the square near the sect building. Once at the bottom, the exhausted dog hurried to find Jungun. The worried man asked the dragon's sister what had happened, and she replied that she had been unable to defeat the man in the sky. Looking up, the men saw a floating immortal named Chen Yangming. He had no hope that his visit to this cult would be so fruitful. Yang Ming said that the dragon had not completely absorbed the essence and would not be able to become a full-fledged dragon in the future. The immortal sternly demanded that those below listen to him carefully. Mu became wary, feeling the pressure on himself, and Yang Ming said that if they didn't want to die on the spot, they should destroy the formation and hand over the dragon to him. Zhonggun explained that this beast did not belong to him or the cult, but to another person, and if the immortal wanted to take it, then he should contact the owner of the creature. This statement outraged Yang Ming, and he decided to give the pathetic man 3 seconds to think. The immortal began the countdown, making everyone present nervous. At the last second, a golden sword appeared behind the ill-wisher and asked what Yang Ming intended to do. Turning around and seeing the golden feather, the immortal became alarmed and asked what the weapon was doing here. The guy replied, "Do I really need to report where I am and what I am? You should be ashamed. I am defending this territory and you are wasting the resources of the immortal kingdom." Yang Ming couldn't understand what was going on here and why the immortal weapon was protecting the mortal cult. Seeing the enemy's aura, the immortal guessed that the sword was incredibly strong. Yang Ming understood that if he entered into battle with him, he would inevitably lose. Not wanting to die, the immortal decided to escape from the protector of humanity. Dissatisfied with such a pitiful sight, Golden Feather asked, "Are you running away?" Having caught up with the scoundrel, he asked the question again. "Did I give permission?" Then, swinging his leg, the sword struck the enemy. With a direct hit, he sent the enemy down. The attack was so powerful that it slammed the immortal into the ground. The resulting hole sent clouds of dust into the air. Landing nearby, the weapon told Yang Ming to return to the cult, fall to his knees, and ask for forgiveness. Spitting blood, the immortal asked, "Do you want me to apologize to the bugs?" He tried to set his own conditions, but it was in vain. A few more blows from the sword followed for the sake of conviction. Half naked and beaten, Yang Ming knelt in the Hengzhong sect and begged for forgiveness. Sword gave Mu a bag containing all the immortal's belongings, and the old man thanked the youth for what he had done. The weapon told Yang Ming to leave and tell everyone that he was protecting this cult, and the immortal politely and fearfully replied that he would do so. He then immediately took off flying away from the sword. However, once he was far enough away, Yang Ming shouted that he would return. Mu cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. He understood that he needed to somehow defuse the situation. The man said that when everything was finally resolved, within 3 days they would accept 10,000 disciples. 3 days later, the system notified that Pingin's mission had been successfully completed. Chen was amazed that the old man did not lie and fulfilled his request. The system congratulated the guy on completing the 900th task and notified that it would launch an update, and the reward would be chosen by Pingin himself. He could ask for something ordinary or restore cultivation. Hearing about cultivation, Chen became encouraged, realizing that he could become stronger. A window popped up informing you what percentage of the update had been downloaded. The system took a long time to update, and when it reached 99%, it seemed to freeze in place. Looking at this number, Pingin was already starting to get angry. Clutching his head, he did not understand what kind of files this system could have been downloading for an entire hour. And at that moment, Ling was trying to get to the watermelons behind him. However, the guy looked angrily at the girl, demanding that she stop. He said that Sue shouldn't have eaten watermelons, and asked if she had forgotten what happened a couple of days ago. And Ling replied that the watermelons weren't to blame. I was distracted from Ping's lecture by a notification that the update was complete. The delighted guy began clicking on the screen, and the upset Ling wandered back into the house. The system window turned gold, which amazed Chen. The system was updated to a better version, and now Pingin could choose the development path independently, and missions were supposed to appear automatically. You had to wait for the mission to appear, and after completing it, you could receive various rewards. Thanks to the Raider mod, the system automatically selected 100 places in different parts of the world between which you could move. After completing the mission, you could become stronger, and after completing 100 tasks, there was an opportunity to become completely invincible. Pingin assumed that he would have to fight people, but he doubted that he could fight anyone right now. The system also offered a second choice. You can become a cultivator, but you have no spiritual roots, so independent development is impossible. The energy core will always be filled, and cultivation will be at the peak of each level. In this case, the guy decided to become a cultivator and chose this option on the screen. From this moment on, Chen was at the peak of the Dantan formation and could see his own ki. The guy was happy that his cultivation had finally been restored. It had been 5 whole years since he became the same as an ordinary person, and it was quite difficult for him to live for so long without strength. Pingin felt that there was another flow of energy. Concentrating his power in his hand, he saw Kai. Chen decided to test his cultivation and directed the energy towards his home. The blow left a dent in the foundation, helping Ping'an confirm that he could now use cultivator techniques. The guy was glad that he was now quite strong. But Ling, standing behind the door on the contrary, considered her brother a weakling. Chen asked Su to come to him, and the girl immediately ran up to the guy. When handing Ling the bamboo stick, Ping'an asked, as before, to hit him with all his strength and he would not dodge. As Su accepted the weapon, she smiled slyly, intending to punish her brother. The girl jumped, intending to attack Chen from above and take revenge on him for not giving her watermelons. Seeing the approaching stick and Ling's energy, Ping'an was amazed that Su had strengthened herself with Kai. What followed was a powerful blow that went beyond Chen's domain. However, the guy himself was not at all harmed by the girl's attack, unlike last time when she hit very weakly. Ping'an felt nothing and was now glad that he really was strong, but Su assured him that this was not the case, and it was all because of the clothes that Chen now did not take off. While the boy admired how incredible he was, the rooster thought about when his owner would get all his strength back. It was still strange for the bird to see his elder like this. Peach said that after many reincarnations, Ping'an had changed somewhat. Before he was the strongest creature, but now everything was different. Sighing, the knife said that it was the master's decision, which they had no right to interfere with. He also thought about how invincible the elder had been in the past. The weapon told me, I remember it as if it were yesterday. One day, the owner was sitting in his domain and calmly sipping tea. But his ill-wishers dared to interrupt his rest. Then the master came face to face with a group of people whose movement could destroy the world. After a moment, Ping'an said to attack together, since he didn't have time to deal with each one. The guy didn't even intend to put down his cup of tea. With just one movement, he got rid of several enemies and indifferently left the bloody place, leaving behind many corpses. The sword was surprised that the elder was so strong before and wanted to ask something, but the knife told him not to ask stupid questions. A system window popped up, notifying that the first level was ready and asking if Ping'an would like to start it. Chen was surprised that it happened so quickly and thought that it was much better than waiting for the task. Suddenly, Zhonggun came to the guy and asked the system to wait a little. When the gate opened, the old man with the dog in his arms announced that he had come to return it. Then Ping'an reminded me, I told you that you don't have to return the animal. Mu explained that the reception of students was over, and the dog wanted to spend time with its owner, which surprised Chen. The guy asked incredulously if the beast was kind and would not bite. Ping'an became a cultivator and also received the root of Qi energy, so he thought that he had nothing to be afraid of. The old man said that the dog was very strong, but the elder did not have to worry about an attack. The dragon was a Buddhist, so he would not kill or maim people, and Chen found it strange that the demonic creature kept a fast and believed in Buddha. The guy still looked at the animal with apprehension, not believing that it could be so kind. Ping'an decided to test this, so he sat down on the ground opposite the animal and gave the command to sit, and the animal obediently followed it. The boy then asked for a paw, and the friendly-looking dog obeyed again. The elder called her a good girl and said that from now on her name was Smole, and she could accompany him everywhere. And Mu, watching Ping'an hugging the dog, thought that only the elder could play with the dragon without any problems. Turning to Zhonggong, Chen said, I want to ask for something. Can you lend me some 3rd or 4th level pills? The old man was surprised by this request. He did not understand why the elder needed such trash. He noticed that Ping'an had suppressed his ki to the 1st level of Dantain and wondered what the boy was planning. Taking the ring off his finger, Mu explained that it contained everything Chen was looking for. Putting the item in the elder's hand, Zhonggong asked him to take the thing and said that he could go to the cult and bring stronger medicines. He also explained that there was no need to return anything, because the property of the cult was the property of Ping'an, so he could take whatever he wanted. The boy thanked Mu and said that this was more than enough. Even though the cult belonged to Chen, he thought that he had already taken a lot from him, so he wanted to repay the sect in full when he became stronger. Ping'an asked how the old man was enjoying the watermelons and whether he wanted to take a couple more, and Zhonggong asked hesitantly whether they were really okay to take. The guy replied that it was just a couple of watermelons. Ling couldn't eat that much on her own, so Mu could easily take some fruit. Besides, the old man helped Ping'an, and Su, who was nearby and armed with a stick, indignantly said that she would eat them herself. Ignoring the girl's discontent, Zhonggong agreed to take the watermelons and thanked the elder. The old man decided that Chen was giving them a chance to develop, since he exchanged such valuable fruits for some pills. Mu assumed that Ping'an had no reason to give them watermelons, so he used the pills as an excuse. As he left the boy's domain, the old man thought that Chen had been very kind. But to Ping'an, on the contrary, It seemed that 2 watermelons were nothing compared to the pills, which made the exchange unequal. He assumed that Zhonggong was embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed. Looking after Mu, the guy considered him very kind. Chen thought that with the help of Smoly and these pills, he would quickly pass the first level. But he still lacked a weapon. At first, the guy wanted to use a cleaver but decided that it wouldn't look very good. Entering the house, Ping'an noticed a dusty golden sword. This is what he decided to use as his weapon. Taking the blade in his hands, the guy noticed that it had become sharper. However, there was no sheath for the sword, which was not very convenient for Chen. Suddenly, the blade began to glow, and something began to materialize around it. Ping'an was amazed when the scabbard appeared by itself. Now he understood that the magical weapon was worthy of being such. While attaching the sword to his belt, Chen called the dog to accompany him. Also, when setting off on his journey, the guy told the system to get ready. The dragon was upset and asked where they were going, since she had just returned, and the sword told her that the dog should go and keep quiet. When the system window appeared in front of them, the beast and the weapon became alarmed. The system has notified you that your power was hidden, so be careful not to reveal yourself. It is enough to show a bit of power. The sword felt a strong pressure and now understood what the knife was telling it. Somewhere in an unknown place, Ms. Duan sat on a blue computer chair and behind a transparent blue keyboard. She didn't think there would be so many obstacles, but she was finally able to enter a new stage. In her opinion, she spent too much time on this. However, the girl was sure that they would meet soon. Meanwhile, Ping'an arrived in the northern region. The guy noted that it was quite lively here, although this was typical for a big city. When the system said that there were tasks in different parts of the world, he thought that he would end up in the forests. But it turned out that the missions were located in separate kingdoms. The system window announced that in this kingdom he would be known as Long Aochin. The task was to make everyone in the kingdom know about it. And the reward was an increase in the level of qi, all of which raised many questions in Chen. Ping'an thought for a moment and decided to test his theory first. He turned to one of the passers-by and asked, "Brother, do you think I am different?" In response, the disgruntled man called the guy crazy. Now, a confused Chen realized that the system error did not work for everyone, so cheating would not work. Suddenly, a stranger came up from behind, put his hand on Ping'an's shoulder and said, "You are different, very different." The man said his name was Wen Dagui, and Chen surprised him greatly. He guessed that the guy was a genius of cultivation and would become a worthy person in the future. Throwing off the stranger's hand, Ping'an called the man a merchant, and Wen tried to explain that he was not selling anything. He just wanted to ask if the guy would be willing to join their team for the tournament, which piqued Chen's interest. Dagi explained that the guy was new here, so he might not know about it. The Jiangwu kingdom valued martial arts very much, so a martial arts tournament was held on the prince's birthday. The team was supposed to consist of 5 people, but so far there were only 3. Wen saw that Ping'an's cultivation was at the first level and he was not yet 30, so the man asked him about it. Chen considered participating in the tournament a great opportunity because if he got any place, he would complete the task and test his skills on people, but he had to act extremely carefully. The guy told Dagi that he had thought about participating, but was busy with something else for now. Wen asked Ping'an to think about it carefully and come to a tea shop that was located nearby. Watching Chen leave, the man sighed in disappointment. Returning to the tea house, he said that he had apparently been refused, and the girl drinking the aromatic drink told Dagi to find someone else. Walking along the city streets, the guy noticed a crowd of people gathered near one building. One of the crowd called someone a scammer, backing it up with the fact that all 5 bets made had failed. He wanted his money back, and Li Shua, standing at the table with the spheres to whom all this was addressed, asked the Taoist not to be angry, since luck had simply turned away from the man, which was not Li's fault. Smiling, Shua said that since the accuser was just an evil newbie, it was not permissible for Li, with his level, to hit him. He took a blue card out of his pocket, put it on display for all to see and asked, "What if this is the case?" Everyone was shocked to learn that this young man was already a 3rd-level master, and no one dared to argue with him anymore. People shamefacedly apologized and began to disperse, unable to do anything. Noticing Ping'an, Li decided to treat him as well, so he asked, "Brother Taoist, you're so surprised, maybe you want to try it." But Chen replied that he was only interested in the way his spheres worked. Shua said that everything was simple. There were barriers under the domes. The first was a protective barrier from the times of Anidia, and the second was an integrative defense of the external environment. Li offered to pick one and try to destroy it to get 10 times his bet. It sounded easy to Chen, and he was also tempted by the fact that he could make some money this way. The only problem was that he didn't have any soul stones. Taking out a level 3 pill, Ping'an asked how many times it could be played. Shua replied that one of those cost about 60 soul stones, but he was willing to make an exception for the guy and let him play 11 times. Smiling, Lee thought that in front of him stood a stupid rich man whom he wanted to rob. Shua was curious about what Chen would choose, but he knew that the guy would still lose since none of the domes would even crack. With his eyes burning with excitement, Ping'an drew his blade from its sheath. Seeing the golden sword, Lee became worried. At first he thought that the guy was holding some kind of low-level sword. However, the air around the weapon was a little strange, and Lee felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Shua remembered how the immortal weapon destroyed the sleeping formation before his eyes. It was in the form of a golden-haired boy with amber eyes. Lee couldn't believe that Chen was holding that same golden sword in his hands. He had recently heard that an immortal artifact had reached the southern lands, but he doubted that the weapon could recognize such a fool. Since Ping'an had paid anyway, Shua decided to increase the dome's protection to maximum just in case. Lee believed that even if he used all his strength, the boy would not be able to win. However, the sword was able to easily cut the dome in half, showing Shua its power. Ping'an himself was shocked, because not only the barriers were damaged, but the base was also broken. He didn't know how it happened and assumed he had swung too hard. Chen asked how to calculate his winnings, hoping that Shua knew he didn't have money for repairs and wouldn't beat him. While the worried charlatan wondered if Ping'an knew he was cheating and would kill him, the swindler told Chen that the guy was the only one who could win. Shua gave Ping'an a bag containing his winnings of 600 soul stones, and Chen, calling the boy an honest man, said that he would go, since he still had business to attend to. As he left, Ping'an was glad that they didn't ask him for money for repairs, and Lee quickly put his things away, saying that the shop was closed and demanding that they not look at him. Lee felt relieved that Chen wasn't angry, but he remembered that the immortal weapon once said that it would protect its master from anyone, even an immortal. Lee didn't care how strong Ping'an was. He just hoped that the guy wouldn't want to get even with him. Watching Chen walk away, Shua noticed something suspicious. He saw Ping'an and his dog being chased by several men who were clearly up to no good, and Lee thought this was his chance. Chen also noticed that strangers had been following him from the beginning. He assumed that they might have been the shopkeeper's boys. Running up to Ping'an and startling him with a touch on the shoulder, Lee said, "Hello, brother Taoist, what a meeting." The disgruntled guy asked the shopkeeper what he wanted, and Shua replied, "Don't worry, I'm not with the guys who want to rob you. I think you're a good guy, so I decided to help." Looking back, Lee loudly declared that under his protection, not a single living soul would approach Chen. Hearing this and seeing the shopkeeper's menacing look, the pursuing men became alarmed and taken aback. Lee said that the boy was now untouchable, and Ping'an thanked him for it. Lee introduced himself and asked to be addressed by his first name, then asked Chen's name, and the nervous boy said, "Long Iodian." Shua knew that this was the name of the head of Tianjun Tower, and thought that maybe they had the same last name. However, the shopkeeper knew that a cultivator would never use someone else's name. He had heard that there was someone very powerful behind Tianrun Tower. The man in front of Lee was holding an immortal weapon and also used the name of the tower's owner. So the shopkeeper began to guess that this was not just a coincidence, causing Shua to become nervous and Ping'an to ask why the guy was sweating so much. Lee tried to come up with some kind of excuse and said that they had simply been standing in one place for a long time, which only puzzled Chen more. After some time, Ping'an came to the very tea house where he was asked to come to join the team to participate in the tournament. He entered with the dog and Shua, greeting everyone. Wen was surprised when he saw Chen and asked, "So you agree?" And the girl was even more surprised when she noticed Lee behind the guy. Peng Han, a 5th-level cultivator of the Dantean realm, was unhappy that Shua had come to them, and even brought someone with him. Lee explained that he also wanted to participate, so he decided to join the team along with Ping'an, who made it possible for him to win the tournament. While everyone was happy about the new addition to the team, Han was angry, because before Shua appeared, he was the strongest cultivator, which could help him win Fei Shan's attention. He had no idea that Lee, whom Peng was clearly not thrilled about, would join them. Distracted from Shua, the embittered Khan noticed the dog. He indignantly asked Ping'an if this was his dog and why he had brought it. Chen replied that it was indeed his beast, and explained that the animal was not just a dog, but was a demonic creature. This seemed like nonsense to Pan, and he asked, "Do you even know what you're talking about? This garbage dog is a demonic creature." Then they walk on the street. Khan was unable to finish speaking because he felt a strong pressure that caused him to fall to his knees. The other team members were amazed by the behavior of their comrade, who suddenly began to tremble. Looking at the dog, Lee thought, although it looked like an ordinary animal, The power emitted by it was indeed very similar to the energy of a demonic creature. Shua understood that Ping'an was not as simple as he seemed. Pleased with his trick, the dog thought, "Let's see if you dare to say something to me again." Peng himself was also surprised that he lost his balance. He could not understand how it happened. Khan felt a monstrous pressure, but he could not believe that it came from the beast. And the indignant Ping'an asked, "Did you see a ghost, or do you have low hemoglobin?" Peng replied that he simply slipped and fell. With her hands clasped in front of her in a pleading gesture, a nervous Faye asked her to stop her aggressive behavior. She said that there was little time left before the tournament, so it was time to head to the Wild Mountains to level up. Finding themselves in the forest in the Wild Mountains, Chen found it strange that there were no creatures, and Shan, worried, said that they must have come at the wrong time, as usually small creatures hid if something stronger and more ferocious than them appeared. Since Ping'an was at a low level, Faye asked him to stick behind them just in case, and he could also attack from behind them, taking less damage. Trying to support the girl, Pan told her not to worry, because at their level, no monsters were scary to them. Besides, they came to level up, so they had no need to protect Chen. However, Shan did not like these words, and she rudely asked the guy to shut up. Smiling stupidly and nervously, Ping'an turned away from Han, who was wildly angry, in an attempt to avoid trouble. Chen wondered if Peng was really as strong as he claimed. Ping'an had no spiritual roots, so he could not determine the level of the people around him. And the guy also had a strong feeling that Han wanted to stop him. Sword asked Smolya if she had released the dragon's breath, and the dog replied that she did not know this and asked if the weapon had felt it. Golden Feather replied that he had more cultivation than the dog, so even if she released a dragon breath, he would hardly notice. However, if she did show her energy again, then they would not encounter a single monster. After such an explanation, the dragon still decided to allow the team to train. First of all, she decided to set some monsters on Pan. Somewhere in this same area, one bear suggested to another that they leave, or explained this by saying that on the other side of the mountain there was a very terrible beast. Dee asked him to stop panicking, because he was already at the initial stage of the Soul Realm, so no one could defeat him, and there was nothing to be afraid of. This conversation was supported by Smol, who was behind, who suggested that the bear go through and deal with the enemy. Wanting to know who had interrupted their conversation, Dee turned around. He saw a dog in front of him that was emitting ominous dragon energy. Screaming in fear, the bear grabbed almost strangling him. Dee addressed Smolly as the Supreme One and asked what she was doing there, and the dog asked them not to be afraid and explained that she would not hurt the bears, and on the contrary, she hoped that they would help her with something. After the request was made, the dog returned to the team, which had been roaming the forest for a long time and could not find anyone. Finally, Ping'an noticed someone and said that there seemed to be a monster up ahead. Pan, delighted, asked to be shown where the creature was and said that he would show him how to kill it. Wanting to make a good impression on the girl and pacify the other guys on the team, Khan rushed at the beast. In the process, he concentrated all his energy into a clenched fist. Finding himself next to the bear, the guy dealt him what seemed like a powerful blow. However, this attack did not cause any harm to the animal. Realizing that the creature was in the initial stage of the Soul Realm, Peng became alarmed. Meanwhile, the grinning bear swung its paw and struck the guy. From such an attack, Khan flew several meters and fell somewhere behind his team. As the alarmed Shan thought, a powerful monster appeared in front of them. But they only had one person at the 7th stage of the Dantain formation, who was already lying on the ground unconscious. Therefore, the girl saw only one possible option and decided to run away from the bear, who had turned on her. However, their team also included the selfless Ping'an, who rushed to protect the girl. He stood in front of Shan, blocking the beast's path, and took out his weapon. With the help of the sword, the guy managed to stop the bear's paw that was approaching him. Wen and Fei were amazed by the power Chen showed them. But Shua, who was standing calmly by the tree, fully expected such a turn of events. The bear thought that he was lucky that he held back, because if the beast had wounded this man, the higher one would have made mincemeat out of him. And Chen was glad that he was able to repel the attack. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. However, since the boy was able to restrain the animal, he found it strange that everyone else did not fight. The entire team was hiding behind the trees, except for Li, who was encouraging Ping'an and saying that they were leaving everything to the guy. Chen guessed that this monster was very weak, so they decided to entrust the bear to him. Even though Han, who was at the 7th stage of the Dantan formation, was unconscious, Ping'an thought that the bear was only at the 1st stage, and his comrades wanted him to show his abilities, so they entrusted him with killing this monster. In this case, the inspired guy decided to try to impress the team. He concentrated the energy in his fist and struck the bear. However, such an unexpectedly weak attack puzzled the animal. Bear realized that he had to give in and fell on his back, pretending that he had been dealt quite a lot of damage. Chen sincerely believed that he was able to defeat the monster so easily. The guy took a running start and jumped towards the bear. In flight, he swung his sword, intending to destroy the animal. Seeing the weapon rapidly approaching him, became alarmed. Trying to dodge the attack, the bear asked, "Hi, one. Shouldn't I have just played along? Why is he trying to kill me?" And the dog, giggling nervously, replied that it was no longer her problem, which alarmed the bear. The beast thought that it was time to end this circus, otherwise Ping'an would kill him. While running away from Chen, the animal suddenly stopped and turned around. The beast decided that it should avoid the boy's attacks and kill the rest, so it headed towards the defenseless Fae. However, Ping'an could not allow the girl to be hurt. Once in front of the bear, Chen said, "As long as I'm here, don't even think about it." The animal immediately stopped and looked questioningly at the man. Then the bear simply turned away and walked in the other direction, surprising Ping'an with such behavior. At this moment, Pan, who did not understand what was happening, was finally able to wake up. The boy only remembered being thrown back. While he was trying to comprehend everything, a bear appeared in front of him. Khan became alarmed, realizing that he would not be able to avoid the bear's attacks. When the animal attacked the guy, he just screamed hysterically. When it was all over, Peng wondered why the beast only beat him, and Wen replied that perhaps the bear didn't like Han. Faye, walking next to Ping'an, admired the guy and talked about how worried she was about him. But now she realized that during the tournament they could rely on him, and Chen told her that she must be joking. Peng, walking in front, was unhappy that Ping'an was getting all the attention, so he decided that he had to publicly humiliate Chen so that he would know his place. At that moment, someone's hand touched Khan's shoulder. Thinking that Wen had touched him, Peng asked what his comrade wanted. However, when he turned around, the guy saw not a man at all, but an ape-like monster in front of him. The creature brazenly sat down on Khan, pressing him into the ground. The next time on their way, the team encountered a huge green snake, which first of all wrapped itself around Pan, intending to eat him. Once she was dealt with, the people continued to search for other creatures and came across a boar, which immediately attacked Khan, sending him flying. The guy, beaten from head to toe, did not understand why they were always beating him. Shan admitted that she initially wanted to improve her teamwork skills, but after so many incidents, it was no longer worth doing. Exhausted and crippled, Peng, whose body was incredibly painful in every possible place, kept asking why all the blows were directed only at him. After moving Han onto a stretcher, Wen assured him that it wasn't that bad and that he would be as good as new in a couple of days, so he should stop whining. Doggy thought that although Peng had been pretty battered, there were no serious injuries, so it was hard to tell whether the guy was lucky or not. And Ping'an realized that he was wrong because he thought Khan was strong, but he turned out to be a real weakling. Chen approached the boy and, wanting to encourage him, said, "Even if you are weak, don't dare give up. Continue training to become stronger." Pan wanted to answer him something, but he could no longer. Losing consciousness, he again asked only one thing: why? Seeing how Chen Han lost consciousness after his words, Shua was once again convinced of how strong the elder was, and was glad that he was on good terms with him. Ping'an suddenly informed Li that it was time for them to say goodbye, since Chen had to go to the Alchemists Guild, and they could only meet tomorrow. However, Shua said that he also needed to go there because he wanted to buy some pills, so he offered to go together. Li also asked the guy if he wanted to buy the medicinal pills, and Chen replied that he had to sell them, since there were too many of them. Shua replied that it was a great idea and explained that he was known in the guild, so he assumed that the alchemists would be accommodating when selling. They were met at the guild by Ye Ming, who asked why Master Li had come to see them, and without warning. Smiling sweetly, the girl turned to the stranger and asked who this cute little brother was. "Let's eat sometime." However, Ping'an replied that he did not want this and explained that he only came to sell something. Min asked to leave the prelude and show what he brought, and she would then say how much the guy would receive. Chen thanked the girl and took the ring off his finger. He then began to dig through the magical vault in search of a certain item. The guy took out a cheesecake and said, "It looks like there are pills here." Seeing the baked goods, Min and Li were surprised and asked again, "Pills?" When Ping'an realized what he had gotten, he became terribly embarrassed and began to apologize, explaining that he had only just received the ring, so he had not used it very well. He asked Shua if this was his friend, and the guy answered in the affirmative. Li felt a Spanish sense of shame for Chen, who had killed the Yuanyin monster and now disgraced himself for no reason. Ping'an kept digging around in the magical vault, but his search remained unsuccessful. At some point, a golden card fell out of the portal. She slowly sank to the floor, right before Min's eyes. Having picked up the object, the girl was sure that she had seen something similar somewhere before. She recognized this thing as a golden map from the treasury, which shocked her, because there was only one such map in the world, and it belonged to Gufeng. Just when Chen managed to find the bag of pills, a girl came up to him and asked if he could wait a little bit. Ping'an didn't even have time to answer before Min ran away, promising to return soon. The girl was sure that the guy was not an easy person to have such a card, so she decided to ask the master what to do. Alchemist Guild leader Shimen Chen, Long Aotian, and Bai Gufeng were somewhere in the garden playing Go. Using the artifact, Ming contacted Seaman and told him that a boy named Long Aotian, who owned a golden treasure map, had come to sell them some pills. The real Long and Bai were too busy fighting over the game at the moment. The head of the guild was outraged by the noise they were making and asked them to be quieter. Seaman considered these two people fools who were his problem and whom he wanted to throw out. The men still thought about what Min said. The purple gold card of Gufeng's treasure haul let them know that it was about the elder. On the other side of the stone table, Aotian grabbed the guild leader by the collar and pulled him towards him. He demanded that Seaman treat Ping'an like his father. And Bai supported. Even if your alchemist guild is empty, don't say a word. Understood. The surprised head asked, "Are you talking about the same one whom you both bragged to me about meeting in the southern region?" In this case, the man asked his comrades to stop and picked up the dropped communication artifact. Nervously, Seaman said that Min could not drive him away, and explained that this man had to be treated with respect, and any request he made had to be fulfilled. And if the girl insulted him in any way, then she would be finished. Long admitted that he never thought that the elder would come to the northern region in such a short time. Aotian guessed that Ping'an had a new plan. Seaman said, "Isn't it clear that the elder could empty the treasure haul without any problems? So why should he have difficulty buying pills and elixirs? And the reason for this, of course, is that he needs me. He even came to the Northern Region General Council to find me, even though I wasn't there. That's enough to prove that I'm important to the elder." Listening to the guild leader, Lon thought about how unpleasant this person was. Meanwhile, Min finished talking to the master and was worried, not understanding what she should do. The girl understood that she had to satisfy all of Chen's demands. Since she had been teasing him for some time, she assumed that the guy might actually propose to her. Also Min, running back to Pinggang, thought that this man was good-looking. Returning to the hall, the girl told the elder that she wanted to give him all of herself, which shocked Chen. Somewhere in the system, Duan was sitting and watching Ping'an was indignant that another girl was pestering him. However, the guy did not reciprocate Min's feelings and simply sold the items. He didn't expect that for 10 third-level elixirs he could get many spiritual stones, and he was also grateful that Li had found good acquaintances for him. Chen not only sold the elixirs and pills, but also bought 2 cultivation manuals that he wanted to study at home. Finding himself somewhere in an empty alley, Ping'an looked around. After making sure there was no one around, he asked the system to teleport him back. While teleporting, the boy thought that the people Shua introduced him to could be very useful, but he also wondered why the girls in this world always wanted to marry him. Chen concluded that he was simply too handsome. At some point, the system reported that the teleportation was complete. However, as he fell out of the portal, Ping'an was discouraged. Since he was a few meters from the surface, he had to meet the ground face down, but the dog, unlike him, landed on his paws. An indignant Chen asked why the system had thrown him to the ground, and she replied that it was a mistake. The guy told her not to look for excuses, and the dog, watching this, did not understand what was happening to the elder. Having calmed down, Ping'an thought that he had been gone for a long time, which meant that Ling must have missed him. However, the girl was lying on a sun lounger, basking in the sun's rays after eating watermelon, enjoying the beautiful days without Chen. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard opened, but Sue did not notice it. She continued to bask in the sun, intoxicated by the watermelon pulp. The girl came to her senses only when Ping'an announced that he had returned. Trying to pretend that she was genuinely bored, Ling forced out a tear. But at that moment, she hiccuped treacherously, giving herself away to her brother. There was no way to stop it, and the girl said that she must be dying. And Chen, in response to this, asked how many watermelons Sue had eaten. In the world of immortals, night had already reigned, and the moon, painted in a red hue, was shining in the sky. A certain woman was in a room lit by candles and taking a bath with a scarlet liquid. Behind her sat a maid, holding the long sleeve of her robe, washing her mistress, who raised her hand, watching as something other than water flowed down. Sitting down on a couch in the courtyard, Changqing began to read the text of the technique out loud. With each word, more and more energy was released. It swirled in the air, lifting the man's hair. After some time, Changqing moved to the ground and sat there in the lotus position, truly meditating. In response to Changqing's meditation, the skies turned black again, clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning flashed across the sky. One after another, lightning began to strike the ground, hitting Changqing's house. However, the man seemed not to notice all this. His brows were furrowed as he diligently meditated, and a shining dragon circled around him. The villagers froze and looked at him, noting that she had changed too abruptly. They exclaimed, saying that there had just been sun and that lightning was so terrible. The Black Emperor, who was still sleeping, could not help but awaken from the roar of lightning. He quickly jumped up on his four paws and noticed that a heavenly punishment was visible in the sky. When he reached the courtyard, he saw his master had already flown into the air, still meditating, and the Black Emperor thought that he had been by his master's side for so many years. But this was the first time he saw him cultivating. Changqing opened his eyes and stared at his hands, thinking that he felt something warm moving within his body. He jumped up happily, thinking that this could mean that he had received a sign that he could begin cultivating. Still hanging in the air, he spread his arms out to the sides, his golden energy forming a circle around him. The Black Emperor was also happy, thinking that it was not in vain that his master, because he cast a small spell and already attracted heavenly punishment. Suddenly, the very stone that Changqing had given to Changshuan flew up to the first one. Even more delighted, the Black Emperor noticed that his master could even use this heavenly artifact, the Hunyuan stone. He noted that there was very little spiritual energy in this village, which is why his master did not use this stone for his training. Clutching his head with his paws, he thought in panic that they only had one Hunyuan stone at home, and that would not be enough for its owner. After thinking for a while about what to do, the Black Emperor found a solution to the housing problem. He remembered that there was also a similar heavenly artifact in the forbidden area of the Southern Mountain Spiritual Fox clan. Straightening up and sticking his tail out like a pipe, he thought that now was his finest hour. Mentally turning to the owner, he told him not to worry, and he headed for the exit. After leaving the estate, the Black Emperor walked away, thinking that for the sake of his master he would do anything, even through fire and water. Meanwhile, Changqing had already finished his meditation. He had already landed on the ground. A bright spark was shining in his abdomen. When the man woke up, he joyfully exclaimed that he now understood what it meant to train. Scratching his chin, he wondered why he had been unable to achieve enlightenment for more than 5 years, and then suddenly opened up. Suddenly his gaze caught on the purple stone beneath his feet. Changqing bent down to pick it up, wondering why his tea talisman had suddenly changed color. And then he assumed that the book Food of the Earth that Xing Sui left for him was really meant for people like him who were deprived of spiritual roots. Looking at the stone in the book, he exclaimed that this was a long-term training method that absorbed the energy of the stones. A few hours later, night had already fallen. Changqing exclaimed that this was all very reasonable, and as he thought, the heavens did not abandon him. Thinking back to various anime, he remembered that someone became an official by cooking food. Someone became a saint by playing chess. There were even those who, by playing games, were able to start a harem. Holding up his precious stone, Changqing exclaimed that he, 5 years after he came here, was now going to reach the pinnacle of life thanks to this stone. But the man immediately realized sadly that he had only one such stone. He thought that it was still a gift from old man Changshuan, and he couldn't go to him and ask for another one. Sighing, he began to think sadly about what he should do now. Meanwhile, Zitian was somewhere in Taishuan scolding Changshuan for hiding too much. Changfeng hit the floor and fell on his knees. He told the teacher that it was he who had been useless and had brought shame on the sacred land of Ziking. Zitian walked up to his disciple and placed his hand on his head, ruffling his hair. Smiling, the man reassured the boy, saying that today's defeat was not his fault, and that Lu Wushuang's strength had exceeded his expectations. Starting to cry his eyes out, Changfeng rushed to embrace his teacher, practically knocking him off his feet. Zitian hugged his disciple and began to comfort him as he sobbed in his arms. After a while, the door opened and Xing Shui appeared in the doorway. Noticing the awkward scene, the girl turned away and said that she had come at the wrong time. Zitian immediately pushed Changfeng away and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, assuring the girl that she was just in time. He walked closer to her with loud steps and asked her where she had been all this time. Xingzhu replied that she had suddenly sensed an opportunity while flying over Shaoqi village in a flying boat and had gone out to look for it. Zitian asked her again, and immediately a small blue lotus began to shine on the girl's forehead. and the man was surprised to find that she had already reached the Yuanying level. Changfeng also stood up, asking in surprise. Xingzhu smiled smugly and said that she was not so useless after all, and even overtook brother Changfeng. Jitian laughed and exclaimed that this was indeed an unexpected surprise, and he told the girl that he wanted her to participate in the tournament tomorrow and defeat the Holy Sun, Li Changmin. Xingzhu immediately shook her head, indicating that she refused it. Jitian never expected that his student would refuse him so easily, so he asked again. The man asked Changfeng to leave, saying that he wanted to talk to the junior student alone. The boy did not resist. When Changfeng left, Jitian sat on a chair and asked the girl why she didn't want to participate in the battle. Folding her hands in a polite gesture, Xingzhu had noted that she had already reached the Yuanying level, while Li Changming and Lu Wushuang of Taishuan were still at the Jindan level. She noted that if she fought them, it would be an unequal battle. Leaning closer, she quietly said that Taishuan might have hidden powers and she might lose. She noted that then it would be completely impossible for the teacher to save face. Xingzhu chuckled and concluded that she could neither win nor lose, and she asked the teacher how he wanted her to fight. Jitian listened to the girl's arguments and awkwardly hit himself on the head, smiling and agreeing with her. Clearing his throat, he said that he, who had lived for 1,000 years, had allowed the desire for food to cloud his judgment and had almost fallen into a trap. Squinting, he thought that this girl had not only increased her strength in just a few days, but her spiritual state had also changed noticeably. He noticed that she now had true dignity. Jitian told her that since she was already at the Yuanying level, he decided that after the tournament was over, he would announce to the entire Ziking holy place that she would become the next head. He asked her with a smile what she thought, but Xingzhu shook her head again. She smiled sheepishly, apologized, and politely declined the offer. Jitian's jaw dropped. He never expected the girl to refuse him again, and especially not like this. Once again folding her hands in a polite gesture, Xingzhu told the teacher that she was currently only focusing on achieving the state of pure heart and was not thinking about the position of head. And she noticed that senior brother Yin was a more suitable candidate. The man took the girl by the shoulders and began to shake her to bring her to her senses. He asked her what had happened to her over the past few days, that she was even refusing the position of head. The girl's eyes lit up when she told her that she had met the great master by chance. Jitian asked her again, thinking that he had a feeling that everyone was meeting masters, but he alone seemed to be missing out on anything. The man exclaimed, ordering the girl to tell him who he was and what level he was. Xingzhu replied that she didn't know anything about the level. She said that Master Ye kept the Demon King at home as a pet. He also uses Chaos Stones as tea toys. He can also play ordinary melodies on the heavenly instrument Tianyu. The girl noticed that in other respects this master did not stand out in any way, Jitian exclaimed, asking the girl if she really called this something ordinary. The man swallowed nervously, thinking that the tall figure that Xing Shui had encountered might actually be the old man that Chang Xuan had spoken of. But then he wondered if such a terrifying creature really existed in the world. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan was in some unusual place. Hieroglyphs were flying around him, and in front of him was a large transparent cube. Chang Xuan said that this seal was an ancient relic of the highest quality, passed down since the Taishuan holy sect was founded. He touched the writing with his fingertips, saying that today it had already become the core of Taishuan's magic formation. Chang Xuan waved his hands and the bell that Jitian had played for him appeared in front of him. The man smirked and said that he could combine this bronze bell with the eye gift of the formation and combine it with the Taishuan seal. Then the two ancient relics would become the heart of the formation. And then their protective magical system will become impregnable, like a wall of gold and iron. Chang Sen noticed that Shu Jitian seemed to be unhappy with losing this relic to him, and so he labeled it as a magical symbol. And then he decided to use the Taishuan seal to remove this spell. Chang Xuan laughed and said that tomorrow he would be able to tease that old ghost Shu. He waved his hands, and the cauldron flew into the air, lifted higher by streams of energy. And the cauldron flew straight towards Tai Shuyan's seal. As soon as the cauldron touched the seal, it immediately entered it entirely, and dark sparks flew out of the seal in different directions. Chang Xuan didn't expect this outcome. He covered his eyes with his hand from the wind, asking what was going on. Meanwhile, a bright beam of light shone above the Taishuan sect, which could be seen from kilometers away. The earth on that mountain began to shake, causing all the students to ask what was going on. Suddenly, one of them noticed that the vibrations were coming from the Taishuan Hall. Genren noticed that it seemed like the hidden powerful energy was about to burst out. Moren began to wonder what their elder brother was wearing. Suddenly, a voice behind them said that given the scale of the anomaly, There was only one explanation. As it turned out, it was Shu Jitian and his students. The man said that it seemed like old He Changxuan was using the very ancient relic he had given him to strengthen Tai Shuyan's defensive formation. Hetsui immediately understood what was being talked about and asked if this was the same bronze bell with a hint of evil energy. Gritting his teeth, Jitian mentally asked Changshuan if he was really in such a hurry. He thought about it. He thought that he only wanted to remove the seal on the ancient treasure and the spirit of the artifact would be released. At that moment, everything was going according to plan, and he could ask that mysterious elder to intervene. But who knew that the old man would be so reckless? Jitian was horrified to see that things could get even worse. The mountain formation might not be able to withstand the power of the day's treasure and collapse. People shouted, pointing their fingers at the Taishuan Palace, from the roof of which there was a bright beam of light. Jitian turned his gaze there and realized that the worst-case scenario had come true after all. Morin and Hezui could barely stand on their feet because the explosion of energy was too strong. Genrin turned to his brothers and told them to quickly go and protect the disciples. The three of them came together and performed the technique, and a barrier formed around them and the students. Outside the holy Taishuan temple, streams of energy raged, destroying the temple. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered in the castle, which destroyed it. The craftsmen shouted that they might not succeed because this force was too great. Suddenly, one of the craftsmen noticed the very same bell that, having destroyed the castle, had now flown out of it. Also flying out from this explosion was Changshuan. There was a barrier around him, and he was menacingly shouting Shu Jitian's name. Rushing across the dark sky, the man screamed that it had turned him into an eternal sinner. Changming and Wu Shuang immediately heard their teacher's voice and turned around. Meanwhile, Changshuan had already descended to the ground and entered the large barrier where everyone had gathered. Genrin and Hezui immediately ran to their elder brother, asking him what was going on here. Changshuan exclaimed in horror that this bell was not an ancient treasure at all. Looking up at where the bell was already flying, he exclaimed that it was a fake, a pseudo-mortal weapon with the spirit of an artifact. Jitian thought that the old man only realized how evil this thing was after removing the seal, and now it was too late. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, Jitian said that since he was the cause of all this, the holy place of Ziking would not be left out. And after his words, he turned to his students to give them orders. The man shouted for her to form the Great Ziking Sword Formation. Jitian's disciples and his sect elders immediately responded to the order, bright energy shining around them. The other students also did not stand aside. Their energy merged into one big stream. A bright flash of energy swirled in the air, merging into one. Merging together, the energy formed a large purple dragon that menacingly cut through the air. Changshuan also decided not to be left behind and called everyone from the Great Taishuan Holy Land to listen to his order. He also commanded them to create the Great Taishuan Dragon Formation. The same thing happened again, and now, two dragons could be seen in the sky, their bodies intertwined. Raising two fingers, Changshuan and Jitian panicked and commanded the dragons and disciples to hold the line. And the dragons, opening their mouths and baring their sharp teeth, rushed forward. They quickly approached the bronze bell, which was emitting dark sparks of energy. And suddenly a creaky voice came from the bell, shouting that it was all useless, calling the masters pathetic ants. Huge black hands immediately appeared in the air and grabbed the dragons by the necks, immobilizing them. None of the masters expected that the strongest techniques from the holy places would be stopped so easily. Meanwhile, an evil entity burst out of the bell, its body ablaze with lava and fire, and it said that after 5,000 years it was finally freed. The entity clenched its hands, breaking the dragons' necks with a loud crunch. Blood began to flow from the mouths of Changshuan and Jitian, who were inextricably linked with these dragons. Falling to his knees, Changshuan asked how it was that the Great Taishuan land was today doomed to total destruction. The evil entity decided not to stop there. It waved its hand with the fireball with it, saying that it wanted to see what they were capable of. Fiery projectiles flew down, destroying the area of the holy place, but the barrier was still able to hold them back. The masters in the barrier strained their strength to hold back the enemy's powerful attack. Then the evil entity raised its hand even higher, and the fireball began to look even more dangerous. A huge black spear appeared in the entity's hand, and it swung to throw it. The entity screamed for these ants to die, and the spear flew forward with lightning speed. This time the barrier couldn't withstand the attack, and all the masters behind the barrier fell off their feet, losing their balance. The barrier had completely disappeared, and the masters of the two great holy places lay powerlessly on the destroyed square. The evil entity laughed, exclaiming that they were so weak that they could not withstand even one blow from him. they would be better off surrendering immediately and becoming his food. But suddenly, Changshuan stood up, again about to give orders to his disciples and not intending to give up. His face was covered in bruises, and he told them to immediately take the disciples below the head-out level and the people from the purple-blue land away from here. Hezui, Mo-Ren, and Zhenren immediately realized that their holy mentor and elder brother was up to something. Releasing more energy, Changshuan confirmed their guesses, saying that he was going to use all his power to destroy him. Jitian, who was standing behind the man, asked him if he was really going to sacrifice himself. The evil entity, laughing, asked the man if he really thought he could stop him. Changshuan turned to Jitian and exclaimed that he was leaving Taishuan's disciples to him. Jitian waved his hand and opened a portal, and he said that this was the passage to the purple-blue Holy Land, and he told everyone to go there for temporary shelter. Without thinking, the disciples of the two sects immediately ran into the portal. Meanwhile, a huge hammer appeared in the hands of the evil entity, and it began to swing it, saying that no one would be able to escape. Changming and Wu Shuang called out to their mentor, not wanting to just leave him to his death. But Changshuan responded by shouting loudly at them to leave quickly. But suddenly, somewhere in the middle of all this fire and chaos, a bright flash flashed, and something flew out from under the rubble. The hammer of the evil entity that was flying towards the masters ran into some kind of barrier. This blow caused an even brighter flash to appear on the top of the mountain. Looking up, Changshuan could see the outline of some kind of cloth fluttering in the wind. When their vision came into focus, everyone around them noticed that it was the Taishuan card of eternal life. Changming and Wu Shuang simultaneously shouted that this was Master Ye's painting. Raising his hands, Changshuan shouted that the elder must have sensed Taishuan's distress, and so helped through the painting. Jitian, not understanding anything, froze in place, wondering what was going on and who this Senior Ye was. Hearing the familiar name, Xing Sui wondered if they were talking about that Master Ye from Xiaoqi village. The girl smiled contentedly, thinking that she knew he was definitely an unusual person. The evil entity waved its hand to make a new weapon appear in its hand, and it exclaimed that this pathetic technique dared to stop it. Jumping up in place, the entity struck again, which was met with a barter of canvas. Meanwhile, Changqing was tossing and turning in his bed, covering his ears with his hands. His whole body was shaking slightly. The man opened his red eyes wide, full of anger. Sitting up abruptly in bed, he shouted that it was too noisy today. He slammed the bed, screaming for it to stop as a wave of energy emanated from his hand. And then his hand began to appear from the canvas that was hanging high in the air in the middle of the battlefield. This hand became larger and larger, reaching out further and further. Changqing's huge figure appeared in the air with his hand outstretched, making the evil entity seem very small in comparison. The evil entity raised its head to look at the figure, and recognizing the danger, it hesitantly told him to stop. The evil entity was ready to beg for mercy when a huge palm struck it. The evil entity was pressed into the floor of the square. It was completely flattened. Fire and lava splashed in all directions. Instead of that huge entity, a small light appeared, which quietly said that it turns out that there is such a terrible force here. She said in horror that her recent actions seemed to have disturbed the Great Master. Firepaw galloped away, bouncing off the tiles of the square, and he said that he could not afford to get into such a conflict. Fire reached back to his bell, exclaiming that he needed to save his life as quickly as possible. And the little fire climbed back into its bell, which still radiated evil energy, but it was no longer dangerous. Jutian shouted and asked how this bronze bell was pacified. Changshuan fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a prayerful gesture, his body shaking, and he began to thank Senior Ye for saving him. The man began to bow actively, saying that the spirit of the ancestors had appeared, and that the heavens were blessing Taishuan. The disciples followed their teacher's example and also began to bow, giving part to Changqing. Jitian realized that this seemed to be the master, the one behind Changshuan. After such a fight, Changqing simply fell asleep, wondering who was doing the repairs at such a time. Meanwhile, the scroll began to glow even brighter and increase in size. Wu Shuang looked up at the sky and exclaimed that it was simply majestic. Chang Feng and Xing Shui also couldn't take their eyes off the sky where bright sparks of light were flying. And the scroll grew larger and larger, and now it covered the entire territory of the holy place. Suddenly, the buildings of the Taishuan holy place began to glow with bright light, and Jitian exclaimed that he had never seen anything like it before, and he had already lived for 1,000 years. The students who were also standing in the square were also surprised and wondered what was happening. As it turned out, Master Yi's painting restored the Taishuan holy place. The great master bestowed this grand scene upon them. The bronze bell also began to glow and flew towards the Taishuan shrine. Having reached the building, the bell disappeared inside, and a bright flash illuminated everything around. Changshuan happily said that it was Elder Ye who had fused the bronze bell with the seal of Taishuan, making it the center of the mountain's protective array. He noticed that even the energy leaks were completely restored as before. Changshuan was stunned, and all he could say was that it was simply amazing. Jutian walked closer to him and put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that what happened today had opened his eyes. He asked him if he could help arrange a meeting, because he wanted to meet this master so much. Stroking his beard, Changshuan smiled at the man and said that he himself had just seen Master Ye's abilities. He told him that they could not just go to him so hastily without false preparation. Leaning closer to Zitian, he happily told him that it would be better for them to wait a few days until he had healed his wounds, and then they could arrange everything properly. Zitian couldn't think of anything to say in response, so he replied that there was only one thing to do. After bowing to Changshuan, Zitian wished him a speedy recovery, which made Changshuan think that he was being too hasty. Changshuan also bowed to the man and told him that after such a battle, Ziking's disciples were also tired, so they should rest as well. After Zitian and his disciples left, Wu Shuang ran up to the teacher and asked him if he remembered what Master Ye had said when he gave him the painting. She noticed that then Senior Ye said that he felt something special in his soul and created this painting. Changshuan immediately remembered Changqing's words, that the more he looked at this painting, the more he felt that something was missing. He wondered if it might be an atmospheric issue. Senior Ye said that at first the palaces in the painting did not look majestic enough, and the overall atmosphere was dull. On second glance, they looked more like ruins, and overall the painting did not look very attractive. Therefore, Changqing repainted the palaces and added brightness, so that Mount Taishuan looked like a fairy tale place. Changshuan was dumbfounded as he repeated the man's words about him redrawing the ruins. And then he, realizing what the girl wanted to say, asked her if she really thought that what happened today was predicted by the Elder Yi. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes as she replied with a smile that she believed that was exactly the case. Looking back at the new palaces, Changshuan said that it was no wonder that Senior Ye had such incredible abilities. He bowed to him again, thanking him for his protection, and he said that they were forever in his debt. The next day, someone in a dark cloak reached Xiaoqi village. The figure quickly and quietly made his way into the village, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. As it turned out that someone was Nangong. Walking through the streets of the village, he thought that he had never imagined that there could be such an unusual place of power on the territory of the holy place of Taishuyan. Streams of energy led him to a small shop. The man noticed that the highest concentration of Tao was concentrated here. But suddenly he was struck by a revelation when he noticed that it was not only the Tao that was collected here. It turned out that he sensed the presence of the aura of heavenly materials and rare treasures. Taking off his hood, he wondered if this place was an ancient ruin, or the home of a great master. The door of the shop slowly opened, and even stronger streams of energy flew towards Nangong. The old man's body shook as he suddenly felt himself covered in sweat. Changqing cautiously peeked out from behind the door. In front of his doors, he noticed an old man standing in a strange pose, his face contorted with fear. Changqing immediately rushed to ask him what was wrong with him and whether he was okay. Coming closer, he asked him if he was overheated. And Nangong, looking at him, thought that this young man at first glance seemed like a completely ordinary person. There was not a hint of true energy around him. The man wondered how he had managed to pass the end of the Dao path without a scratch, and Changqing called out to the elder again, noticing that he was not responding. Nangong suddenly bowed to Changqing and introduced himself to him, saying that he had met a true master. Changqing stepped back in surprise and asked if it had really started again. Changqing walked Nangong to his backyard. Pouring tea into a cup, he told him that he seemed to be seeing things in the heat. Having handed the cup to the old man, he continued to refresh him a little. Nangong folded his hands in a polite gesture and thanked the man. Looking at the board where the pieces were arranged, Nangong quietly muttered that this was black capture of 13 souls. White protects 12 yang springs. Hearing these words, Changqing, with shining eyes, asked his new acquaintance if he understood the game of Go. Nangong responded by exclaiming that he dare not lie to the master. He had dedicated his entire life to studying this game. In response, Changqing happily said that this was wonderful, and he had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. Nangong asked again in amazement, and thought that it turned out that his whole life had been waiting for this moment. The game began, and Nangong thought that everything in his life had led him to play with this great master. Changqing told the man that he had heard that great Go masters, when making a move, already calculate millions of possible game developments. He asked him if he thought it was true. Taking up the piece to make a new move, Nangong replied that it was correct. Looking at the board, the man thought that he could not understand this move of the master. Suddenly, it dawned on him that perhaps this master had defeated him with the help of Saint Master Taixuan. And now, by chance, he met him face to face. Changqing took a piece to make a counter move, and Nangong felt as if he was being knocked off his feet by an incredible force. Feeling incredible pressure, the man thought that this must be a test from the master. Reaching forward, he thought that if he could just grab it, it would already be an incredible success. With a sharp wave of his hand, Nangong made his 214th move. Changqing's face showed growing curiosity and mischief as he began to respond to this move. His fingers reached out to the board, making the final decisive move. In response to this move, a strong tremor ran through Nangong's entire body. He said that all his life, all people called him the holy master of the game of Go. But today, in this game, he realized that there will always be someone stronger, and the heavens are higher than the heavens. Following his words, Nangong felt something stirring in his head. He noticed that the mystery of his power, which had held him back for almost 1,000 years, was beginning to unravel. With shaking hands, the man reached over the figure, thinking that if he could hold on just a little longer, he could win. His eyes sparkled with an incredible desire to win, to unravel this mystery. But suddenly a voice sounded in his head. A tree that grew in Changqing's garden addressed Nangong, calling him an uneducated baby. Nangong stared at the tree in surprise, which told him that he was not yet ready to break through. Nangong noticed that this was a willow spirit, a 1,000-year-old demon tree. If it was planted in this courtyard, then there was a powerful master behind it. He wondered why it suddenly spoke. Bowing to the tree and finding himself somewhere detached from reality, Nangong apologized for his outburst of emotions, and then he asked the tree why it said that he was not yet ready for the breakthrough. The tree told the old man, calling him a fool, to look at the master's board again, and Nangong immediately returned to reality. Looking at the board, the man saw that the figures on it formed some kind of symbol that signified misfortune. Nangong wondered if the master was hinting to him that breaking through at this time would bring him misfortune. Changqing, boredly fingering a piece, said that during a game, if you don't maintain the right state of mind, you can at best lose a few pieces. After placing the piece on the board, he continued by saying that in the worst case, one could lose the entire game. Nangong thought that the master had noticed that his condition was unstable. If he tried to break through by force, at best he would fail, losing energy, and at worst he would lose his mind. The tree confirmed the man's suspicions, telling him that the master, who was contemplating what, did not want to humiliate him directly. So he gave a gentle hint so he should quickly thank him. Following the tree's advice, Nangong immediately stood up from the table. He folded his hands in a polite gesture and bowed, saying that the matter was truly superior to all. The man admitted his admiration. Changqing, not understanding anything, wondered how he could give up after just a few moves. He thought that he still had a few more hidden combinations. He told the man that he was being too modest, and he told him that they could continue. But Nangong replied that even if he devoted his whole life, he would not be able to achieve even 1/10 of his skill, and he would no longer dare to show his insignificance. Following his words, once again finding himself somewhere far from reality, Nangong extended his palms, onto which a leaf from the tree flew. The tree told the man that he was being prudent after all, that these leaves were his opportunity, and that he should leave quickly. Nangong thanked the tree by bowing to it again. After that, he bowed to Changqing, telling him that he had troubled him too much today, and he bid him farewell. Continuing to bow at every step, Nangong walked backwards towards the exit. Changqing's face darkened, and he wondered why this old man had left so suddenly. Looking at the tree, he wondered if he was allergic to willow fluff. Nangong happily flew away, saying that he didn't expect that such a master was hiding within the holy Taixuan. Now he understood why he lost back then. Meanwhile, Taixuan and Xining had already finished their battle. Looking at the list in his hands, Changshuan happily noticed that each of them had swords, pills, symbols, and amulets. There were small achievements, while Zhitian thought with irritation that not only did they have no achievements, but they had also lost 2 valuable relics. After clearing his throat, he asked the man when he was going to take him to meet that same elder. Changshuan turned around in a panic and quickly began to justify himself, saying that it was not that he did not want to take it to him, but that it would simply be inappropriate. Zhitian waved his hand and said that he was not rushing him. It was just that the master of the game of Go, Nangong, would arrive soon, and his goal was precisely this mentor. Changshuan was taken aback and asked the man again, He told him that the elder Nangong had already mastered the path through the game of Go and reached the level of emptiness, and that he would probably break through to a new level in the next 50 Leo years. Chang Xuan thought that he shouldn't conflict with such a person, no matter how much he calculated. He never thought that Jitian would use his name to force him to introduce him to Master Ye. A voice rang out in the courtyard, announcing the arrival of the Go Master Nangong Xuanji. Nangong entered the hall where Chang Xuan and Jitian were. The former immediately began to bow to the elder, and the latter ran towards him. Nangong smiled as he greeted the two holy lords. Turning to Chang Xuan, he said that he had come today without an invitation, but hoped to be received favorably. Bowing respectfully again, Chang Xuan exclaimed that he dared not do otherwise. Smiling stupidly, he greeted the Go Master once more, saying that this was the part for Tai Xuan. Taking the man by the shoulder, Nangong told him that there was no need for unnecessary ceremony. He happily noted that last time he had destroyed his 4 water-spouting dragons array. Chang Xuan felt himself getting nervous, and Xuanji exclaimed that it was truly impressive. Jitian decided to intervene in the conversation, telling the Go Master that he didn't know something. He told him that although Chang Xuan knew the game, he would not have the strength to break his array. It was the work of another master, Chang Xuan, in response to this, turned away, blushing. Jitian laughed maliciously and asked the man if he wanted to tell them whose doing it was. An irritated Chang Xuan grabbed Jitian by the collar, asking him if he was overstepping his bounds, to which the man asked him if he was still hiding the truth. Jitian thought that everyone knew that Senior Nangong was a fan of this game. He would never miss the opportunity to meet a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Nangong said that he had already met this same master before arriving in Taishuan. Jitian and Chang Xuan were quite surprised and asked him again. Laughing, Nangong said that this master had exceeded all his expectations. Jitian exclaimed that he had already reached the peak of emptiness. Could it be that master's strength was his? Nangong reached into his sleeve to take out something and said that if the man saw it, everything would become clear. And Nangong took out that very leaf from the demon tree. Jitian asked why this leaf had such colossal energy, and Chang Xuan noticed that it was a leaf from the master's 1,000-year-old tree. Nangong said that it was true. Just one leaf from this tree could help him break through the limit of emptiness and reach the level of great perfection. The power of this master was beyond their understanding. Jitian opened his mouth wide in surprise, asking who this person was. Nanling, Qinkyu, is where the Spirit Leaf clan settled, and the Fox Fortress is located here. The Black Emperor reached the most prosperous region of the Fox clan after a few days. Taking human form, he said that it was not in vain that he had run for several days and nights. Hiding on the roof of one of the buildings, he said that there was probably a Hunyuan stone here, which was necessary for the master's training. Without thinking twice, the Black Emperor jumped off the roof. He was walking along the streets when suddenly a cry was heard that in honor of the engagement of the 13th princess to the young master of the Black Tiger clan, there was a sale at this market for 3 days. The girl standing at the entrance to the shop shouted that the shop was closed tomorrow. The owner was invited to a wedding ceremony. Another girl shouted that there were rare images of their ancestor in an exclusive edition. The power of the Demon Lord would guarantee their progress. The Black Emperor listened carefully to all these conversations, and he realized that the two clan had decided to marry their daughter to the Black Tiger clan. Passing by another shop, 2 young men noticed him. One of them immediately recognized the Black Emperor and called him. The 2 guys rushed to the Black Emperor and told him that the 7 great demons were currently looking for him everywhere in Nanling, and he still dared to show up here? One of them said that since he had been seriously injured then, they would not attack him, but he should surrender immediately. The Black Emperor only laughed in response to this, his energy sparkling around him. Spiritual energy burst out of his body in a powerful stream, pushing the guys in different directions. The Black Emperor raised his hand, lifting the 2 boys off the ground with his energy. He exclaimed that they were such fools and asked them how they saw that he was wounded. And he himself thought that after blessing the portrait of the Black Emperor of his master, he felt stronger than before. One of the offenders exclaimed in panic, asking the Black Emperor if he was really ready to break through to the rank of Demon Emperor. Continuing to squeeze the necks of the offenders, the Black Emperor said that he heard that their 13th princess was going to marry Mingyan of the Black Tiger clan, and he remembered with a grin that just a month ago he had been the head of a conspiracy against him. The Black Emperor slowly clenched his black-nailed fingers. The grip on the boys' necks became even tighter. They were practically suffocating. One of them defiantly asked the Black Emperor what was wrong with it, and he exclaimed that there would be an ancestor from the Spirit Fox clan at the ceremony, so he shouldn't even think about disturbing the order. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and noted that he had given him excellent news. Clenching his fist even tighter to break the necks of the offenders, he said that since their ancestor would be at the ceremony, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enter the forbidden lands of the Fox clan to obtain the Hunyuan stone for the master. The next day, all the townspeople were informed that the young Black Tiger Master Ming Yan had come to greet the bride. The procession walked through the streets of the city, but it was absolutely silent, which made people worried. And they started talking about the fact that apparently the Black Tiger clan did not want to recognize this marriage. Ming Yan himself rode through the city gates on a huge black tiger. He thought that he didn't want everyone to be ashamed of him for marrying a girl from another clan. He thought about how the two guards' bodies from yesterday were filled with the Black Emperor's aura. Ming Yan gritted his teeth, thinking that this bastard wouldn't dare to appear in front of him, and even if he did, he would die on the spot. Suddenly, the townspeople began to shout that the orchestra had finally arrived, and just in time. Turning around, Ming Yan asked who dared to disgrace him. As it turned out, it was the Black Emperor and several other men who were actively jumping and singing a song. Getting closer, the Black Emperor congratulated Ming Yan, saying that he had specifically asked the boys to play the Zhanghu smile. Ming Yan got off the tiger and pointed his finger at the Black Emperor, asking him how he dared to appear in front of him. A fireball glowed in his hand, and the man rushed forward, shouting that he had not kept him alive so that he could be here today. The men standing behind the Black Emperor immediately ran away in fear. The Black Emperor grinned and asked his opponent if this was all he could do, and he easily dodged Ming Yan's attack. And then he began to attack himself, waving his finger. Dark chains immediately appeared around Ming Yan's body, restricting his movements. But the Black Emperor, manipulating his chains, swung his hand downwards, and Ming Yan, led by the chains, flew straight headfirst into the ground. Finding himself pinned to the ground, he asked the Black Emperor if he had really been cultivating all this for 3 months. And he himself thought that he had been seriously wounded then, but now he had not only recovered, but had also become much stronger. The Black Emperor smiled again, congratulating the man on his wedding with the 13th princess from the purest bloodline of the Fox clan. Still clinging to the ground, Ming Yan hissed at him to stop being hypocritical and let him go immediately, otherwise he would bear the consequences. The Black Emperor did not resist and snapped his fingers, causing the chains to disappear. And then he simply walked away, telling Ming Yan that they would see each other again at the wedding ceremony. Ming Yan shouted after him, asking him how he dared to interfere with him. The Black Emperor looked over his shoulder at him with a smile and said that he was not in the way. He was only a man of his word. Rising to his feet, Ming Yan spoke to the servant, ordering him to inform the Spirit Fox clan that the Black Emperor had reached the Demon Emperor realm, and to convey that the guards at the wedding were to be careful. After some time, that servant reached the Peach Hill Palace, which was the residence of the head of the spiritual Fox clan. The man began giving orders to the guards to hurry and find the Black Emperor. The palace guards fled in a crowd, and the Black Emperor watched them from above. Having taken up residence in a tree, he said that he had managed to lure the foxes out of the mountain, but they had fallen into the trap after all. Turning into his animal form, he jumped down from the tree. As he ran forward through the grove, he thought that there would be only one old fox at the ceremony, so it wouldn't be that easy to enter or leave the forbidden area. Suddenly, a white flash appeared behind him. The Black Emperor couldn't help but notice someone at his side, and after a few moments, a white fox stopped in front of him. The fox, quickly moving its paws, climbed onto the branch of the nearest tree. Turning to the Black Emperor, she said that she didn't even notice him at first. The fox grinned and said that this was the same legendary Black Emperor in person. Addressing the human form, the Black Emperor exclaimed that since she recognized him, he would come to her in trouble. The fox asked again, a bright pink light shining from her body. The fox also acquired her human form. As it turned out, it was the same 13th princess. Sitting on a branch, she told the man that this was exactly what she was counting on, because she wanted to evaluate his strength. She lay down on a branch and addressed him in a sweet voice. The Black Emperor smiled stupidly, his cheeks turning red as he thought that he would never have thought that foxes could be so beautiful. Laughing a loud laugh, the princess jumped down from the branch, clinging to the man's chest, and told him that they were here together. But the Black Emperor only hit her on the neck, stunning her, and he threw her onto his shoulder, saying that he was a real wolf and such tricks didn't work on him. He began to jump vigorously on the ground, moving forward with the girl on his shoulder. He told her that he was going to the Fox Hill, so she would show him the way. Meanwhile, the clan elder appeared in the banquet hall, thanking all the elders and brothers of the clan and inviting them to the wedding ceremony. The crowd shouted that it was time for them to begin the wedding ceremony, and they asked the elder where the newlyweds were. The men in the crowd were shouting that they had heard that the 13th princess was amazing and they couldn't wait to see her. Irritated, Fox Clan elder Jia Shanyao quickly calmed the crowd down, saying that the bride needed even more time to prepare. Ming Yan's cry rang out, shouting that he couldn't wait for her any longer. He asked the elder why this fox had not yet appeared, and he walked through the crowd that showered him with congratulations. Ming Yan started to climb the stairs towards the elder, who told him to be careful. The two of them were very lucky that the ancestors gave their approval for the marriage. Grabbing the elder by the neck, Ming Yan said that their ancestor had already lost his strength, so they were waiting for the Black Tiger clan to help them. Shanyao told the man that he should watch his words. In response, the man only pushed Shanyao away, causing him to fly backwards into the wall. Ming Yan shouted that he had the Black Tiger banner in his hands, so this fox had better show up quickly. The elder's body shook and he weakly replied that he would tell her. Shanyao quickly stood up and ran away. Ming Yan watched him go. He chuckled and thought that if the Black Tiger clan didn't need the primordial chaos stone, they would never need their help. He thought that soon he would break through the demon emperor's quarter. And then the entire spiritual fox clan would become the pawns of the first tigers, and all 13 daughters would become his toys. Meanwhile, the 13th princess lay on the ground, slowly coming to her senses. Opening her eyes, she saw the Black Emperor in front of her, who noticed that she had woken up. Sitting down on the ground, she noticed that her hands were tied with a rope behind her back. Tightening the rope, the Black Emperor said that since she recognized him, she must be one of the princesses. Taking the girl by the chin, he told her that he wanted her to take him to the sacred forbidden land of her clan. The princess looked away, and then smiled and said that she would do so. The girl asked the man how he seemed to have gotten there. The Black Emperor replied to her that he had taken advantage of the opportunity, namely the wedding ceremony of the 13th princess and Ming Yan. The princess asked him if he knew about the 13th princess. Looking around, the man replied that everyone knew about her, and he said that she had the purest blood among all the spiritual foxes. She had been hidden from everyone's eyes since childhood, and now she had been released into the world. The princess took the Black Emperor to a small mansion in the middle of the forest. Turning to the man, she asked him if she could go now. But the Black Emperor only pushed her in the back, telling her to be a good hostage and not talk nonsense. He and the princess headed towards the entrance of the building, and on the roof, a fox was sitting crouched. Meanwhile, Ming Yan asked Shanyao if he had seen the Black Emperor at today's celebration, to which he replied in the negative. Baring his teeth, Ming Yan wondered if he was teasing him. Suddenly, a maid burst into the hall, shouting that they were in trouble. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that Her Highness was missing. Running up to the maid, who was shaking with fear, the elder asked her how this happened. Kneeling, the girl stuttered as she explained that Her Highness had sent away all the servants, saying that she would dress herself. She said that when she went in to check on the princess, she was no longer there. Ming Yan slapped the maid in the face, asking her what she was being paid for. Shanyao asked the young master to calm down and said that he would immediately send people to find her. Burning with rage, Ming Yan thought that this fox would pay him back for everything. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor and the princess had already entered the ancient palace, and the girl, lying on the ground, asked the man what he thought about this marriage. Rummaging through the chests and throwing the contents in all directions, he replied that it seemed to him that Ming Yan was only thinking about himself. He raised his head and said that he was sorry that the princess would have to marry such a guy. The princess sighed and began to talk about who she would like to marry. But she immediately came to her senses, changing her words so as not to reveal her identity. And she said that the princess had said that only a powerful, elegant man with a pleasant and easy character, capable of bringing people to their knees with one movement, could become her husband. The princess sadly leaned her hand on the floor, asking if such a person really existed. Turning to look at the girl, the Black Emperor asked her how she could say such a thing in front of him. And then he said, raising his hands up, that his master's development is simply unattainable, but he is not arrogant and gives others a chance. He grinned and asked the girl if she knew how long his master had been cultivating. The princess estimated that since he had already reached the realm of the Demon Emperor, he must have been cultivating for about 500 years. In response to this, the Black Emperor merely showed her 5 fingers, and then, beaming with pride, he explained that he had only been cultivating for 5 years. The princess screamed in surprise that this simply couldn't be. The Black Emperor continued to rummage through the chests, while the girl was puzzled as to how it was possible to achieve such a result in just 5 years. Blushing, she thought that if he really was that strong, she would be glad if he allowed her to serve him all her life. Looking at the girl again, the Black Emperor told her that when he was done here, he would take her to him. The princess immediately beamed and did not refuse such an offer. The man didn't answer her anymore because he noticed something strange. As it turned out, he noticed that next to another chest there was a pile of primordial chaos stones. Overjoyed, the Black Emperor ran as fast as he could towards the stones. But the princess reached out, grabbing the man by the skin on his shoulders and stopping him. She told him that he shouldn't take them. It was too dangerous. The Black Emperor did not listen and went on, saying that there was nothing to be afraid of because everyone was celebrating. The girl's face darkened when she noticed that the party had not yet begun. Crouching down to collect the stones in a bag, the Black Emperor asked her how she knew about it. The princess replied that she knew because she was the bride, and what kind of holiday would it be without a bride? Having collected all the stones in a bag, the Black Emperor asked again. Looking again at the chest, he noticed that something inside it was glowing with a bright light, and then a bright flash burst out of it, glowing with an evil light. This flash ordered the Black Emperor to throw stones. The man obeyed and put the bag in his pants, jumping away from the chest. Turning around, he exclaimed that this would be too humiliating for him. And then, while two bright flashes were flying at him, he ran to the exit. The princess kept up with him and even overtook him. The Black Emperor, sensing something was wrong, asked the girl what she was planning. The princess didn't answer but just quickly jumped out through the closing doors. Standing outside the doors, she thought that she wanted to see what this Black Emperor was capable of. Her hand reached for the lever by the door. Pulling him down, causing the doors to close even faster, she thought that if he could get out, she would meet his owner. The doors closed, leaving a small gap in which the Black Emperor shouted at the girl that she was a stupid fox. The doors slammed shut, and the room plunged into darkness, in which only unfriendly flashes sparkled. Chains suddenly appeared around the Black Emperor's body, restricting his movements. The voice from the chest told the man that he had not only spoken offensive words on forbidden sacred territory, so he even dared to steal the stones of the unsurpassed chaos. A figure of a woman with 9 foxtails appeared above the chest, and she said that the penalty for this was death. After hearing this, the Black Emperor broke the chains without much difficulty. He said he was sorry, but his master needed these stones, and they should be shown respect. The ancestor of the Fox clan 2C said that he was still there. Even she couldn't use him for practice. She asked him who his master was then, since he wanted to cultivate the unrivaled chaos stones. The man waved his hand in annoyance and replied that his master could kill her with one hand. Tusai waved her hand in response, and a bright flame shone on her palm as she said that she had been cultivating for hundreds of years, but had never met anyone so arrogant. She fired her fire forward, attacking, and said that she would have to teach him a lesson. The Black Emperor crossed his arms over his chest, defending himself from the attack with a barrier. And then he also rushed to attack the woman. Their spiritual energies met, causing a bright flash. There was an explosion and 2C was sent flying. Blood started to flow from the corner of her lips, and she decided to attack her opponent again to kill him. The Black Emperor, however, exclaimed with a smile that she could not kill him. And then he waved his hand and a scroll appeared in it. The scroll unfurled, growing in size, and appeared behind the man, revealing a picture. 2C looked at the canvas and asked if it was the Demon Emperor's scroll. Meanwhile, bright streams of energy began to swirl around the scroll. 2C felt as if something invisible was pushing her back and she was unable to resist. The pressure was so strong that the woman was thrown from her seat and flew straight into the wall. Blood spurted from the woman's mouth as she hit her back against the wall. Sat on the ground and held on her side, 2C said that she couldn't believe that this scroll had returned to the world again. The Black Emperor, with the help of this scroll, attacked the wall, creating a new exit for himself. When the matter was finished, the Black Emperor rolled up the scroll, saying that he had nothing personal with their clan, he just came to pick up a few stones. Looking back at the woman, he told her that everyone was on their own. Meanwhile, the 13th princess had already escaped from the forbidden sacred zone and found herself on the edge of the cliff. Her father and his servant stood behind her, and the girl asked her father if he had been looking for her. Shanyao asked the girl how she dared to do this before her wedding. Did she really want to make him crawl on his knees in front of the Black Tiger clan and apologize? The servants told the princess that she should not act so recklessly, and if not for the sake of the elder, then for the sake of the ancestor. Shanyao agreed with these words, saying that the ancestor was unable to break through and suffered a blow, and only the Black Tiger banner could repair her internal damage. As the princess's father continued to count her out, the figure of the Black Emperor flashed behind him. The girl couldn't help but notice this, and she was surprised that he actually managed to escape. She asked her father what if she found a stronger supporter for their clan. Shanyao asked her what she was talking about. Who could be more powerful than the Black Tiger clan? Spreading her arms, the princess told the man to just wait and see for himself. And then she took a step back and started falling off the cliff. Yao and the servants rushed to the edge to save the girl. They screamed helplessly, standing at the edge, and someone appeared behind them. The Black Emperor pushed the servants aside and rushed down himself. He jumped over Yao and he asked what he was doing here. Having caught the girl, the Black Emperor asked her what she was doing. Having begun to sob ostentatiously, the princess said that it was only the thought of this wedding and the fact that she would not be able to meet his master that made her commit suicide. With the princess on his back, the Black Emperor jumped back onto the rock with ease. Yao ordered the man to immediately release his daughter and not interfere in the affairs of his clan. The Black Emperor, with a grin, exclaimed to him that he did not understand anything. Jumping over the elder again, the Black Emperor told him that his daughter had better go serve his master. They rushed from the spot, and the Black Emperor could be heard saying that this would be a blessing for their entire clan. Sitting on the man's back, the princess thought happily that it had worked after all. Yao glanced at the two servants and motioned for him to quickly bring his daughter back. A voice was heard behind him, which sent shivers down the elder's spine, and the voice asked if the dog had really escaped. As it turned out, it was 2C. Yao asked her what she was doing here. The woman replied that this boy had taken the princess hostage, entered the sacred forbidden zone, and stole the stones of the primordial chaos. Yao immediately began to worry about the princess and Mingyan's marriage. 2C told him to announce to everyone that the Black Emperor had forcibly kidnapped the 13th princess in order to take revenge on the Black Tiger clan. Yao spoke loudly to his ancestor, bowing to her, and then he said hesitantly that they needed this Black Tiger banner to cure her. 2C waved her hand and said that she had already found something much more powerful than that banner. Pushing off the ground, she exclaimed that the Demon Emperor's scroll would be compensation for the princess's kidnapping. Returning to the ceremonial square, Yao told Mingyan everything. He said that this shameless Black Emperor not only took away his daughter, but also caused serious harm to the people. He exclaimed that he still dared to speak arrogantly about young Master Mingyan, which made him even more angry. Seething with anger, Mingyan asked how this bastard dared to kidnap his bride on her wedding day. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was such a shame for his clan. Following this, the man began to shout a spell, calling upon his ancestor, causing a bright flash to appear on his forehead. A tiger figurine flew out from Mingyan's clothes, and someone noticed that it was a jade talisman that had been passed down from generation to generation. The servants exclaimed that legend said that it could only be used once at the most critical moment. A dark tornado raged in the middle of the square, revealing to everyone the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. The tornado died down and a cloaked figure appeared in the sky. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, Mingyan told his ancestor that it was he who had summoned him. Everyone in the square immediately fell to their knees. Yao couldn't believe that the man actually summoned the ancestor. The servants thought that this old man was a ruthless monster who had made his way through murder. So the Black Emperor was definitely finished. Ancestor Ming Juechang asked Mingyan in a menacing voice why he had summoned him. The man said that a year ago, a man had caught a powerful demon king who called himself the Black Emperor, and he asked his ancestor to rid them of him. Mingyan exclaimed that today, this same man kidnapped the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan, who was supposed to marry him. This is an insult to their clan. Concluding his speech, the man said that this was precisely why he had called upon his ancestor. Suddenly, something flew into Mingyan's stomach at a high speed, and Ming Juekong exclaimed that he was worthless. The ancestor said that the man could not get rid of his enemies himself, so he will receive a return blow. He asked what plane this guy was from. Yao bowed and replied that he came from the central plain and seemed to be a black dog. Juechang laughed, noting that it was just a dog raised by a man, and he was asking where 2C was. He asked if she had simply allowed one of her descendants to be taken away. Yao replied that Lady 2C had already gone to fetch the princess. Hearing this, the Black Tiger ancestor frowned, thinking that this filthy fox had actually taken action to pursue some minor demon king. The man waved his hand, dark sparks of energy dancing around his fingers. These sparks turned into a chain that closed around Mingyan's neck. Under the action of this chain, Mingyan's body rose from the ground. The man's chest glowed red and a banner flew out from it. The banner flew straight into the hands of the ancestor, and Jukong said that a man did not deserve to hold this banner. Frowning again, he said that he would sort everything out, and in the meantime he could think about his behavior. Mingyan gasped and weakly replied that he didn't dare to contradict the ancestor's water. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor and the 13th princess rushed forward, cutting through the sky. Finally, they stopped on the branches of some tree, and the man pointed his finger down. Pointing to his master's yard, he told the girl that he was there. The princess thought that her own estate was simply a wonderful place for cultivation. The Black Emperor and the princess jumped from a tree near the walls of the estate, and suddenly the girl felt a familiar presence, and she wondered what this fox was doing here. Looking up, she noticed the branches of the demon tree, and she felt like she couldn't move. The Black Emperor grabbed a tree branch, stopping him. He told the tree to be lighter. He leads this girl to bow to the master. Looking at the tree, the Black Emperor asked it why its leaves were so even. It had only been gone for a few days. The tree replied that the owner noticed that it was very overgrown, so he decided to trim its leaves himself. The princess wondered what kind of person this master was that he dared to cut the leaves of a demonic tree of such a level. Behind the Black Emperor, a woman's scream was heard, ordering him to return the treasure. It turned out to be 2C. The Black Emperor jumped to the side in time, dodging the woman's attack. He exclaimed that he didn't think she would pursue him, to which she told him to stop talking and give her the Demon Emperor's scroll, and then she would spare his life. The Black Emperor replied that he might have been afraid of her in the lands of the Fox clan, but here, she would have to be more respectful to him. Shouting that if he didn't want it the good way, then he would have to do it the bad way, 2C rushed forward. She swung her hand with sharp claws. The Black Emperor crossed his arms, defending himself from the blow. Sharp claws tore through the man's skin, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Turning around, the Black Emperor asked Brother Tree to help him. But the tree replied that it was not time yet. 2C meanwhile threw a bright ball of their energy forward, shouting that this stupid dog was finished. The princess raised her hand to stop her ancestor. Changqing was walking around the yard, humming some children's song. Using scissors, I carefully cut the leaves from the branch. Having finished cutting the leaves, he threw the branch behind his back. Without even noticing it, he threw the branch with such force that it flew quickly, cutting through the air. The fierce battle between 2C and the Black Emperor continued. Suddenly, 2C noticed something approaching and turned her gaze towards it. As it turned out, it was that very branch, and it exploded with energy right in front of the woman's face. Shedding a tear of joy, the Black Emperor thanked his brother Tree, saying that it was just in time. But the tree replied that it was not it, but the master. Finally, 2C noticed the presence of the 10,000-year-old demon tree. She screamed that he may be strong, but she is not weak either. The tree, in response to this, merely sent out its branch into its space. After hitting 2C on the head, the tree told her that it advised her not to disturb the owner and just leave. The woman screamed angrily, asking who it thought it was that it dared give her orders. Using its spiritual powers again, the tree exclaimed that it was simply outrageous to make such noise in the owner's yard and attack his pet. Unable to withstand such force, 2C fell face down on the ground. Finding herself pressed firmly to the ground, she thought that there were few in the world who could surpass her. She could not fall like this from the branches of some tree. Looking at the tree, she wondered what kind of power its owner had. After finishing his scissors job, Changqing finally heard some sounds coming from behind the wall. Frowning, he asked what that noise was. Coming out onto the walls, he menacingly asked who was going on here. The princess and the Black Emperor immediately froze in fear. Changqing walked on, his spiritual energy raging around his body. 2C noticed that she could feel this all-consuming oppressive feeling. The currents were too strong for anyone to withstand, and the princess, her ancestor, and the Black Emperor began to be carried back. Finally, unable to withstand such force, they all turned into their animal forms. Changqing noticed the red fox and his dog growling at each other, and he realized that it was just animals quarreling. The man shouted at them to stop. The Black Emperor mockingly asked 2C if she could see how strong his master was. 2C growled in response, saying that a dog like him was a disgrace to the demon clan. While the animals continued to growl at each other, Changqing sat down and tried to calm them down again. He told them that they were only bothering everyone like that. 2C's eyes glowed a dangerous red light as she thought her chance had come. She rushed forward at Changqi, intending to test his strength. But the man only grabbed her by the fur and shouted irritably, asking her if she really wanted to scratch him. With a wave of his hand, he sent the fox flying, telling her to get out of here, otherwise he would quickly make a fur coat out of her. After finishing with 2C, Changqing turned around after hearing some more sounds. As it turned out, it was the 13th princess, who was whining pitifully and squeezing her paw. Changqing rushed to hug the white fox, exclaiming that she was so cute. Looking at the fox, he noticed that she was wounded. Taking her more comfortably, he told her that he would carry her into the house and help her. 2C didn't go far. She bared her fangs, thinking about how shameless he was. Changqing hit the Black Emperor on the head and told him not to see him married next time. The Black Emperor whined pitifully, admitting his mistake. 2C barked in annoyance, mentally telling the man to return the 13th princess. The princess smiled slyly, telling her ancestor not to worry because she had done it on purpose. She told her that, as she had said before, with this man by their side, they would be able to forget about the Black Tiger clan once and for all. Hiding behind the doors of Changqing's house, she finally told her ancestor that she would definitely find a powerful artifact to cure her. 2C thought in confusion that there was no need for her to rush here back then. Several masters gathered at the Yin-Yang Shrine for a meeting. They sat in a circle in one of the halls of a beautiful palace. At the head of the meeting sat the wisest lord of the Yin-Yang Shrine, Duan Zhengde. The servant told the lord that according to the report from the disciples guarding the human world, Ming Juechang, the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan and the ancestor of the Fox clan 2C, had broken through the border of the southern ridge, and they had now set foot on the central continent. Duan Zhengde jumped up, asking why the two demon lords had invaded the human world. The servant replied that it seemed she was chasing a black dog. Zhengde wondered what this dog had done to disturb them so much, and he thought that something was fishy here. He waved his huge brush and thought that the demon lords would be dealt with by the great sages of the 4 sacred lands, so he should go to them. The man came out and shouted to his disciples to stay there and be on guard. The disciples bowed to him, accepting the instructions. Leaping onto his sword, the great lord quickly rose into the air and flew away. He flew over the villages, cutting quickly through the air. After casting a linking spell, he relayed the message that the Black Tiger clan's ancestor and the Fox 2C had broken into the central continent. Judging from their tracks, they were heading north. He asked what they would do. A bright flash flew higher to deliver a message to another lord. After some time, this flash flew into the hall of another holy place. She walked straight towards the woman who sat on the throne in the luxurious hall. The wisest lord of the great Luo Shrine, Luo Wanfeng, replied that no matter what their purpose was, they could not turn a blind eye to it. She told the man that she was already moving out. Wanfeng waved her hand and a flash flew up, sending a new message. This message reached Chang Xuan and Xu Jitian, who were sitting playing Go. Jitian said that the Demon Lancer had been inactive for many years, and now 2 overlords had entered their lands. After making a move in Go, Chang Xuan replied that there was probably a reason for it. Jitian noticed that the man was not at all worried that the Taishuan lands were located north of the southern ridge, and the man made a countermove. Stroking his beard, Chang Xuan replied that to get to Mount Taishuan, they would first have to pass through Master Ye's domain, and he asked the man if he thought they could handle it. Swinging his hand sharply to place the figure, Chang Xuan exclaimed that they could come if they were tired of life, and then 2C ran away with high leaps. Frowning, she exclaimed that she would never come back here again. Her hands were shaking, and she thought that this tree itself was powerful, and his owner is even more terrible. Black tentacles reached out towards 2C, who was running, cutting through the air. Feeling the presence, the woman turned her head, completely unexpectedly. These tentacles grabbed her, disrupting her movements. 2C made a pitiful attempt to escape from the tentacles' grip, but she failed. Ming Juechang greeted 2C, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bound by Juechang's energy, the woman looked at the man, her body trembling slightly. Leaning closer, the man asked her if she was also pursuing the Black Emperor, and then he said that she had come here in vain. 2C smirked and asked him about it and what happened. Juechang replied that if the Fox clan agreed to submit to his Black Tiger clan from now on, he would deal with this dog. Remembering the incredibly strong master and his tree, 2C smirked and thought that she could help him die if that was what he wanted. The woman said in a shaking voice that she caught up with the dog, but instead of giving up, he seriously injured her. Juechang told her not to lie. The Black Emperor was not strong enough to defeat her. The woman replied that he had the Demon Emperor's scroll. The man asked again if he really had the legendary sacred item of the demons. He understood why this fox was chasing him like that, and he thought that if he wanted to become a demon lord, he needed this scroll. He looked at her face, trying hard to understand whether the woman was lying or not. Not noticing anything strange, he asked her where the dog was.